The guide towers over Man Bolin, and its dark armored form crackles with residual energy. Man Bolin steadies his voice and reports that the energy crystal production this time has exceeded the previous amount by over threefold, with the total weight amounting to more than 800 kilograms. Man Bolin hesitates, and the next word lodges in his throat, but he manages to say, and the single syllable carries enough dread to darken the air between them. The silence that follows swallows every sound in the desert. Manbolin's throat tightens as he searches for the courage to finish the sentence. The guide tilts its head and seems amused rather than concerned. It asks what the issue is and whether they are all trying to hide the crystals to give it a surprise. Manbolin drops to one knee and confesses the truth. It is not that they did not wish to hand the crystals over. Every single energy crystal produced this time has been stolen. He holds up evidence and begs the guide to examine it. The image shows Lu Sheng standing tall amid a fortress of stolen energy crystals, and their pale violet glow illuminates him from every angle. He radiates the confidence of a man who has already decided how this story ends. In the recording, Lu Sheng declares himself unparalleled amongst all of humanity and challenges the guide to come find him personally. Manbolin watches the recording with a faint and involuntary smirk. He mutters under his breath that the display is not bad at all. The guide absorbs the information without a trace of anger. Instead, its voice carries something far more dangerous than fury. It remarks that this is admirable and notes that it has heard rumors of an interesting martial artist with remarkable talent living on this mere level 1 resource planet. The guide studies Lu Sheng's image and states flatly that since this human asked to be found, it sees no reason to keep him waiting. It orders Man Bolin to lead the way. A monstrous grin splits the shadow beneath the guide's helmet. It muses that this trip will not be boring after all, and its words curl with the quiet thrill of a predator scenting prey. Somewhere in the dragon country, Tan Zhongyu sits beneath an ancient tree with his companion resting beside him. His eyes snap open as a wave of pressure rolls across the land. He murmurs that the aura is unmistakable. The guide has descended. Tan Zhongyu's thoughts turn inward. He wonders whether Lu Sheng, the man who stands as the pinnacle of humanity, can survive an encounter with a being from the heavens. Whether the answer is life or death remains to be seen. The Transcendent Martial Art Academy stands calm and quiet against the backdrop of a traditional mountain compound and is untouched by the tension gripping the rest of the world. Somewhere in the Transcendent Martial Art Academy, a bare foot dangles casually over the edge of a wooden porch and swings without a care. Lin Wanwan's mother leans in and asks Wanwan whether there is anyone in particular she has taken a liking to. She urges her daughter to open up and talk about it. Lin Wanwan's face flushes instantly, and she stammers a denial and blurts out a panicked no, followed by the word mom, as though the question itself were an attack. Lin Wanwan's mother presses further and asks whether there is truly not a single person in the entire academy whom her daughter fancies. Lin Wanwan shakes her head and explains that everyone at the academy feels as though they are a brother or sister who watched her grow up. She asks how she could possibly date any of them. Her mother concedes the point and pivots and asks about anyone outside the academy instead. Lin Wanwan admits that she barely left the academy during her entire childhood and knows almost no one on the outside. Her mother narrows the question even further and asks that from her few recent outings, who does she admire the most? Lin Wanwan pauses and considers the question carefully. The most admired among the people she has met recently. She hums softly as the answer takes shape. Her eyes light up, and she answers without hesitation. The person she admires most is definitely Dong Qingxiu's boyfriend Lu Sheng. She recalls how everyone believed Dong Qingxiu was dead when she was trapped in the rift, and how Lu Sheng rushed in without a second thought to save her. She declares with conviction that in the future she wants to find a boyfriend exactly like him. In Lin Wanwan's heart, all of Lu Sheng's titles and victories as a martial saint fade into the background. Her deepest impression of him remains that very first moment when he charged into the rift to rescue Dong Qingxie and risked everything for a single person. Lin Wanwan's mother lets the answer settle and nods slowly. She murmurs that she knew it all along, and her expression carries a weight that her daughter does not yet understand. Lin Wanwan's mother's eyes sharpen in an instant, and her entire demeanor shifts. She rises and announces that she is going out for a bit and does not know when she will return. Lin Wanwan yelps in surprise and calls after her mother, but the woman is already moving. Lin Wanwan's mother senses the truth reverberating through the air. "The venerable guide has descended," she whispers. The tension in her voice turns every word into a warning. She wonders whether Lu Sheng actually took her earlier warnings to heart. She needs to see for herself. Deep within an A-rank rift battlefield, a lone figure tears through a horde of monsters with savage and unrelenting fury. Zhao Ji drives his fist through a monster's skull, and golden sparks erupt from the impact. Every strike carries the desperate intensity of a man fighting against a clock no one else can see. A squad of soldiers watches from a safe distance, and they are frozen in place by the spectacle unfolding before them. One soldier mutters that this fighter is damn near throwing his life away just to slaughter monsters. He remarks that it looks as though the man holds a personal vendetta against every creature crawling out of the rift. Another soldier notes that the military god's training regimen is extraordinary. Every day of practice pushes him closer to a new breakthrough, as if the program were designed by someone who stands at the very top of the world. The soldier's eyes widen and he freezes mid-sentence. He senses it too. The venerable guide has descended. Zhao Ji clutches his head as a sharp pulse of foreign memory tears through his mind. He snarls and demands to know what the hell the guide even is, and curses the borrowed body whose memories keep forcing their way to the surface. He shakes the pain off and throws himself back into the carnage with a guttural roar. He continues killing monsters. His voice drops lower, and it is thick with purpose. The earlier he finishes slaughtering 10 million monsters, the sooner he can return to his original world and take his revenge. The news of the guide's descent spreads across the planet the moment the entity touches the Earth. Every martial saint-level expert who missed the welcoming ceremony in the desert now launches toward the Dragon Country, and each one races independently toward the same destination. Across the skies of the Dragon Country, figures streak through the air as martial saints from every corner of the world converge at breakneck speed. Messages and alerts cascade across communication channels, and each one carries the same urgent warning. Far from the chaos, the Ninghai waters glitter peacefully under the sun. A yacht drifts across the calm surface, and its solitude is a fragile illusion. Dong Qingxiu stands at the railing, and a flicker of unease crosses her face. She murmurs that something feels wrong. Before the thought fully forms, the guide materializes on the deck behind her and asks the little lady if she knows where Lu Sheng is. The guide's pressure slams down with crushing force. Every person on the yacht crumples to the deck, and their bodies are pinned by a force that defies comprehension. Dong Qingxiu fights to stay conscious, and her legs tremble beneath her. She whispers that this person radiates a terror unlike anything she has ever encountered. Tan Zhengyu steps forward beside the guide and identifies the collapsed figures as members of the Dragon Country's Dong family. He deduces that every person aboard should be a martial saint. Dong Qingxiu's eyes dart around the deck. She asks about one of her protectors and wonders why he is not present. The cold answer comes back that he was likely killed by the guide. Her blood freezes, and silence is the only response she can offer. Caitlin leans toward the guide and suggests that since this woman is Lu Sheng's bride-to-be, they can extract his location through interrogation. From there, finding the stolen energy crystals should be simple. Dong Qingxiu's mind races. She tells herself she has to run. She cannot let them use her to find Lu Sheng. Her body locks in place before she can take a single step. Her muscles refuse to obey, and they are frozen solid by the guide's crushing aura. She chokes out that she cannot move. Caitlin glances at her with contempt and scoffs that a mere level 6 martial artist is attempting to flee in front of them. He calls her hopelessly naive. The guide's voice cracks through the air and calls Man Bolan by name. Man Bolan's face contorts with shock, but beneath the fear, something harder takes hold. Man Bolan straightens his spine and locks eyes with the guide. He declares that looking at the situation now, it is clear he went far too easy on the guide before. Whatever restraint he showed in the past ends here. A glowing figure of pure energy hovers in the sky and crackles with blue and violet light. Kaplan looks up and shouts that it is Lu Sheng. Kaplan studies the translucent pink figure floating above and notes that this human-shaped projection definitely resembles Lu Sheng. But he adds that it gives off the feeling of something intangible, as though it is not really there. Then his eyes go wide and he announces that he gets it now and that this is Lu Sheng's psychic clone. Kaplan's face drains of color as the psychic clone surges with violet energy. The clone hovers above him and its entire body radiates a suffocating purple aura that distorts the air around it. The psychic clone swings its arm down and a torrent of violet energy erupts outward. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the air as purple light swallows everything in its path. A blinding column of white and violet energy crashes straight into the ground. The impact splits the surface below, and a wave of crystalline blue light scatters across the area. Kaplan's eyes go wide with shock and he blurts out a stunned gasp. Golden energy rips out of his body as the psychic clone drives a single punch clean through his defenses. Lu Sheng's psychic clone knocks Kaplan's divine martial soul right out of his body with a single strike. The golden silhouette of Kaplan's martial soul flickers above his collapsing body and barely holds its shape against the lingering violet pressure. Kaplan's soul form stumbles and cries out for his lord to save him. His face twists with raw terror as golden light spills from his crumbling spiritual body. A burst of deep purple energy tears through the space where Kaplan's soul hovers. The violet light swallows everything and leaves nothing but an empty haze behind. The psychic clone descends through a storm of violet energy with its fist already glowing for the next strike. Kaplan's soul form tumbles helplessly through the swirling purple haze. Kaplan's figure spins through a vortex of violet and black energy, and his golden aura flickers. The crushing force of the clone's attack leaves no room to recover. Relief floods across Kaplan's face as he gasps and stammers that he is back and still alive. He lands on solid ground and is shaking and drenched in sweat with his body trembling from the ordeal. Lu Sheng's strength has risen once again. To kill even a dying martial soul so easily means the level 9 divine body is nothing but a joke in the face of his power. The bystanders stare in silence and are unable to process what they are witnessing. Kaplan catches his breath and tells Lu Sheng that it is no wonder the level 9s are nothing but mere toys for him on this planet. Our boy glances back and replies that Kaplan is not too bad himself. Purple energy swirls around Lu Sheng's body as he steps forward. He locks eyes on the hooded figure ahead and asks if this one must be the envoy. The guide tilts his head slightly and lets out a soft sound of curiosity. His golden eyes glint beneath the dark hood and are fixed on Lu Sheng without a trace of concern. The guide stands tall in his dark purple robes with golden geometric accents gleaming against the shadows. A young man with dark hair and a blade at his side watches from below and measures the stranger's presence. The guide's killing intent drops hard. He raises one hand and a ring of violet energy explodes outward and the sheer pressure cracks the air around him with a sharp metallic ring. A deep ringing sound echoes across the battlefield as violet energy collides with an invisible barrier. The impact sends purple sparks showering in every direction. The guide's hand swipes downward and a cascade of violet lightning tears through the space between them. Purple flames crawl along every surface and the ground beneath their feet splits under the weight of his aura. Lu Sheng's eyes narrow and he lets out a pained roar as the violet force slams into him. The sheer impact drives him backward with his feet carving deep lines into the ground. The guide presses his advantage and hurls another wave of purple energy forward. His hooded figure barely moves, and yet the force pouring from his outstretched hand shakes the earth itself. A second blast of violet aura crashes into Lu Sheng's guard, and the energy coils around him. Purple light floods every inch of the space between them. The air itself bends under the weight of the clash as violet and blue energies grind against each other. Cracks spread across the ground in every direction, and the earth groans beneath the pressure. The guide speaks in a calm and even tone and asks if this is truly Lu Sheng's full power. If so, he suggests that Lu Sheng should give up now. Lu Sheng lets out a sharp laugh and asks why he would ever quit. He tells the guide that everything up to this point has only been a warm-up. Lu Sheng's voice carries an edge of amusement as he declares that all of this has been nothing more than a warm-up for him. Above his head, a swirling void of black and violet energy tears open the sky itself. Lu Sheng ascends into the open sky as blue light stretches across the horizon behind him. His silhouette floats above the deck of a massive ship and is perfectly still against the bright clouds. The guide's voice drops low and cold as he mutters that Lu Sheng is that bastard. The guide's eyes blaze with recognition and fury as he snarls that Lu Sheng is the one Zhao Ji sent to kill him. Lu Sheng glances toward Dong Qingxue and tells her she should leave. Lu Sheng faces the guide with a steady gaze and asks him plainly if what he really wants are these energy crystals. Dong Xingxie stands nearby with her white hair catching the wind as she watches the two of them. The guide responds that Lu Sheng only needs to hand over 400 kilograms of energy crystals. In return, he will not fight, and Lu Sheng can remain the pinnacle of this planet's strength. Violet energy pulses from Lu Sheng's body with every step he takes. He walks forward with his back straight, and the words hang in the air behind him. The pinnacle of this planet's strength. The onlookers exchange worried glances. One of them asks what is wrong with their leader's attitude toward Lu Sheng and questions why he is not punishing him for breaking the rules but instead admiring him. Another mutters that they will all end up in a worse position if this keeps going. The young man responds without turning around. He has never been the type to be easily swayed by praise or a few smooth words. Then he makes a counteroffer. If the guide manages to kill him, Lu Sheng will hand over every single energy crystal. Ice blue energy crackles around Lu Sheng's raised hand as he points straight at the guide. The cold confidence in his gesture says more than any words could. A wave of stunned disbelief ripples through the crowd. Several voices cry out in unison and ask if Lu Sheng has lost his mind. The onlookers are beside themselves. The envoy speaks nicely and makes huge concessions and chooses to demand only 400 kilograms of energy crystals instead of enforcing the original rules. That amount is not even close to what the rules require, and yet here stands Lu Sheng and throws it all back in his face. The bystanders' fear turns to anger as they mutter that Lu Sheng is going to bring ruin on them all. One of them seethes that Lu Sheng is simply trampling upon the envoy's kindness and is too arrogant to see the danger. The guide tilts his head and asks Lu Sheng in a quiet voice if he is truly sure that this is what he wants. The guy strolls forward without a shred of hesitation and asks the envoy if all of them cultivate the martial way of cowards. He wonders aloud why they drag everything out over a simple fight. The guide stands near the harbor with the ocean stretching wide behind him and listens in silence. Lu Sheng repeats his taunt louder and hurls the insult across the open water and calls the guide a coward straight to his face. The word echoes over the waves. The bystanders nearly choke on their own breath. One of them gasps that Lu Sheng just dared to insult the envoy to his face. This being is practically next to a god on a planet with a low-level civilization, and yet this maniac just spat the insult right at him. The guide's teeth grind together and his jaw locks tight. He speaks through clenched teeth and states that he is no coward. A dark and simmering rage rolls off his words. Violet energy explodes outward from the guide's body. Purple lightning crackles across his robes, and the golden accents on his armor glow white-hot as his killing intent floods the area. A pillar of violet and blue lightning erupts from the guide's position and tears into the sky. The raw force of his aura splits the clouds apart, and electric arcs dance across the ocean's surface in every direction. Lightning hammers the sea in sheets of white and purple. Fishermen on their boats fall to their knees and scream that the Dragon King is furious and beg to be spared. Waves crash violently against the hulls as the sky tears itself apart above them. Only at level 9 can a martial artist connect heaven and earth. But to cause such a dramatic change across this vast an area with nothing more than a single thought is something no one on this planet has ever done. This power has gone beyond the strongest person alive and approaches the level of someone with galactic-scale strength. Lu Sheng's psychic form burns with violet intensity and muscles taut as the sheer weight of the moment settles over the ocean. The guide stands wreathed in arcs of violet lightning with his robes whipping in the storm he has created. His figure towers against the dark sky, and every bolt of purple electricity bends toward him as though he commands the heavens. Lu Sheng lifts his chin with ice-blue light blazing in both eyes and throws out his taunt again and asks if this is really all the guide can do. The mockery in his voice cuts deeper than any blade. The guide's composure finally shatters. He roars that Lu Sheng deserves death, and the fury behind those words shakes the air between them. A massive geometric seal made of pure violet light ignites above the guide's head. Lines of purple energy branch outward in every direction and form a complex web of symbols that pulses with crushing pressure. Lightning races down from the seal, and the entire sky darkens under its weight. Lu Sheng stares up at the descending seal with cold and steady eyes, and not a single muscle in his body flinches. The violet light from above washes over him and casts long shadows at his feet. The seal crashes down, and a spear of concentrated violet energy drives straight through Lu Sheng's position. The piercing impact sends a shockwave tearing across the ground and rips stone and earth apart in every direction. Lu Sheng's body buckles under the blow, and a sharp cry of pain escapes his throat. The force of the attack hammers him into the ground as violet sparks scatter around the point of impact. This is the true strength of someone who has genuinely stepped into level 10. The sheer weight of that power sits in a completely different world from anything on this planet. Even the strongest person on any planet, when faced head-on with this kind of force, would have zero chance of fighting back. They would be reduced to nothing within moments. The guide stares down at the destruction and calls Lu Sheng foolish. He states that Lu Sheng will finally understand the difference in power between the two of them now. A dark silhouette rises from the dust and debris and stands tall despite everything. Violet and white energy drifts off the figure's body, and the stance is steady and unmoved. Lu Sheng's battered face fills the view with one eye burning with a fierce teal glow through the grime and blood. He tells the guide that this is not bad at all and that he is starting to believe the guide might not be a coward after all. The guide stands unflinching under the barrage of Lu Sheng's strikes, and his armored frame absorbs every blow without so much as a flinch. He remarks casually that this massage method of Lu Sheng's is pretty good, as though the punches are nothing more than a gentle rub-down. Violet lightning crackles across the darkness as the guide continues, and his tone drips with contempt. He notes that if this is all there is to it, then Lu Sheng has a long way to go. Lu Sheng locks his gaze forward and is unshaken. He declares that there is still not enough pressure for him, as if the entire exchange has barely registered on his senses. Blazing golden and crimson energy erupts around Lu Sheng's body and engulfs him from head to toe. His muscles tense beneath the inferno, and the air warps under the sheer heat radiating from his frame. The guide surges forward in a blur of violet and announces that he will show Lu Sheng just how strong a strike needs to be for someone at his level to feel pain. His fist crashes into Lu Sheng with enough force to split the ground beneath them. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outward, but the guide's eyes go wide. He blurts out a single stunned word and is unable to comprehend what just happened. Lu Sheng's fist ignites with a brilliant fusion of gold and azure energy. Every vein in his forearm pulses with raw and uncontained power as he drives his knuckles forward. The collision detonates in a massive sphere of light and scatters streaks of orange and blue across the battlefield. The force alone tears through the surrounding terrain. Our boy stands tall against the chaos, with his silhouette carved in shadow. He tells the guide to have a taste of a strike that is native to this earth, and his voice is steady and deliberate. He launches his technique, and the words "stellar impact" blaze across the air. Golden energy spirals around his arm and detonates on contact with devastating precision. The guide buckles under the blow, and his body folds forward as a pained groan escapes his throat. For the first time, genuine discomfort flashes across his features. Lu Sheng presses the advantage without mercy, and his fist is still wreathed in golden fire. The energy cascading off his body tears through the surrounding atmosphere in violent ripples and refuses to let the guide recover. A surge of raw power erupts from within Lu Sheng as he breaks through yet another limit. The air screams around him and is unable to contain the sheer magnitude of what his body is unleashing. The two titans collide once more, and their fists meet in midair. A blinding sphere of golden energy swells at the point of impact and drowns everything in white-hot light. The guide recoils, and his composure finally cracks. He demands to know how this is possible and how a strike native to this insignificant earth can be filled with such monstrous power and strength. Lu Sheng's entire frame hums with golden radiance. He roars that this is invigorating and that after lighting up the god of fire and burning through 365 eternal cells, the rush is beyond comprehension. Every fiber of his body screams with energy he has never tasted before. He admits with wild excitement that he cannot even control this strength properly, and that it spills out of him faster than he can rein it in. He confesses that he has been hoping for a battle like this for so long that the wait nearly drove him mad. Lu Sheng asks what the point of training in this world even is when he sits alone at the top with no equal in sight. He grumbles that there has been no opponent worth fighting and no one capable of pushing him to his limit. A grin stretches across Lu Sheng's face and it is wide and unrestrained. He hollers that this is just so damn fun and exciting, and his laughter rings across the battlefield. He rams his fists into the guide again and again, and each blow lands with devastating force. Lu Sheng declares that martial warriors might be strong, but he needed to find a proper sandbag that could actually withstand his punches. The guide staggers back and his body trembles from the impact. He gasps that the raw strength behind that hit is beyond anything he anticipated. From the sideline, an observer thinks to himself that Lu Sheng is clearly suppressing the envoy, and that means he has not even used half of his true strength in their previous encounters. Tan Zhongyu watches from a distance with his expression grim and his thick beard barely hiding the tension in his jaw. He states that Lu Sheng's power has already exceeded their wildest expectations and imagination. He adds grimly that if even one of those punches were to land on any of them, there would be no outcome to discuss other than instant death. The guide snarls and fury overtakes his composure. He snaps at Lu Sheng and demands to know if the guy is really calling him a sandbag for his punches. He warns that bastard not to get so cocky. A deafening roar tears from the guide's throat as he bellows that this is enough. Violet energy erupts from every inch of his body and swallows the sky in a suffocating wave of purple light that forces everyone nearby to shield their eyes. The aura expands into a towering pillar of deep violet, and its pressure is so immense that the ground beneath cracks and splinters in jagged lines. Bolts of purple lightning arc outward from the epicenter and scorch everything they touch. The guide pins Lu Sheng with a piercing stare and declares that Lu Sheng is not even at level 10. He is not at level 9 either. He has only just reached the peak of level 8 and nothing more. Realization crashes over the guide. He stammers that no, and that is not right at all. His voice climbs in disbelief as he exclaims that Lu Sheng possesses the transcendent life physique. The young man tilts his head and a quiet sound of confusion escapes him. Nearby, one of the onlookers mutters in shock and questions whether Lu Sheng is truly only at level 8. Another bystander furrows his brow and wonders aloud what on earth a transcendent life physique even is. The term lands on his ears as something completely foreign. The guide's voice rises with fervent certainty. He insists that this must be it, and that Lu Sheng is protected by the transcendent life physique. He demands to know how else a mere level 8 could wield such terrifying strength. His tone shifts to awe as he confesses that he never imagined a resource planet could give birth to an unprecedented treasure like Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng crosses his arms and asks plainly what a transcendent life physique even is, and his tone suggests the term means nothing to him. The guide straightens and explains that it is an evolutionary leap beyond the boundaries of primordial life itself. He describes how the genes within such a body have been evolved and refined to a degree that the galaxy itself has bestowed a particular set of techniques upon the bearer. Lu Sheng offers no response and his expression is flat and unreadable. Behind that blank stare, Lu Sheng's mind races. The guide is dressing everything up in vague terms without revealing any real information about this so-called evolution. His own evolution truly took root the moment he obtained his stellar-quelling physique. His eternal cells have matured, but something within them still pushes toward a level he has not yet reached. The guide nods slowly, and a flicker of respect crosses his features. He remarks that it is no surprise Lu Sheng has accomplished so much. He adds with quiet conviction that Lu Sheng was never born to stay on this planet, and that he is destined to leave it behind and carve his path through the galaxy. The guide shifts his tone entirely, and the hostility drains from his posture. He tells Lu Sheng that he does not need the energy crystals this time, and that Lu Sheng can keep them for himself. However, there is one condition. Lu Sheng must come with him. Lu Sheng raises an eyebrow and asks where exactly the guide expects him to go, and his voice carries more curiosity than resistance. One of the observers watching from afar nearly chokes. He sputters that the envoy has completely abandoned his intention to fight and is now making his own terms to negotiate, and he is bewildered by the sudden shift. The guide explains calmly that it would be a colossal waste of opportunity to remain here. He points out that this planet is actively limiting Lu Sheng's potential because it simply cannot withstand his existence. He presses Lu Sheng and asks whether he has truly never once considered exploring the vastness of the galaxies beyond this world. The guy lifts one hand and waves the question aside. He replies coolly that they can talk about all of that later, as though the fate of galaxies is a conversation to be shelved for another day. Lu Sheng fixes the guide with an earnest look and states that all he wants right now is a good fight. He wants a good fight and absolutely nothing else. The guide pauses and studies Lu Sheng for a long moment. He admits that he understands now and that Lu Sheng lacks the experience of testing his physique against someone truly powerful. He explains that the foundation of those who carry the transcendent life physique is 1,000,000 times tougher than that of an ordinary person, and that makes advancing to each new level exponentially harder. The higher the level, the greater the wall standing in the way. Lu Sheng requires a specific kind of overwhelming pressure to shatter those walls, and the raw strength of a level 9 opponent exists precisely to provide that kind of push. The guide squares his shoulders and tells Lu Sheng that the pressure he is about to deliver will serve as fuel for growth, and something Lu Sheng should get used to. He instructs Lu Sheng to remember his name well. His name is Lan Chen, and Lu Sheng would do well to remember it. The air tears apart as Lan Chen's body transforms. Long lavender hair cascades past his shoulders, and a radiant storm of violet energy spirals outward from his frame. His armored silhouette gives way to a sleeker and almost ethereal form cloaked in deep purple light. His boots touch down on the water's surface without so much as a ripple, and the sheer control behind every movement speaks louder than any display of raw power. Lan Chen gazes at Lu Sheng with calm authority and apologizes softly and admits that he has made Lu Sheng wait for a little too long. Lu Sheng draws a slow breath and murmurs that it is all right. Privately, he muses that after this transformation, the envoy called Lan Chen has turned into something far more serious than the armored figure he was sparring with moments ago. Lan Chen warns Lu Sheng to be careful. He announces that he will now demonstrate the true strength of someone standing at level 10, and his voice carries the weight of absolute certainty. Lu Sheng bares his teeth in a wild grin and roars for Lan Chen to bring it on already. He dares him to try his absolute best to kill him, and every fiber of his being screams for the clash to begin. Their energies collide in a catastrophic burst. Deep violet smashes against blazing gold, and the resulting shockwave carves a trench through the earth beneath them and scatters debris in every direction. Lu Sheng's eyes lock forward and his pupils tremble. The grin vanishes from his face as the true weight of a level 10 strike registers across his entire body for the first time. Not a word leaves his lips as the magnitude of what just hit him sinks in. The absolute stillness is more telling than any scream could be. Lu Sheng's voice cracks with disbelief as he stares at his own body and whispers that this is him, and barely able to recognize the state he has been forced into. His upper body is fully exposed and golden energy pours off his skin. He realizes that with just a single touch of Lan Chen's true power, an immense volume of energy has been drawn to the surface of his body. The amount far surpasses anything a level 9 martial body could ever produce, and the reaction is still not finished. The realm of a level 10 technique is not merely 100 times superior to what came before. This is something else entirely, and something absolute. This is the true essence of what it means to stand at level 10. Golden flames and crackling arcs of energy continue to surge across Lu Sheng's exposed frame, and his eternal cells ignite one after another in a chain reaction that shows no sign of slowing down. A fierce and unshakable grin spreads across Lu Sheng's face, and his eyes blaze with raw determination. He declares that he truly enjoys taking things head-on, and every word drips with the kind of reckless thrill that only a born fighter can understand. Lu Sheng charges forward with blazing golden energy trailing behind him. He roars that he is coming, and every muscle in his body is coiled tight with anticipation for the clash ahead. Lan Chen meets him head-on, and a sharp huff escapes his lips as violet energy flares around his fist. The dismissal in that single sound speaks louder than any taunt ever could. Their fists collide and the world splits apart. A cataclysmic sphere of gold and azure detonates at the point of impact and scorches the air itself and sends shockwaves racing across the landscape in every direction. Explosions of blinding white and electric blue rip through the sky one after another. Each detonation dwarfs the last, and the heavens themselves crack under the strain of two forces that refuse to yield a single inch. Down below, the onlookers can only stand and gape at the spectacle overhead. Two experts wielding the genuine strength of level 10 clash above them, and even the level 9 martial saints find it impossible to get anywhere close to the carnage. Two tiny silhouettes hurtle toward each other across the open sky, and one is wreathed in golden fire, and the other is cloaked in surging violet. The distance between them vanishes in a heartbeat as they smash together once more. The resulting explosion swallows the horizon in a wall of crimson and purple light. The sheer magnitude of the blast warps the clouds above and cracks the earth far below, and leaves nothing untouched. Lu Sheng lands on his feet with his shirt torn to shreds and his muscles glistening with sweat and residual energy. He exclaims that this is amazing and that he feels completely reinvigorated. He admits he has never experienced such an exhilarating martial exchange with anyone before. A wild grin carves across his face. He announces that in return he will give Lan Chen a glimpse of his primordial 5 seasons level 11 fist arts. The words roll off his tongue as both a promise and a threat in equal measure. He launches the technique without hesitation. The name 5 Seasons Fist Arts burns across the air, and a torrent of blinding energy spirals outward from his fist, with enough force to reshape the terrain beneath him. Lan Chen's composure shatters for a split second. He gasps and asks whether this is truly a technique belonging to the fifth realm. He marvels that Lu Sheng has managed to grasp such a high-level epiphany of his martial unity and something that should be impossible at his current stage. Awe overtakes every other emotion on Lan Chen's face. He bursts into laughter and declares that he has truly found a treasure on this azure planet, and his voice rings with unrestrained delight. A colossal pillar of energy erupts skyward and tears the clouds in half. Even though Lu Sheng has not yet fully grasped the legacy of the level 11 martial way, his punch carries enough destructive force to annihilate the entire world without question. The devastation ripples outward for thousands of miles. Distant seas churn and collapse under the aftershock, and the coastline crumbles into rubble, and everything caught in the blast radius transforms into an unrecognizable wasteland. Along the coastal shores, the ground trembles and cracks snake across the ruined landscape. Buildings sway and dust clouds billow upward, and the once calm seaside region bears the unmistakable scars of a catastrophe born from godlike combat. Dong Qingxiu stands amid the chaos with her white hair whipping in the violent wind. She calls out Lu Sheng's name, and her voice is tight with a worry she cannot hide no matter how hard she tries. Our boy's wife clenches her fists and declares that she must go over there, and her body already leans forward as though she intends to sprint straight into the heart of the battlefield. Her jaw tightens and her blue eyes narrow with fierce resolve, and every line of her face broadcasts a determination that no rational argument could easily shake. Lin Jingyu steps in front of her. She warns that Lu Sheng has gone way past the threshold of a martial saint, and her voice is calm but laced with the authority of someone who understands exactly what that means. Lin Jingyu continues and reminds Dong Qingxiu that even martial saints do not dare get close to that kind of destruction. She urges her not to throw her life away by charging in because dying there will accomplish nothing. Dong Qingxiu snaps back without a shred of hesitation. She orders Lin Jingyu to let go of her and declares that she wants to be by Lu Sheng's side even if it means her own death. A quiet and breathless laugh escapes her lips, and it is half defiance and half resignation. The stern edge in Lin Jingyu's expression melts away. She tells Dong Qingxiu that she thinks she finally understands why Lu Sheng is so fond of her. She assures her not to worry because Lu Sheng will be perfectly fine. She explains that Lu Sheng has already reached an agreement with the leader, and the two of them are currently using their battle to help Lu Sheng break through his limits. Staying away to avoid distracting him is the best help Dong Qingxiu can offer right now. Kaplan stands beside his companions, and his thick beard barely conceals the gravity etched into his features. He states that Lu Sheng has been recognized by the envoy, and all they can do now is wait for them here. Kaplan lifts his gaze toward the horizon, and adds quietly that they must wait for the pinnacle of Azure Planet to return. The weight of those words settles over the group. Dong Qingxiu murmurs Lu Sheng's name under her breath, and her blue eyes glisten as she stares toward the distant sky where flashes of gold and violet continue to erupt. A blinding flash tears across the heavens, and it is a final burst of gold and white energy that illuminates the entire landscape for one breathtaking moment, before fading into silence. Lu Sheng touches down with a grin so wide it threatens to split his face in two. He shouts that the fight is exhilarating and immediately demands another round, and his body still crackles with residual energy. Lan Shen shakes his head and tells Lu Sheng flatly that he will not fight him anymore. He explains that they should stop here because if they continue, this planet will lose all stability. The damage they have already inflicted is severe enough, and prolonging the battle risks destroying the planet itself. Lan Shen elaborates that a resource planet simply cannot withstand the strength of those above level 10. He adds that he is certain Lu Sheng does not want his own world to suffer permanent devastation either, and his tone carries the firmness of someone stating an obvious fact. He pauses briefly and then concedes that it seems he will not be able to wage a true martial contest on this azure planet after all. A trace of disappointment lingers beneath his composed exterior. Lan Shen extends the invitation once more. He tells Lu Sheng that staying here wastes his extraordinary potential and that the galaxy holds opponents and experiences far beyond what this small world can provide. He asks directly whether Lu Sheng will leave with him. The young man narrows his eyes and asks why Lan Shen is so desperate for him to leave. His tone is blunt and unapologetic, and cuts straight through the polished rhetoric. Lan Shen responds that he is more concerned about Lu Sheng's future than Lu Sheng seems to be. He explains that those carrying the transcendent life physique evolve at a speed vastly different from ordinary people, and the longer Lu Sheng remains stagnant here, the more potential he squanders. The levels that await him beyond this world are nothing like what he has encountered so far. Lan Shen softens his approach and offers a compromise. He tells Lu Sheng that if he wishes to stay here and enjoy a few more years of quiet life, that is perfectly fine as well. He extends his hand and tells Lu Sheng to take what he is about to give him. A sleek device materializes in Lan Shen's palm. He explains that he will grant Lu Sheng enough time to settle his affairs, and the moment Lu Sheng feels ready to depart, he should use this device to make contact. It is a communication device capable of transmitting signals at the speed of light across the galaxy, and Lan Shen warns him to handle it carefully and not break it. Lu Sheng's curiosity spikes immediately. He asks where Lan Shen just pulled that item from and whether he possesses a spatial storage. The gleam in his eyes betrays his fascination. Lan Shen raises an eyebrow and is visibly surprised. He remarks that Lu Sheng seems to know quite a bit about advanced technology for someone raised on a backwater planet. Spatial storage is hardly something this world should be familiar with. Lan Shen adds with a hint of amusement that Lu Sheng should not get too excited because there are only a handful of spatial storage devices scattered around the level 9 range. He implies they are rare even by galactic standards. Lan Shen turns his back and declares that he will not waste any more time here. He reminds Lu Sheng with absolute seriousness that he must make contact within 10 years and leaves no room for negotiation on that deadline. A massive vessel descends from above with its hull gleaming with otherworldly alloys as it hovers silently over the ravaged terrain. Lu Sheng watches it ascend with Lan Shen aboard, and his mind already turns over the details of their exchange and the energy crystal arrangement that still needs to be settled. The guy mutters to himself in confusion and questions the Count. He wonders aloud whether the trade only covered the communication device or if something else slipped into the deal without his notice, and his brow furrows with suspicion. He scoffs and thinks to himself that Lan Shen is far too calculative and petty for someone who claims to be above such things. The contradiction between the envoy's grand speeches and his haggling nature does not escape Lu Sheng for even a second. A shimmer of violet energy ripples through the air and Lan Shen's projection materializes right in front of Lu Sheng. He asks with mild amusement whether Lu Sheng has already changed his mind and wants to be taken along after all. Lu Sheng waves him off and explains that he is simply testing the device to confirm it actually works, and nothing more and nothing less. His casual tone makes it clear he has zero intention of leaving today. Lan Shen accepts the answer and tells Lu Sheng that if he ever finds himself struggling or in desperate need of guidance, he is welcome to reach out and continue their conversation. The projection flickers once before dissolving into particles of light. Lu Sheng surveys the devastation stretching in every direction around him. He observes quietly that the Earth here has been completely ruined and destroyed, and recovering from this kind of damage will take the planet an extraordinarily long time if left to heal on its own. While the destruction is negligible compared to the planet as a whole, it represents a catastrophic blow to the local life energy. His thoughts drift to something he glimpsed in a dream long ago, and a vision that suddenly feels far more relevant than before. Two beings with strength capable of performing absolute devastation have collided on this soil. Either one of them alone could trigger an apocalypse, and yet the gap in power between them remains staggering. His focus shifts as he senses familiar presences approaching and mutters that they have arrived. Dong Qingxue rushes toward him with her white hair streaming behind her. She asks urgently whether he is all right, and her voice is pitched high with barely restrained anxiety. Lu Sheng shoots her an exasperated look and retorts that she can see for herself that he is perfectly fine, and adds an irritated huff for good measure. The roughness of his words does nothing to mask the warmth underneath. Lu Sheng turns to Lin Zhenyu and thanks her directly, and addresses her as Transcendent Martial Saint. He tells her that he noticed she held things together while he was occupied, and kept everyone safe during the worst of the chaos. Lin Zhenyu shakes her head humbly, and responds that it is something she should have done regardless, and addresses him respectfully as Lord Lu Sheng. He nods and asks her to help clean up the battlefield so that everything can return to normal as swiftly as possible. She agrees without a moment of hesitation and answers with a bright and resolute affirmation. Kaplan lingers nearby, and his expression is a mixture of reverence and disbelief. He murmurs that he can sense how transcendent Lu Sheng's strength has become just by standing in his proximity. Beside him, Dong Qingshu looks up at Lu Sheng and asks softly whether he is coming back with her. Lu Sheng shakes his head gently. He explains that he is just a single step away from the next level, and that the battle against Lan Shen gifted him an extraordinary epiphany. He wants to seize this opportunity to cultivate immediately and attempt breaking through to level 9 while the insight is still fresh. Dong Qingshu holds his gaze for a long moment, and then relents. She tells him that she will listen to his judgment but pleads with him softly to stay safe, and every syllable carries the quiet ache of someone who has already imagined the worst. Lu Sheng's expression warms and a genuine smile replaces his usual bravado. He affirms with steady conviction that he will stay safe, and the simple promise carries more sincerity than any grand declaration could. He turns to Lin Jingyu once more and addresses her by her title Transcendent Martial Saint. His tone shifts to something more deliberate as he mentions that there is something he would like to trouble her with and a request he needs her help to fulfill. The words hang in the air as the chapter draws to a close. Lu Sheng glances down at the device in his hand, and a faint glow pulses from its surface. He tilts his head and murmurs in quiet surprise and wonders what exactly he is looking at. A holographic display blooms outward from the device and projects an intricate web of coordinates and markers into the air before him. His eyes trace the patterns as the data unfolds in vivid detail. Lan Chen's voice carries through the projection and explains that this is a complete map of every energy crystal deposit remaining on the Asura planet. Beyond those, the map also marks numerous gold-tier resource nodes scattered across the world. Lu Sheng's composure cracks with genuine astonishment. He blurts out in disbelief and asks whether this truly covers all the energy crystals and mines on the entire planet, and his voice climbs higher with each word. Lu Sheng turns to Lin Zhenyu and asks whether he could trouble her to make a few trips to collect all of the energy crystals marked on the map. He addresses her respectfully as Transcendent Martial Saint and assures her not to worry because he has no intention of asking her to do this for free. She may keep a portion of the crystals for herself as compensation. Lin Zhenyu straightens her posture and responds with absolute conviction and promises that she will not let him down. She addresses him as Lord Lu, and the deference in her voice carries the weight of genuine loyalty. Once Lu Sheng is out of earshot, Lin Zhenyu allows her composure to slip. She marvels silently at the sheer volume of energy crystals hidden within the Asura planet, and wonders how Lu Sheng discovered their locations. This is information that even the envoy himself never possessed. She catches herself mid-thought and decides she should not overthink it. Lu Sheng has entrusted her with this task specifically, and that can only mean that he now considers her part of his inner circle. A surge of determination propels her forward as she declares she will set off immediately. Elsewhere, Lan Chen announces that he will be leaving the Asura planet soon. He reflects on the resource map he left behind and the energy crystal locations and secret deposits all handed over as a parting gift before his departure from this world. Lu Sheng stands still, and his expression shifts to something quieter and more tender than the battlefield bravado he wore moments ago. He speaks Dong Xingxiu's name softly, and the single word carries a gentleness that only she ever gets to hear from him. He tells her to go home first and wait for him, and his tone is firm but warm. There is no room for negotiation in the request, and yet no harshness either. Dong Qingxie watches as azure energy begins to build around Lu Sheng's body, and the air ripples with each pulse. She observes quietly that he is growing stronger and stronger, and each passing day widens the gap between him and the rest of the world. A colossal pillar of cerulean energy erupts skyward from where Lu Sheng meditates. Dong Qingxiu stands far in the distance with Lin Shengyu at her side and watches the light consume the horizon as the man she loves pushes further beyond mortal limits. 1,000 miles beneath the blazes. The isolated training ground stretches endlessly in every direction, and its barren expanse is the perfect crucible for the kind of power Lu Sheng intends to forge. Azure flames dance around Lu Sheng as he hovers in deep concentration. After his battle with Lan Chen, his current strength has grown far beyond what it once was, and the difference between then and now is stark. His foundation from level 8 is now firmly established. If he truly manages to ascend to level 9, he senses that his strength will undergo an immense and irreversible transformation, and something fundamentally different from any breakthrough before. Our boy opens his eyes and assesses his next step. His psychic energy and martial body have already integrated completely. What remains is to weave his martial way consciousness into the fusion and create a unique martial way imprint and ultimately manifest his own dharma. Energy detonates from his fist as he thrusts it skyward and sends a shockwave tearing through the atmosphere. Azure light spirals upward in a violent helix that stretches higher than any mountain on the planet. Lu Sheng roars that his true dharma will finally appear, and every fiber of his being pours into the attempt. Torrents of blue energy coil around his half-naked frame. He channels the full breadth of his cultivation and declares that with the 10 ways as his foundation and every other martial path as reinforcement, the conditions for manifestation are complete. The swirling vortex of energy around him intensifies to blinding levels. The vortex erupts in a cataclysmic burst of cerulean light, and the blast is so fierce it reshapes the terrain for miles in every direction and sends debris scattering across the scorched earth. A towering column of azure energy punches through the clouds, and its glow is visible across entire continents. Lightning arcs wildly from its surface, and each bolt is thick enough to carve trenches into the bedrock below. The pillar continues to swell, and cracks split the ground in radiating lines from its base. Bolts of electric blue arc across the darkened sky and transform the night into a strobing display of raw and unbridled force. Miles away, a group working to restore the battlefield freezes in place. One of them stammers in alarm and points out that something is generating a massive concentration of energy in the distance. He asks whether someone is actually attempting to break through to level 9. Kaplan narrows his eyes at the distant light, and the glow reflects off his thick beard. The tension among the group is palpable as they watch the energy column pulse and grow, and none of them dare to approach. One of the men shakes his head in disbelief. He insists that a breakthrough to level 9 should not require this volume of power and energy. When he first ascended, the process barely caused a ripple and just a faint illusionary fluctuation in the water, within 100 meters at most. Kaplan cuts through the debate with a single quiet question. He asks what happens if the person behind that energy surge is exactly who they all suspect it is, and lets the implication hang in the air. Not a single person dares to answer. The silence stretches between them and is heavier than any words could be, and each man arrives at the same conclusion without needing to speak it aloud. One of the men clears his throat and suggests they clean this area up as quickly as possible. He adds bluntly that there are certain matters they simply are not worthy enough to investigate, and this is one of them. The group nods in agreement and returns to their cleanup duties. A low murmur passes among the martial saints about coordinating their remaining work, and every one of them deliberately chooses to look away from the blazing column on the horizon. Lu Sheng's brow furrows deep and his eyes shut tight as sweat traces a line down his temple. Every ounce of his concentration funnels inward and reaches for something that hovers just beyond his grasp. His eyes snap open as a jolt of recognition surges through him. He announces with rising excitement that he can feel something coming and that the manifestation is within reach. A colossal figure materializes behind Lu Sheng and is wreathed in deep purple energy. The Dharma towers over him, and its muscular silhouette crackles with violent arcs of violet lightning as it takes shape against the blackened sky. The Dharma flickers once and vanishes without warning and dissolves into nothing as though it were never there. Lu Sheng exhales sharply and his body goes slack as the energy dissipates around him. Confusion floods his face. He blurts out a stunned demand to know what just happened and then immediately asks himself why he failed. His voice is a mixture of frustration and genuine bewilderment. The young man grits his teeth and clenches both fists at his sides. He declares that he will try it again, and purple energy already reignites around his frame as raw determination overrides the sting of failure. The Dharma manifests and collapses a second time. Lu Sheng stares at the empty air where it vanished, and his voice is strained as he asks what this means and why he keeps failing. Refusing to accept defeat, Lu Sheng throws his head back and roars that he will continue. A guttural scream tears from his throat as he forces every drop of energy in his body outward, and the strain is visible in the veins bulging across his neck and arms. Again and again, Lu Sheng attempts the manifestation, and each try ends in the same abrupt collapse. He keeps pushing without pause, and his body grows more battered and exhausted with every failed cycle. Lu Sheng collapses to his knees in the rain with his breath ragged and his clothes torn. He cries out in anguish and demands to know why he cannot do this, and desperately asks himself where he is going wrong. He forces himself to think logically despite the frustration clawing at his chest. Both his martial way imprint and his martial dharma are created from his martial way consciousness, so the foundation should be sound. He cannot understand why the manifestation keeps failing. Days bleed into one another without pause. Lu Sheng remains locked in meditation and tests theory after theory, and dismantles every assumption and rebuilds his approach from the ground up. He continues this cycle of research and reflection without rest. Rain hammers down on his motionless body as purple energy flickers faintly around his seated form. Under the relentless pressure of deep contemplation, his cognitive processes sharpen beyond what any normal human mind could sustain, and every thread of logic is pursued to its absolute end. He traces the problem methodically. If the same result occurs no matter how many times he tries, then the variable causing failure is not his effort or technique. Something deeper within his foundation itself must be the source, and a flaw hiding in plain sight that he keeps overlooking. A vision flashes through his mind, and ethereal figures bathed in pale light drift across his consciousness. The pieces suddenly click into place, and Lu Sheng's eyes fly open. He exclaims that he finally understands, and the revelation hits him with force. His strongest martial body, forged through the fusion of countless experiences and foundations, possesses a capacity far greater than he accounted for. The vessel he built is deeper and broader than any conventional framework can contain. A luminous formation begins to take shape before him, and two orbs of azure energy rotate in perfect synchrony. The air hums with the resonance of something genuinely new being born. Lu Sheng understands now that his previous attempts failed not because of weakness, but because his dharma was too small for the foundation supporting it. The imprint he kept trying to force into existence could never hold the enormity of what he carries within. He draws an analogy to crystallize the insight. It is the same as trying to serve an ocean on a dinner plate. The plate itself is not broken, but no matter how perfect its craftsmanship, it was never designed to hold that volume. The vessel must match the contents, or the entire structure collapses before it even forms. If he truly wants to advance to level 9 with a foundation this vast, his martial dharma cannot simply mirror conventional patterns. It must be something entirely unprecedented, and a dharma forged to accommodate the impossible depth of his cultivation. The root of every failure becomes clear. His foundation is simply too deep and too broad for a standard manifestation. A martial way imprint crafted through ordinary methods could never survive contact with the sheer magnitude of energy his body generates, and that is precisely why it kept shattering. The guy stands tall once more with azure energy flowing calmly around his frame. The path he walks has already absorbed every martial way he has encountered, and that immense breadth is exactly what makes his case unique. His dharma must reflect that totality, or it will never hold. He concludes that he has not given this fundamental truth the attention it deserves until now. The answer was always embedded in the problem itself, and now that he sees it clearly, the real work of constructing a dharma worthy of his foundation can finally begin. A disembodied voice slithers into his consciousness without warning and whispers for him to come quickly and to enter the dream realm. Lu Sheng's eyes snap wide open and glow an electric blue as his heart hammers violently against his ribs. Something beyond this world is calling him, and every nerve in his body screams that this summons is not a request. In the deep sea far beneath the surface, where sunlight cannot reach, Lu Sheng drifts through the darkness. The water around him pulses with a faint and rhythmic energy that hums against his skin. His gaze sweeps left and right through the murky depths and searches for the source of the strange vibration. Something within this abyss is calling to him, and every instinct in his body pulls him closer to it. Lu Sheng mutters under his breath and asks what that noise is. He wonders aloud whether it is the dream realm reaching out to him and what exactly is summoning him from its depths. He pauses to consider the situation. There is only an aura guiding him and not the usual sensation that has dragged him into the dream realm before. He speculates that this aura itself might be the key enabling his entry and a doorway he has never encountered through this method until now. Lu Sheng weighs his options and decides there is no real danger. The dream realm and he have coexisted for so long that he doubts it would harm him at this point. He resolves to simply go in and take a look for himself. The moment he steps through, a blinding flash engulfs his vision and his body lurches violently. He blurts out a stunned exclamation as the deep sea vanishes and an entirely different reality swallows him whole. Lu Sheng finds himself drifting weightlessly through an infinite cosmic void, with galaxies and nebulae stretching in every direction. He demands to know where he is and where the familiar base of his dream has gone, and what happened to the apocalypse and why he is simply floating in the middle of the universe. A faint glimmer catches his attention in the distance, and it is a small sphere of light hovering against the backdrop of stars. He narrows his eyes and asks himself what that object could possibly be. Lu Sheng drifts closer, and his expression shifts from confusion to cautious curiosity as the sphere grows larger in his field of vision. He realizes it is a miniature planet and a tiny celestial body suspended in the void with its own atmosphere and surface features. The sight of it sitting alone in this endless expanse strikes him as both beautiful and deeply strange. He descends toward the surface, and his feet touch solid ground for the first time since entering this realm. A small creature scurries past his ankles and confirms that life exists in this impossible place. A modest house surrounded by greenery comes into view, and it is nestled peacefully on the miniature world. Our boy stares at it and mutters in disbelief that there really is a building standing here in the middle of a dream realm, floating through the cosmos. He approaches the structure from behind and peers around the corner. He asks quietly whether anyone is here, and his guard is raised despite the tranquil setting. A courtyard opens before him, and it is adorned with blooming trees and stone paths winding through manicured shrubs. Lu Sheng observes that this looks exactly the same as a traditional Chinese garden, and every detail is precise down to the carved archways and wooden railings. His brow creases as something else catches his attention deeper within the garden. A low hum of conversation drifts through the air and draws him further inside. 3 figures sit around a stone table, and their fingers move black and white stones across a go board with practiced ease. An elderly man with weathered features occupies one side, while 2 younger men face him, and all 3 are absorbed in the game. Ice, eel, and Fursiktio Thorbs in the game. Lu Sheng watches from a distance, and his mind races. He wonders who these people are, and whether they are the ones responsible for pulling him into the dream realm in the first place. The elderly man lifts his gaze from the board and addresses Lu Sheng directly and casually tells him to come over and sit down, as though he has been expecting this visitor all along. A jolt of surprise shoots through Lu Sheng's body, and his eyes widen sharply. He is caught completely off guard by the sudden acknowledgement. He glances down and realizes with a start that he is already seated at the table with a ghost stone resting between his fingertips. He stammers and asks when exactly he sat down because he has no memory of moving. The young man steadies himself and studies the 3 figures more carefully. He does not know any of them personally. However, from the auras radiating off their bodies and the natural breathing techniques woven into their very frames, he can identify each one of them. He points to each in turn with quiet confidence. He declares that the first is Yang Yizhou, and the second must be Wang He, and the third can only be Duan Yifeng. He names all three without a shred of hesitation. One of the men lets out a warm chuckle and tells Lu Sheng to relax and calls him lad. He urges Lu Sheng to just sit down and stop being so anxious about everything. The man gestures toward the board and invites Lu Sheng to join them in a game of chess. The offer carries a weight that suggests it is far more than casual entertainment. Lu Sheng sits across the Go board with purple energy flickering faintly around his shoulders. The garden falls silent as his fingers hover over the stones, and the air is thick with an unspoken gravity that even the wind seems to respect. Time stretches and compresses in ways that defy measurement within this realm. The game continues in a stillness so absolute it feels carved from eternity itself. Far from the dream realm, in the infinite expanse of the galaxy, a blue vessel cuts through the void at light speed. Aboard the ship, Lan Chen reviews a holographic display and marvels at the data before him. He confirms that the fist art Lu Sheng demonstrated is genuinely of the fifth realm, and a martial technique principle that already touches upon the laws governing the galaxies themselves. Lan Chen continues his analysis and notes that this single achievement alone would grant Lu Sheng a legitimate chance to enter the higher realms of cultivation. Combined with the transcendent life physique that Lu Sheng also carries, the potential is staggering beyond anything he initially projected. He leans back and wonders aloud what level Lu Sheng's physique has reached. He recalls a previous case in galactic history where an individual managed to challenge opponents far above his rank and defied every known limitation for years on end without faltering. That individual was eventually accepted into the Heavens Academy and discovered to possess a level 9 transcendent life physique, and that explained everything. Lan Chen draws the comparison deliberately and measures Lu Sheng against the only precedent he knows. He shakes his head slowly and acknowledges that Lu Sheng surpasses even that legendary case by a considerable margin. Whether the physique sits at level 9 or something even higher remains unclear, but one thing is certain. As long as Lu Sheng does not squander his potential, level 11 is well within his reach. Lan Chen stares out into the endless starfield beyond his viewport. He wonders whether the galaxy itself truly comprehends what is brewing on that small blue planet. He questions whether any of its ancient traditions and vast knowledge amount to more than a fraction of what Lu Sheng could one day become. He settles into a meditative pose aboard the ship, and a rare calm washes over his features. He murmurs that he has committed to his decision this time and intends to see it through whatever the outcome. A faint smile crosses his lips as he reflects on the absurdity of it all, and that a routine mission to collect resources from a backwater planet could lead him to discover someone like Lu Sheng. He is certain that as time moves forward, the paths laid before Lu Sheng will grow into something the galaxy cannot ignore. A holographic transmission flickers to life in front of him and interrupts his contemplation. A hooded figure materializes in the blue glow and addresses him by name. Zhao Lin greets Lan Chen with barely contained excitement and announces that he has great news to share and urges Lan Chen to guess what he has discovered during his travels. Lan Chen cuts him off with a sharp tone. He tells Zhao Lin they can discuss his findings after he returns because there is something far more urgent to address. He asks directly whether Zhao Lin encountered any pirate spaceships during his journey. Zhao Lin's enthusiasm drains from his face in an instant. He repeats the words pirate spaceships in disbelief and then demands to know whether Lan Chen is seriously telling him that galaxy pirates operate in this region. Lan Chen confirms it without sugarcoating. He explains that the neighboring galaxy has already been stripped of most of its resource planet assets. Lately, the pirates have grown bolder and enslave planetary experts and sell them while gutting entire civilizations for profit. Zhao Lin sees these with fury and curses the galaxy pirates outright. These scavengers always operate scattered and mobile and shred defensive perimeters before anyone can mount a coordinated response. They strip planets bare of every valuable resource and vanish without a trace and leave nothing but devastation behind. The group closing in this time bears the most feared name in the region, and they are the Crimson Star Fighters. Lan Chen delivers his intelligence report with cold precision. He states that the pirate force consists of roughly 12 individuals, and nearly half of whom proved too weak and were eliminated on contact. The remaining fighters have consolidated under their leader and a man known as Crimson Eye, along with his 4 most dangerous followers. He adds that all 5 surviving pirates are individuals operating at formidable levels of strength. Crimson Eye himself stands at the peak of his tier, and that makes the entire squad exceptionally difficult to deal with. Worst of all, their current trajectory suggests they are heading directly toward Jia Lin's position. Jia Lin's brow furrows as he absorbs the information. He repeats slowly that the pirates are heading toward him and the implication has not yet fully registered. Then it hits him. Jia Lin's face twists with alarm as he realizes that this trajectory does not just lead to him, it leads directly to Lu Sheng's planet, and panic floods his voice as the words spill out of his mouth. Within the natural space of the pirate spaceship, a lavish spread of food covers a massive table. Plates of roasted meat and steaming bowls and exotic delicacies are piled high. The contrast between their savage occupation and this opulent feast is as jarring as it is deliberate. The pirate leader reclines at the head of the table with his dark skin glistening and his enormous arms resting on either side of his plate. He announces casually that since the price of regular slaves has dropped, there is no point keeping ordinary civilians alive anymore. The operating cost of feeding them outweighs their value, so the crew should just dispose of them. He turns to the red-haired woman beside him and instructs her to go through the prisoners and pick out anyone with a handsome or attractive face. Those selected should be tested for usefulness and the rest disposed of however she sees fit. The red-haired woman responds with a crisp acknowledgement and accepts her orders without hesitation. She adds that the galactic police in this sector have recently increased their surveillance of the group's activities, and that is a development worth noting. The pirate leader rises from his seat with holographic projections of dozens of planets floating around him. He announces that this operation will be their last mission as a united crew. He instructs everyone to choose one planet to raid for resources, and after which they will disband and return to their respective territories. A massive, pale-skinned pirate jabs his finger at one of the floating spheres and declares bluntly that he wants that one. His choice is made in under a second with zero deliberation. The white-haired pirate steps forward with a leisurely grin and announces that he will take the one next to it. His eyes are already locked onto his target with predatory amusement. He reads the designation aloud. Number 826462, the Azure planet. He savors the name and remarks that it is beautiful and that it matches him perfectly. He claims it for himself with a low and rumbling laugh that echoes through the ship. He is utterly unaware of whose world he has just chosen to invade. On a mysterious traveling planet drifting through the cosmos, the miniature world floats serenely against an ocean of stars. Its surface hums with an energy that predates anything Lu Sheng has ever encountered. Lu Sheng stares down at the Go board and admits bluntly that he has no idea how to play chess, and the honesty in his voice carries not a trace of embarrassment. The auburn-haired elder lets out a hearty laugh and tells Lu Sheng not to worry about it. He assures him that he will figure it out the moment he gives it a try, and his confidence in the young man is absolute. A weathered hand reaches for a black Go stone and sets it on the board with a decisive click. The sound reverberates far beyond what any ordinary stone on wood should produce, as if the universe itself is taking note. Lu Sheng blinks in confusion, and a quiet sound of surprise escapes his lips as the air around the board shifts without warning. The space surrounding them warps and fractures, and reality peels away. Crimson light bleeds through the cracks as the tranquil garden dissolves into something far more vast and terrifying. Lu Sheng finds himself seated at the same board, but the garden is gone. The 4 of them now float within an endless crimson void, with the Go board suspended between them. He stammers that the void has completely transformed around them. Nothing in his experience with the dream realm comes close to this, and the sheer scale of the change leaves his mind scrambling to catch up. His eyes lock onto the board and his jaw drops. He exclaims in disbelief that every chess piece from before has become a burning sun, and each stone now radiates heat and light as a miniature star. A colossal bird of pure fire erupts from the board, and its wings unfurl across the void in a blaze of orange and gold. The creature's silhouette burns so intensely that even looking at it directly stings Lu Sheng's eyes. The firebird soars upward and opens its beak wide and swallows one of the burning suns whole. The act sends a shockwave of heat rolling through the void and warps the space around it. Lu Sheng's voice cracks with astonishment. He demands to know whether that creature just devoured a sun and whether it is truly the legendary divine beast known as the 3-legged crow. The auburn-haired elder nods with an approving smile. He remarks that Lu Sheng's ability to recognize the three-legged crow is impressive, and that this alone proves he is worthy of remaining in this place. Our boy turns back to the board with wide eyes. He asks what kind of chess game these three have been playing because nothing about this resembles any Go match he has ever seen. The auburn-haired elder explains that this game is called Enlightenment Chess. Each piece placed on the board draws power from the Sun domain and channels martial principles that belong to level 15. This is a tier of mastery so far above the mortal world that it borders on myth. Lu Sheng nearly chokes on his own breath. He sputters that the elder just said level 15 and demands to know how someone at level 11 managed to obtain a martial technique operating 4 entire tiers above his own cultivation. The auburn-haired elder chuckles and responds cryptically and implies that some things exist beyond the boundaries of conventional reason. Not everything in the universe follows the neat ladder of progression that cultivators assume it does. Lu Sheng's mind races as the implications crash into him one after another. He grapples with the idea that level 15 martial principles can exist in the hands of someone at level 11, and the staggering question of how deep the rabbit hole truly goes. He pieces together another fragment of understanding. After inheriting the level 11 legacy from these three, his situation is far more complex than simply advancing to level 12 through conventional means. The auburn-haired elder confirms that considering all of their cultivation levels, they did not perish and leave the Azure planet in the traditional sense. Instead, they entered an entirely new world and one that operates by different rules altogether. Lu Sheng draws a comparison to make sense of it. He likens it to his college friends, all assuming he is still studying at the university, when in reality, he is already on the verge of breaking through to an entirely different stage of existence. The dark-haired man steps forward and slams his palm down. Brilliant azure crystals erupt from the ground and spiral skyward and form jagged spires of translucent blue that hum with devastating power. He announces proudly that this is his divine crystal domain. He adds that his domain also operates at the level 15 tier, and that makes it appear to the divine sun domain in rank. The crystalline structures pulse with cold light, and their beauty is matched only by their lethality. The auburn-haired elder scoffs at the comparison. He points out that while both domains sit at level 15, the divine sun domain possesses a ferocity and destructive breath that the crystal domain simply cannot replicate. The dark-haired man bristles and fires back and challenges the elder's claim. He insists that his divine crystal domain has been praised as one of the strongest in the entire galaxy, and his voice climbs with indignation. The auburn-haired elder refuses to back down. He counters that the Tianlen Star Domain Lord himself once praised his divine sun domain and declared that no one across the galaxy could surpass its potential. The dark-haired man's temper snaps. He calls the elder a stubborn old fool and declares that if words cannot settle this, then a fight will. The elder accepts without missing a beat, and neither man is willing to yield an inch. Their domains collide in a spectacular eruption. Blazing solar fire crashes against walls of razor-sharp crystal, and with every exchange, the tiny traveling planet trembles. New formations of crystal and flame spawn across its surface from the residual energy alone. The young man stands between the warring domains with his eyes wide as saucers. He whispers in awe that this is what a battle between two level 15 powers looks like, and a clash between mythological and legendary existences made real. He can only stare at the spectacle unfolding around him and is frozen in place as waves of fire and crystal surge past him on every side. The sheer magnitude of what he is witnessing renders him speechless. Silence falls within Lu Sheng's mind, and every rational thought is drowned out by the overwhelming display of power that no amount of theorizing could have prepared him for. The auburn-haired elder pauses mid-battle and glances toward Lu Sheng. He asks casually whether Lu Sheng intends to make an attempt of his own, and the question is posed as lightly as if he were offering a second cup of tea. Lu Sheng hesitates, and his voice falters. He admits that he does not know where to begin. Even the small epiphany he gained from the fifth realm barely scratches the surface of what these two are doing, and the gap between observation and execution feels impossibly wide. The auburn-haired elder meets his doubt with steady conviction. He tells Lu Sheng that no one is born knowing how to do anything, and that he himself traveled a long road paved with failure before reaching this point. He states firmly that he believes Lu Sheng is the one meant to walk this path. Lu Sheng frowns and asks the fundamental question: what should he even create, and how does he take the very first step toward building something from nothing? He lays out his dilemma with painful clarity. His 10 martial ways may sound all-encompassing, but in truth they are a loose assembly of powerful concepts with no unified core. He possesses everything and nothing at the same time and is unable to extract a single coherent weapon from the chaos. He continues and admits that, against ordinary martial artists, his breadth of knowledge would suffice. But the moment he faces a true expert wielding a refined domain, his scattered foundation will crumble and he will only embarrass himself. The auburn-haired elder shakes his head gently and tells Lu Sheng there is no need to look down on himself. He asks Lu Sheng to think back to the very beginning and to recall what he did when he first stepped onto the path of martial cultivation. Lu Sheng casts his memory backward and answers. In those earliest days he practiced the 24 forms of the body-quenching technique and the most basic foundation of everything that followed. He pauses and a single word escapes his lips as the connection begins to form in his mind. It is fragile but unmistakable. His eyes ignite with sudden clarity and he shouts that he finally understands. The realization strikes him with the force of a breakthrough unto itself. Lu Sheng exclaims that creation always begins with mimicking others. If he has no idea what to build on his own, then the answer is simple. Copy what already exists and learn from the process itself. He does not need to know the destination before taking the first step. Wang He and Duan Yufeng's battle reaches its absolute peak and both combatants are so consumed by their clash that neither pays the slightest attention to Lu Sheng. Seizing the moment, the guy reaches into the raging divine sun domain and plucks a tiny star from its depths while no one is watching. One of the masters catches a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye and turns sharply toward Lu Sheng. A single accusatory word forms on his lips. Lu Sheng throws his hands up in instant denial and insists that he did absolutely nothing and urges the man not to look at him. His expression is a portrait of exaggerated innocence. A sharp huff of disapproval cuts through the air, but the matter drops as the masters resume their contest without pressing further. Lu Sheng cradles the stolen fragment of solar energy in his palm and marvels at its warmth. He murmurs with childlike wonder that so this is how a star is formed, and that the stellar technique resonating through his body has given him the inspiration he needed. He steadies himself and declares that if he wants to bring this knowledge back to reality, he must attempt creation right here and now. Not just imitation, but transformation through repetition, and learning the language of stars by writing them over and over until the process becomes his own. Lu Sheng throws himself into the work with relentless determination. He tries and fails again, and each attempt teaches him something the last one missed. Countless cycles pass within the void, and time stretches into an unmeasured eternity of effort. At long last, a small star flickers to life between his fingers. It is impossibly tiny and barely a spark compared to the colossal suns orbiting Wang He's divine sun domain, but it burns with real light and real heat, and it does not vanish. Lu Sheng holds the miniature star in his open palm, and its glow reflects in his wide eyes. He is overwhelmed with excitement because this is the very first thing he has ever created from nothing, and it is a genuine star no matter how small. He throws his head back and shouts that he has succeeded, and his voice echoes across the void with a raw joy that years of stoic cultivation could never suppress. The auburn-haired elder nods with quiet satisfaction and tells Lu Sheng that he has done well. He points out that Lu Sheng has just taken his first step, and that is all that ever matters. Lu Sheng bows his head and thanks the elder sincerely for enlightening him, and addresses him with the respect of a true disciple. Lu Sheng lifts his gaze and adds with rising confidence that he has finally figured out who the elder truly is. The auburn-haired elder raises an eyebrow, and a curious sound of intrigue escapes his lips. The elder leans forward with an amused half-smile and asks Lu Sheng to share his guess, and is genuinely curious about what conclusion the young man has reached. Lu Sheng speaks with absolute certainty. He explains that the ability to enlighten someone with a single sentence and to possess unfathomable strength while radiating an aura of perfect calm narrows the possibilities to one person and one person alone. Lu Sheng locks eyes with the auburn-haired elder and declares that he must be the domain lord of the Tianlan star domain. The words ring through the void with the weight of a revelation that reshapes everything Lu Sheng thought he knew about this dream realm. The auburn-haired elder lets out a warm laugh and tells Lu Sheng that his guess is only half right. The amusement in his voice suggests the other half holds a secret far more interesting. Lu Sheng mulls it over in silence. Yang Yizhou's nature mirrors the breathing technique of his own creator, and both are mysterious and enigmatic in equal measure. He decides not to dwell on the puzzle and instead focus on extracting every drop of value from this opportunity. He reminds himself that he would be a fool to waste this rare chance. After the grueling process of conjuring his very first star, the path forward feels clearer. The second attempt should come far more naturally now that his hands remember the shape of creation. Lu Sheng wastes no time. He conjures star after star in rapid succession, and each new creation burns brighter and steadier than the last. His control sharpens with every cycle, and the fire and light bend more willingly to his intent as he pushes deeper into the craft. He pauses to reflect on his progress and admits that after growing accustomed to forging stars, a deeper understanding has begun to take root. Stars are unique and mysterious, and also a profoundly strange form of creation that defies easy categorization. Lu Sheng recognizes that while dissecting a real star in the physical world is impossible, this dream realm grants him exactly that freedom. His knowledge of the martial way of the stars expands at a staggering pace, and each new star teaches him something the previous one could not. The martial Dharma model he constructed earlier was embarrassingly rudimentary. Compared to what he now understands about stellar creation, his first attempt might as well have been a child scribbling on a wall. Countless stars bloom from Lu Sheng's palms in an unbroken stream of light. Each one outshines the last until finally a single and perfectly brilliant star blossoms into existence. This creation surpasses everything before it and matches the nuclear stars within Wang Hei's divine sun domain. Ripples of genuine life energy pulse outward from its surface. The star trembles and fractures form across its burning surface, and cracks of blinding white split through the gold. Something alive stirs within the core and presses against its shell with mounting urgency. The shell shatters, and a colossal firebird erupts from the star's remains, and its wings unfurl in a cascade of orange and crimson flame. The creature's body blazes with an intensity that dwarfs everything Lu Sheng has produced until now. The firebird soars higher, and its form expands and evolves with every beat of its wings. Layers of flame peel away and reform into something denser and more refined, as though the creature is rewriting its own existence in real time. Our boy watches in stunned silence as the transformation completes. The star has fully advanced and birthed a living entity from raw energy, and the implications of what he just witnessed send his mind reeling. He stands before his creation with the firebird circling overhead in a lazy orbit of golden flame. The heat radiating from its body warms his skin even at this distance and proves that what he has made is no illusion. Lu Sheng's hair dances in the thermal currents rising from the firebird, and strands of it catch the golden light until he almost appears wreathed in flame himself. His blue eyes gleam with a mixture of pride and disbelief. The auburn-haired elder calls out to Lu Sheng and tells him to look at what he has accomplished. Lu Sheng breaks into laughter, and the sound rings clear and unguarded across the void. The elder asks with a knowing grin whether martial ways are far more interesting than Lu Sheng originally believed them to be. Lu Sheng answers without hesitation and declares that they absolutely are, and the conviction in his voice leaves no room for doubt. A quieter thought follows the excitement. He nearly addressed the elder as his master just now. He has never had someone guide him this way since the day he first stepped onto the path of cultivation. Every breakthrough and every triumph and every failure has been his alone to carry. Now for the first time, someone stands beside him, pointing the way, and the feeling is unlike anything he has experienced before. The auburn-haired elder nods toward the dark-haired man's domain and tells Lu Sheng to try the other one next, and signals that his education is far from over. Violet crystal energy erupts the moment Lu Sheng reaches into the divine crystal domain. Shards of translucent purple spiral around him and refract light into 1,000 shimmering fragments that fill the void with cold and sharp beauty. The dark-haired man grins and tells Lu Sheng to take as much as he needs. He urges him to use it freely for his own inspiration, and the generosity in his offer carries no strings attached. The young man cradles a sphere of condensed crystal energy between his palms, and its violet glow pulses steadily. He studies its structure with the same hunger he brought to the stars, and already maps the differences between solar fire and crystalline cold. A perfectly formed crystal orb materializes in Lu Sheng's grip, and its surface is smooth and flawless. Purple light radiates from its core in slow and rhythmic waves, and proves that he has already begun to internalize the principles of a second domain. Lu Sheng takes a step back and considers the bigger picture. He believes he has finally grasped the relationship between the three masters. Despite their equal mastery, none of them shares the same style, and yet no single one can be called superior to the others. He circles back to the elder's earlier words and recalls that Yang Yizhou told him his guess was only half right. He wonders what the other half could be, and the missing piece nags at the edge of his understanding. He speculates that Yang Yizhou must share an intimate connection with the Tianlan Star Domain Lord, and someone close enough to have been personally elevated to this realm. The other two likely followed through bonds of rivalry and friendship rather than hierarchy. He shakes the thought loose and decides that forcing the answer will not help. The truth is almost within reach, and when the time is right, these three will reveal themselves on their own terms. Until then, patience serves him better than speculation. Azure Blue Planet, the Lion Kingdom. A modest training ground stretches across a grassy hill with the sky overhead clear and warm. The world down here knows nothing of dream realms or galactic wars. A father pushes his young son through another round of training and shouts encouragement. He tells Albert that he can do it and that just one more repetition will bring him a step closer to success. Albert grits his teeth and groans through the effort. Albert launches a strike with everything he has, and a burst of blue energy shoots from his open palm as he screams through the exertion. The force of it surprises even him. He collapses onto the grass moments later and gasps that he is exhausted. His father kneels beside him and lifts him up and gently reminds the boy not to lie flat on the ground immediately after training. Albert's energy returns the moment the topic shifts to results. He tells his father excitedly that the new teaching methods are incredible and far superior to the old ones. He is convinced he will pass the Green Star level exam and even his father's school tests with ease. His father nods in agreement and admits that the improvement is not limited to Albert alone. Even as a fully grown adult, he can feel his own strength increasing significantly from practicing the same techniques. Albert asks whether it is true that these teaching methods originated from the Dragon Kingdom, and curiosity sparkles in his eyes. His father confirms it without hesitation. He explains that this body defense technique was created within the Dragon Kingdom and has since spread far enough to completely replace the older version that everyone used to practice. Albert presses further and asks whether everyone in the Dragon Kingdom already learns the complete technique for free. His father explains that citizens of the Lion Kingdom only receive a partial set because the Dragon Kingdom has established commercial channels to sell the full version as a packaged product. Albert proposes a bold idea. He asks why they do not simply move to the Dragon Kingdom and become citizens there, and that would give them access to the entire body defense technique at no cost. His father's eyes light up at the suggestion. He calls it a good one and acknowledges that the new technique has the potential to become the strongest in the world. He agrees that this path deserves serious consideration. He adds that obtaining a green visa through normal channels would be far too difficult for people like them. But the current moment represents a rare window of opportunity, and they should seize it while the door is still open. His father gazes into the distance and shares his dream with simple honesty. All he wants is to become a strong martial artist, because only the strong possess the power to protect what matters and change the world around them. His words trail off as something catches his attention mid-sentence. Albert tugs at his father's sleeve and points skyward, and his voice rises with alarm. He asks what those objects in the sky are, and his father echoes the question with a sharper edge of concern. Albert's fear gives way to childlike wonder for a fleeting moment. He shouts that they are UFOs and that aliens are real, and that everything the sci-fi movies promised is actually true. He urges his father to look at the vessels descending through the atmosphere. His father's expression hardens instantly. He mutters that the sensation radiating from those ships is wrong, and that whatever is arriving carries hostile intent far beyond anything a peaceful first contact would produce. The sky ignites in a nightmare of fire and light. Beams of searing light rain down from the pirate vessels and tear through buildings and scorch the earth in long and vicious streaks. Explosions blossom across the landscape and reduce everything to rubble in seconds. The pirate warships descend through the burning atmosphere in tight formation with their hulls gleaming with alien alloys. Laser fire continues to pour from their cannons and reduces everything below to ash and rubble without a shred of mercy. Just minutes earlier, aboard the E-31 starship, the pirate fleet had been cruising in formation toward the Asura planet. The vessels cut through the void in a silent convoy of predators closing in on unsuspecting prey. E.G. leans toward his companion with a sly grin and proposes a little game to make things interesting. He asks the larger pirate beside him, whom he calls Fatty, whether he is up for some fun. Fatty raises an eyebrow and asks what E.G. has in mind. E.G. lays out the terms. Whoever harvests the most resources in the shortest amount of time wins 10% of the other's final haul, and it is a winner-take-all wager between the two of them. Fatty rolls the numbers over in his head. The harvest from an entire planet is no trivial sum, and 10% of that figure would amount to a fortune by any measure. The temptation is impossible to ignore. Fatty accepts with a single blunt word. Another pirate chimes in from behind and confirms that he has no objections to the arrangement either, and seals the competition among all parties. E.G. claps his hands together and declares the deal settled. He adds with a cold smile that anyone who disputes the results after the competition is over will answer directly to the boss and leaves no room for sore losers. One of the pirates fires back a warning not to try weaseling out of the bet once the competition ends. E.G. acknowledges it with nothing more than a dismissive smirk. E.G. turns to gaze through his viewport as the azure planet fills the glass. He murmurs that it is a pretty world, and his voice carries a softness that makes the words all the more sinister. He adds that it is a real pity for the citizens of such a low-level civilization, and the mock sympathy drips from every syllable. A vicious grin splits E.G.'s face as he leans forward, and the glow of the azure planet reflects in his dark eyes. He asks whether the people below are ready to receive the almighty descent of Lord E.G. His laughter echoes through the bridge of his warship as the fleet plunges toward the surface. A bustling city street on the azure planet hums with the rhythm of ordinary life. Citizens stroll past one another and are unaware that the sky above them is about to tear itself apart as a blinding column of crimson light crashes down from the heavens. The beam detonates on impact and rips through buildings and pavement alike. The shockwave sends glass and concrete flying outward in a hail of debris that swallows the street in dust and fire. More beams follow in rapid succession, and each strike carves a fresh wound into the city. The ground buckles and splits as panicked voices rise above the roar of destruction and scream at everyone to run. Fires spread from the impact craters in every direction and consume storefronts and vehicles without discrimination. Civilians stumble over rubble and clutch at each other as the once peaceful city transforms into a war zone within seconds. Smoke and flame choke the air as another volley hammers the district. The attacks show no sign of slowing, and each burst arrives before the dust from the last one has time to settle. A man staggers to his feet amid the wreckage with his face streaked with soot. He shouts in bewilderment and asks what is happening and whether something from outside the planet just attacked them. Another figure rallies the survivors and barks urgent orders to assist the civilians in evacuating the area immediately. There is no time for questions when buildings are still collapsing around them. Amid the inferno, a voice cuts through the chaos with chilling clarity. E.G. broadcasts a greeting to the citizens of the Azure planet and introduces himself by name and announces that this is their very first meeting. His tone drips with casual malice. E.G. stands framed by the blaze with his white hair catching the firelight as a broad grin stretches across his dark blue face. The devastation behind him looks almost staged, as though he arranged it for dramatic effect. An armored figure at E.G.'s side addresses the survivors next. He informs them that he will now be delivering a simple announcement, and his voice is amplified across the burning city. The message is brutally direct. Everything the citizens currently possess now belongs to E.G., and from this moment forward, every last one of them is his property and his slaves. One of the survivors freezes as recognition hits. He stammers that the envoy warned them about galactic pirates, and that these invaders are terrorists feared across the entire galaxy. The horror in his voice is unmistakable. The word pirate lands on the crowd with force. A chorus of disbelief erupts from the survivors, and their shock crystallizes into a single and desperate exclamation. In the dream realm, and far removed from the carnage unfolding on his homeworld, Lu Sheng sits in deep contemplation. His brow furrows as he works through a problem only he can see. A low hum of concentration escapes his lips as he extends his hands, and energy gathers between his palms in swirling patterns of violet and azure. A sphere of crystalline energy materializes, and its interior is alive with coiling strands of light. Then something extraordinary happens, and the sphere cracks open, and a dragon made entirely of crystal unfurls from within. Its translucent scales shimmer with cold blue fire. Lu Sheng stares at his creation in disbelief. He marvels that it is a genuine crystal dragon, and that his craft has evolved to the point where living forms can emerge from raw energy. This game of creation has become something far more profound than he ever imagined. The auburn-haired elder watches with quiet approval and remarks with a chuckle that what Lu Sheng just accomplished also counts as a legitimate form of cultivation and bridges the gap between art and martial mastery. Our boy pauses to assess his growth. He can distinctly feel that his understanding of where his martial way is heading has deepened dramatically and reached heights he could not have envisioned even days ago. The auburn-haired elder acknowledges Lu Sheng's progress, but cautions that the gap between his current level and the deeper truths of creation remains vast. The layers beyond what Lu Sheng can currently perceive run far deeper than he realizes. Still, the elder concedes that Lu Sheng has already managed to manifest a rudimentary domain of his own through sheer practice. He calls it the creation game, and a foundation that will serve Lu Sheng well when the time comes to wield it in earnest. Lu Sheng winces suddenly, and a sharp jolt of pain lances through his body. He groans that something hurts, and the sensation arrives without warning and cuts through his focus. The auburn-haired elder's expression shifts instantly. He senses the energy radiating from Lu Sheng and falls silent, and his eyes narrow as recognition flickers across his features. Without hesitation, the auburn-haired elder hurls a command toward the dark-haired man and calls him Old Duan and tells him to catch what is coming. A colossal sphere of blazing solar energy launches from his hands, and its surface ripples with the fury of a newborn star. Lu Sheng watches in awe as the elder channels part of the three-legged crow's power to forge an enormous red planet in midair. He wonders what this creation would evolve into at higher levels, and whether a tiny planet could become a neutron star or even a black hole. The dark-haired man recognizes the technique instantly. He mutters that the elder is using that particular move, and his tone shifts from casual to deadly serious. Duan Yifeng squares his shoulders and declares that he will meet the attack head-on. Violet crystal energy erupts around his body as he prepares to clash directly with the incoming solar projectile. The two domains collide with cataclysmic force. A swirling vortex of deep purple crystal smashes into the blazing orange sun, and the point of contact erupts in a blinding flash that warps the very fabric of the dream realm around it. The resulting explosion sends pillars of combined fire and crystal spiraling outward, and each tendril carries enough destructive force to reshape the miniature planet's surface. The young man stands at the edge of the maelstrom, and his eyes drink in every detail of the exchange. The two masters channel their cosmic forces into perfect balance, and the result is something devastatingly beautiful. He whispers in awe that this is how two divine domains of enlightenment truly interact. Waves of inspiration crash through his mind faster than he can process them, and each one sparks new ideas and connections. Energy from both domains washes over Lu Sheng's body and seeps into his pores and ignites something dormant within his own cultivation. He absorbs it all without resistance, and every fiber of his being resonates with the spectacle. Lu Sheng sinks deeper into a trance, and the battle before him consumes his entire awareness. All frustration and scattered energy condense into a single point of laser focus, trained on the two divine domains clashing in front of him. His hands move on instinct and conjure crystals and stars in an unbroken stream. Each creation emerges faster and more refined than the last, and the repetition carves pathways so deep that the process becomes second nature. Without realizing it, Lu Sheng's creations drift toward the clash between the two domains. His crystals and stars orbit the battlefield in ever-tightening spirals until they merge with the existing forces and form within the Enlightenment chess space what can only be described as a third divine domain. The auburn-haired elder turns toward Lu Sheng and freezes. No words leave his lips, and the silence stretches long and heavy as he stares at the impossible sight taking shape around the young man. The elder's eyes trace the contours of Lu Sheng's emerging domain, and it is a hybrid of stellar fire and crystalline structure orbiting its creator in a slow and deliberate dance. Something unprecedented is being born inside this dream realm, and even a master of his caliber has no name for it. Back on the Azure planet, the pirate assault continues without mercy. Citizens flood through the ruined streets in a desperate stampede, and their screams are swallowed by the roar of explosions detonating behind them. A child wails for his mother amid the wreckage, and his small voice is nearly lost in the thunder of another laser strike carving a trench through the district. The devastation shows no sign of ending. A figure descends from the sky and lands between the civilians and the next incoming barrage. The crowd erupts with hope as they recognize the silver-crowned Martial Saint Lord Kaplan. Relief surges through the survivors. They declare that with Kaplan here there is still a chance, and that his strength as a martial saint will surely be enough to shield the Azure planet from these invaders. Kaplan surveys the damage with grim focus. He observes that the technology powering these attacks is incredibly potent and capable of leveling structures that would normally withstand tremendous force. He notes with some relief that the pirates themselves have not dared to show their faces yet. He reasons that if the enemy relies solely on their spaceship to attack from above, then the person controlling it from within cannot be overwhelmingly powerful on their own. The ship is the weapon and not the pilot. Kaplan rallies his forces without wasting another breath. He orders everyone to watch for the beams and dodge them at all costs, and coordinate an assault on the spaceship itself. Destroying the vessel and the pilot inside is the only path to ending this. His subordinates snap to attention and acknowledge the order without hesitation and fall into formation behind their leader. Kaplan raises his hand and summons his technique and calls forth the silver-crowned star. A torrent of purple energy spirals upward from his body and coils into a massive projectile aimed squarely at the hovering pirate vessel. The onlookers cheer as they recognize Kaplan's signature technique. They shout that this is his ultimate move, and that with it deployed the tide of battle will finally turn in their favor. The silver-crowned star slams into the pirate spaceship's barrier with earth-shaking force. Energy cascades outward from the point of impact in brilliant waves of violet and white light. Kaplan's eyes go wide aboard the vessel, and a stunned exclamation tears from his throat. The sheer force of the strike rattles the entire ship despite the barrier holding firm. The barrier absorbs the blow without cracking. Kaplan grits his teeth and is unable to comprehend how a single protective shield can outstrip the full force of his strongest technique. The gap between their technology and his martial strength is staggering. Kaplan clenches his sword and asks himself what he should do now. The weight of an entire planet presses down on his shoulders as his best attack proves insufficient. E.G.'s mocking laughter rings through the communication channel. He taunts Kaplan and points out that the martial saint could not even breach the protective barrier, let alone threaten anyone inside. Kaplan continues his provocation and sneers that people from lower-tier civilizations only know how to hide behind primitive defenses. He asks whether all Kaplan can do is cower while the spaceship's shields do the real work. E.G. seizes the opening and flips the provocation back. He asks coolly whether E.G. is trying to goad him into stepping outside, and then adds a pointed question about whether the pirate is too afraid to face him directly. Kaplan's mind races behind his calm exterior. If he can successfully lure E.G. out of the ship and onto open ground where targets are easier to isolate, the advantage shifts entirely. Everything depends on turning this provocation into a trap. Kaplan takes the bait with a dismissive shrug and declares that if Kaplan wants a face-to-face confrontation, then so be it. He steps out of the vessel's protective barrier without a shred of caution. E.G.'s eyes flash with triumph. He mutters that the gambit worked and that he has drawn the pirate out into the open where martial strength matters more than alien technology. Kaplan unleashes everything he has. His Dharma body ignites behind him, and it is a towering colossus of blazing energy that stretches skyward. The figure climbs past 1,000 meters, and then 2,000, and then 3, and its growth shows no sign of stopping. Iji's arrogance shatters in an instant. He stammers in disbelief and his voice cracks as he reads the measurement aloud. 8,000 meters. The Dharma body looming over him dwarfs every structure on the horizon. A titanic figure of pure fire stands behind Kaplan and its horned silhouette blots out the sky. Iji's face drains of all color as he realizes that Kaplan's personal strength exceeds the offensive output of the entire pirate spaceship. He curses and screams that they are all dead now, and his bravado is reduced to ash in the shadow of the silver-crowned Martial Saint's true power. Manbolin's face drains of all color. His lips part and tremble, and he chokes out a single half-formed word before shock swallows the rest of his sentence entirely. A colossal pillar of scarlet and gold fire erupts from Iji's altar, and its heat warps the air into violent ripples that stretch across the horizon. Manbolin shouts at the blazing monstrosity and is desperate to know what it intends to do now. Manbolin lets out a guttural scream as the inferno crashes over him and his body buckles under the sheer weight of the altar's devastating eruption. Iji's altar towers overhead and radiates blinding golden light that scorches the sky itself. Its voice thunders across the land and sneers that anyone who dares challenge it is nothing more than a fool overestimating his own pitiful strength. The altar's demands sharpen into a command. It orders every single martial artist at level 8 and above on the planet to kneel and pay their respects without exception. It continues and insists on every last drop of resources this planet has to offer. If it is not satisfied with what they surrender, the consequences will exceed their worst nightmares. Manbolin is caught in the altar's grip and crimson fire coils around his limbs, and he groans through gritted teeth as the searing pressure crushes inward from every direction. Manbolin's scream rips through the scorched air, and it is raw and desperate. His body convulses inside the inferno, and every nerve is ablaze under the altar's relentless assault. Iji's altar throws its head back and roars with mad laughter. It declares that every last one of them, along with this worthless planet, will end up exactly the same as this smoldering wreck. Manbolin perishes in the blink of an eye. A surviving onlooker staggers backward and chokes out that they are finished and that this creature wields fire at its most catastrophic. Deep within the dream realm, the world takes on an entirely different shape. Stars and swirling nebulae stretch in every direction across the boundless dream realm. One of Lu Sheng's masters observes the distant energy signatures and remarks that the remaining 4-level divine domains have already collapsed inward. Another of his masters furrows his brow and notes that the divine domains have been completely annihilated. He wonders aloud whether this truly marks the end of everything. The third master stands on solid ground amid the cosmic expanse and turns toward Lu Sheng. He states flatly that they have demonstrated enough and that it is now Lu Sheng's turn to act. Lu Sheng blinks and is caught entirely off guard. He asks in disbelief whether all of this was done solely for his sake. Our boy raises both hands, and each cradles a blazing sphere of opposing energy. One pulses with searing gold and the other with deep and volatile crimson. He asks why there must be constant warfare and conflict between these forces, and wonders whether they can coexist. One of his masters fires back without hesitation. He calls Lu Sheng's way of thinking unrealistic and labels it a truly foolish and tyrannical and self-centered idea that ignores the fundamental nature of opposing forces. A second master nods vigorously and echoes the criticism and agrees that Lu Sheng's approach is deeply flawed from its very foundation. Lu Sheng pauses and his expression settles into something between contemplation and quiet resolve as he concedes that they are right. His eyes snap wide open and blaze with a piercing sapphire light that cuts through the darkness. A grin tugs at his lips as he declares that he should add a third type of power to the equation. The young man tilts his head and the gears turn behind his calm exterior. He muses aloud about finding a gentle force and one that can reconcile these two warring energies and guide them into mutual balance. One of his masters considers this for a moment and suggests that perhaps nothing in existence is more suitable for that role than water itself. Azure energy swirls between Lu Sheng's palms and condenses into a brilliant sphere of deep blue radiance. The power spirals outward, and it is vast and cool, and carries the unmistakable essence of an entire ocean. Lu Sheng condenses a blue divine domain brimming with endless oceans and scattered islands floating within its luminous boundaries. The water stretches in every direction and is alive and breathing. From the depths of the newly formed domain, a colossal turtle crawls forward with its shell dark as obsidian and pulsing with teal light. A low rumble escapes its massive throat. One of the masters exclaims in astonishment that this is the Black Warrior, and the very first one ever produced in the entire starfield. The golden crow and the dragon are both far older and vastly more dominant, and they outweigh the Black Warrior in sheer presence. The delicate balance among the three remains fragile and held together by the thinnest of threads. The golden crow and the dragon circle with aggressive energy, and their combined age and power dwarf the newcomer. Control between the three proves impossible, and the older beasts refuse to yield any ground to the younger Black Warrior. One of Liu Sheng's masters shakes his head and warns that Liu Sheng is merely forcing their attention toward one another without achieving true harmony. It will not take long before the beasts revert to another savage round of fighting. As if to prove the warning right, a torrent of blazing orange fire erupts between the creatures. The shockwave tears across the dream realm with a deafening roar that shakes the stars themselves and sends ripples crashing through the void. An entirely new force enters the battlefield, and its presence ripples outward with startling clarity. A fourth type of energy cuts through the chaos and alters the dynamic between the warring beasts in an instant. One of the masters jolts in surprise. He blurts out that there is still a fourth type of power, and his voice is sharp with disbelief. Liu Sheng lifts a swirling emerald sphere between his fingers, and its energy hums with the dual essence of wind and earth. He announces that in the sky it is wind and on the ground it is earth, and names this creation the Wind Forest Star. A magnificent white tiger materializes from the green domain with its fur rippling with silver light and its fangs gleaming. One of the masters lets out a sharp laugh and exclaims that it is the white tiger, and unmistakably the white tiger itself. With the white tiger's arrival, the atmosphere between the golden crow and the Black Warrior shifts toward genuine equilibrium. The addition of a fourth beast forces a new dynamic, and the energies intertwine rather than clash. Yet the three lesser beasts bond together of their own accord and gravitate toward each other and leave one creature behind. The crystal dragon drifts alone through the cosmic void, and its luminous scales flicker with something that resembles loneliness. The crystal dragon appears isolated and forlorn, with its serpentine body coiling in solitude while the others orbit one another in their newfound harmony. Even a divine beast, it seems, can feel the sting of being left out. The guy turns his gaze toward the solitary crystal dragon and assures it that he has not forgotten about it. He promises that he will find it a partner too, and his tone carries quiet warmth. An earthen planet materializes in Liu Sheng's palm, and its surface is rough with jagged mountains and glowing amber fissures. The raw power of the earth element pulses through every crack and ridge. Liu Sheng declares that the answer is the Qilin and the Earth Qilin. Golden flames erupt from the earthen sphere, and from within a majestic beast takes shape with antlers crowned in molten gold and a body rippling with terrestrial force. Just as Liu Sheng expects, the crystal dragon senses the Earth Qilin's presence and coils toward it without hesitation. The dragon circles the Qilin willingly, and its isolation dissolves as the two beasts orbit one another in natural resonance. The Earth Qilin falls in step with the golden crow effortlessly, as though their bond transcends mere proximity. The five beasts now revolve in a connected cycle, and each one anchors a vital piece of the system. Liu Sheng raises his hand, and five elemental crests hover before him, and each radiates its own distinct hue and aura. He grins and announces that a perfect cycle has been produced at last. The star field enters a state of total harmony. The five forces balance and promote one another while simultaneously purging and competing, and their friction generates a self-sustaining engine of growth that feeds upon its own momentum. One of his masters crosses his arms and challenges the achievement head-on. He points out that sheer strength has its limits and asks how a single person can possibly cultivate five entirely different level systems at the same time. Another master echoes the skepticism and adds that maintaining even a single system demands extraordinary discipline. He remarks that doing all five is not just difficult, but borders on the genuinely absurd. Liu Sheng waves them off with a lazy grin and murmurs a carefree agreement and draws out the words as though none of it concerns him. The silence that follows carries far more weight than any rebuttal ever could. Lu Sheng extends his hand toward the swirling constellation of energies he has forged. A verdant orb wreathed in pale blue light forms at his fingertips and pulses once before he closes his fist around it. Cosmic energy spirals around his body in ribbons of light, and each strand carries fragments of the five elements. He stands at the eye of this celestial storm, and he is a solitary architect about to demolish his own cathedral. One of his masters recoils in shock and demands to know whether Lu Sheng has just destroyed everything he painstakingly created. The other murmurs that what he is doing is equivalent to an artist smashing his own masterpieces into dust. Lu Sheng stands in the aftermath, and the remnants of his five-element creation dissolve into stardust around him. His masters stare at him, and their faces are frozen between disbelief and something dangerously close to awe. The golden-bearded master's composure shatters. His eyes glisten as he stumbles over his words and barely manages to express that if this is what he thinks it is, then it is truly wonderful beyond anything he dared to hope. Lu Sheng turns to face the golden-bearded master directly and asks with quiet sincerity whether this is considered a correct answer. The golden-bearded master steadies himself and warmth floods his weathered face. He nods and tells Lu Sheng that he is heading in the right direction and that this is a worthy goal for him to pursue. One of the other masters steps forward and questions the meaning behind Lu Sheng's actions and presses him on whether he has simply given up after destroying his creations. Lu Sheng responds calmly that there is no need for them to ask because this answer belongs only to them, and knowing it will leave them feeling nothing but discontent. The master repeats the word and is bewildered and asks what Lu Sheng means by discontent. His companion's jaw drops and he mutters under his breath that this kid cannot possibly be serious about what he implies. Lu Sheng stands tall beneath the starlit canopy of the dream realm with a dark cloak draped over his shoulders and a quiet and knowing smile resting on his lips. He has gained an immense amount from this experience. Without any exaggeration, from this moment forward, both his fate and his martial arts have undergone earth-shattering change. The confirmation he sought from his master at the end matters more than everything else combined. Lu Sheng's eyes gleam with iron resolve as the dream realm shimmers behind him. He declares that this is a goal neither Wang He nor Duan Yufeng ever pursued, and a summit no one before him has dared to seek. His ambition crystallizes into one resounding declaration: he will work toward level 16. Lu Sheng turns to the golden-bearded master with quiet reverence and asks what his Tao is. He explains that he has already witnessed the Taos of both Wang He and Duan Yifeng. The only one he has yet to see belongs to Yang Xishen. The golden-bearded master throws his head back and roars with laughter, and the sound reverberates through the dream realm and shakes the distant stars. Emerald energy erupts from the master's body and carves luminous trails through the cosmic void. Green light spirals outward in dazzling arcs and bends the very fabric of the dream realm around its radiance. The auburn-haired master recoils and his eyes go wide with shock. He stammers that what he sees surpasses anything he could have anticipated. The golden-bearded master lifts one hand and sweeps it across the infinite expanse before them. His gesture is slow and deliberate, as if unveiling a canvas painted across eternity. He declares that everything Lu Sheng has ever seen within this realm traces back to a single origin. His voice carries the weight of absolute certainty as he finishes his revelation. All of it has been from his Tao. One of the masters stands frozen in stunned silence and thinks to himself that the entire grand universe and creation from moments ago all sprang from this one man's Tao. The golden-bearded master's tone shifts, and he tells Lu Sheng that after this game of checkers, there are some matters he needs to share. Lu Sheng nods and tells the group to move and leads them forward through the star-scattered void without looking back. The four figures walk side by side across the cosmic landscape, and their silhouettes cut sharp lines against the pale glow of swirling galaxies and dying nebulae. The golden-bearded master strides ahead into darker territory with azure energy crackling along his form as the dream realm opens into something far more desolate. Dozens of blackened planets drift through the void around them, and their surfaces are cracked and barren. The golden-bearded master surveys this graveyard of dead worlds with blue light pulsing gently from his hand. Lu Sheng's voice breaks the heavy silence. He wonders aloud why so many black planets litter this region of the void. His curiosity sharpens into a direct question as he asks the golden-bearded master what those planets are. The golden-bearded master's expression darkens. He answers slowly that these planets originate from their universe. He explains that these worlds have already perished from calamities, and that Lu Sheng's universe is currently going through the same catastrophe. Lu Sheng presses further and asks whether the calamity beasts from the other world are truly so fearsome that even someone as powerful as his master cannot fight them. The golden-bearded master responds that the invasion of monsters is far less simple than Lu Sheng imagines. The world from which they originate is no ordinary place. He gestures toward the dead planets drifting in the void with azure energy flickering around his wrist as he traces the trail of destruction from one shattered world to the next. He reveals that the dark side of their universe acts as a reservoir of all evil and a place where negative energy from every corner converges. The monsters Lu Sheng has encountered are merely a surface manifestation of that concentrated malice. He adds that a single universe now bears the accumulated negative energy of countless others, and that makes the calamity truly unstoppable. The critical detail he warns is that once this body of negative energy appears within a universe, it proves something far worse. His voice drops low as he states that the universe Lu Sheng inhabits is not far from total annihilation. Lu Sheng's composure cracks, and he demands to know why, with raw desperation cutting through his words. The golden-bearded master tells Lu Sheng to look, and his tone is flat and instructional. He holds out a small planet in his palm, and it is a fragile sphere with a tiny creature crawling across its surface. The world appears whole for a moment, and is suspended in the soft glow of the master's hand. The planet's surface darkens before their eyes. Cracks spread across its shell, and the creature atop it withers into something brittle and lifeless. Lu Sheng watches the decay unfold and observes that once something is infected, the process becomes irreversible. It rots from the inside, and the spread can only be slowed by cutting away the damaged portion entirely. He asks the golden-bearded master whether his understanding is correct. The golden-bearded master nods once and confirms that Lu Sheng's assessment is indeed accurate. Our boy's voice wavers as the weight of the revelation settles over him. He asks what the point of resistance is if even other level 16 experts prove unable to halt the catastrophe. Lu Sheng stares into the void, and his shoulders are heavy under an invisible burden. He murmurs that everything has already set into motion and that the ending of this world's fate is already sealed, and wonders aloud what he can possibly do against it. Dejection settles over Lu Sheng. He has never harbored blind arrogance, nor has he ever overestimated himself. The three figures standing before him wield power exponentially beyond his own, and yet he has always yearned to stand at their level. The question hangs in the air. If even these three cannot stop the calamity, how can Lu Sheng hope to succeed alone? Lu Sheng admits with quiet honesty that he is merely a normal person. When he first learns his world faces destruction years in the future, he can still muster the will to persevere and fight, but the annihilation of an entire universe is a burden too vast for any single pair of shoulders. He confesses that he has only just discovered levels 15 and 16, and each is so blindingly powerful and magnificent. And now, to make matters worse, his masters tell him that at the end of all this struggle, a dead end awaits where everything becomes nothing. The golden-bearded master fixes Lu Sheng with a steady gaze and asks whether he is afraid. Lu Sheng hesitates before admitting that he does not know, and that the threat feels too vague and too distant to pin down with a single emotion. The golden-bearded master reminds him that Lu Sheng once thought of a way out of a desperate situation and a plan born from sheer refusal to accept the hand fate dealt him. He presses further and asks who it is that calls Lu Sheng a fire seed capable of overcoming the tides. If that conviction once burns inside him, why does fear grip him now? Lu Sheng blinks and the words strike him hard. He repeats the phrase aloud and asks what the master means by a fire seed. Flames erupt around the golden-bearded master's form, and a torrent of realization crashes over Lu Sheng. Everything leading to this moment is deliberate. The hints and the preparations and the so-called lies are all foreshadowing. In truth, none of it is a deception, and this is the genuine future of the universe laid bare. The golden-bearded master reminds Lu Sheng that he once carries an unshakable conviction even as a mere ordinary youngster who barely manages to train in martial arts. The current Lu Sheng stands 100 times stronger than that boy, and in the face of the same darkness he now possesses incomparably greater power. He leans forward and tells Lu Sheng not to forget that he still has their full support behind him. Lu Sheng's jaw tightens as he snaps at himself and demands to know why he freezes now despite being so much stronger. Back then, he faces impossible odds as a mere nobody and never flinches, so there is no excuse. He asks bitterly whether his courage has truly shrunk as his skills have grown. A savage grin splits across his face. He roars that he refuses to stand paralyzed any longer. At worst, the universe is annihilated and they all go down swinging together. The shift in Lu Sheng's resolve ripples through the cosmic air of the dream realm, and it is tangible as a shockwave. Something fundamental has reignited behind his eyes, and it is fierce and unyielding. The golden-bearded master regards Lu Sheng with a knowing look and asks whether he has finally sorted himself out and regained his confidence. The young man lets out a short laugh and admits that confidence might be a stretch. He simply believes that with everything his masters have given him, he should at least manage a few steps further than they ever reach. His voice steadies into something harder and more resolute. He declares that he intends to see for himself whether there truly is no way to stop this calamity. The golden-bearded master erupts into booming laughter, and it is pure and unrestrained. He repeats that this is great and savors the word as though it contains all the validation he has ever needed to hear. The laughter softens into something deeper. He reveals that throughout his lifetime he serves as the master of a domain and nurtures billions upon billions of disciples. The achievement that once brings him the greatest pride is them. He meets Lu Sheng's gaze directly and declares that now it ought to be Lu Sheng who carries that torch forward. Lu Sheng's eyes light up and a rare vulnerability crosses his face. He asks whether the golden-bearded master is truly acknowledging him. The golden-bearded master nods and tells Lu Sheng that since he has the intention to keep walking forward and to push himself a few more steps beyond what anyone else achieves, his voice swells with unwavering conviction as he promises that he will naturally give Lu Sheng his full and absolute support. The auburn-haired master steps forward and blazing golden fire erupts from every inch of his body. He announces that his Tao is the stellar Tao, and that he now gives it to Lu Sheng in its entirety without reservation. A torrent of molten gold energy surges from the auburn-haired master into Lu Sheng, and the sheer intensity paints the dream realm in searing amber light that drowns out every star across the horizon. Lu Sheng throws his head back and screams as the stellar Tao's fire floods every fiber of his being and tears through him with a force that threatens to incinerate his very consciousness. Through the agony, Lu Sheng's mind races. This fire is inexhaustible and entirely unlike anything he has ever studied on his own. His senior pours all 15 levels of martial arts enlightenment into him without holding a single fragment back. The blue-haired master watches the transmission and resolves that he cannot fall behind. He declares that since his junior brother already gives everything he has, then as the senior brother, he must match that sacrifice. He announces that his Tao is the divine crystal Tao and passes it to Lu Sheng without hesitation. A cascade of crystalline blue energy erupts from the blue-haired master and collides with the golden fire already raging inside Lu Sheng. The two Taos intertwine in a violent storm of light that engulfs the entire dream realm. The guy gasps through the overwhelming torrent. He cries out in awe that these represent the ultimate peak and the divine glow, and two complete level 15 Taos bestowed upon him at once, and calls it a fortune beyond imagination. The golden-bearded master observes the spectacle with calm eyes. He remarks that as for his own Tao, its nature is too vast for a simple transfer. Instead, as their master, he intends to offer something far grander. Energy concentrates around the golden-bearded master's body with terrifying density, and every particle of the dream realm bends toward him as though drawn by an irresistible gravitational pull. The golden-bearded master extends his hand, and the cosmos itself bends to his will. He declares with quiet finality that he will give Lu Sheng a universe. Lu Sheng freezes in place, and every thought in his mind grinds to an abrupt halt, and he whispers a single stunned question. He is unable to process the sheer magnitude of the gift. The golden-bearded master smiles, and warmth and sorrow are woven into the same weathered expression. He offers his final blessing and says, "May Lu Sheng attain everything he wishes for." Lu Sheng stands wreathed in crackling blue energy, and the power of three Taos is fused into every fiber of his being. He murmurs that this force is fully integrated within his body and pulses as naturally as his own heartbeat. A flicker of confusion crosses his face as the dream realm around him shifts and begins to dissolve at its edges. Lu Sheng calls out to his master and senior brothers, and his voice echoes across the fading cosmic void with unmistakable urgency. One of the masters tells Lu Sheng that from now on he must rely on himself. Another voice drifts through the dissolving dream and asks whether they can meet again and urges him to visit while it is still possible. Lu Sheng's voice drops to barely a whisper as he calls out to his master one final time. The dream realm shatters around him as energy crashes into Lu Sheng, and the full weight of 3 transmitted Daos slams through his body with force enough to crack the sky. Lu Sheng steadies himself and murmurs that he can feel it. The ocean of the Tao fills his entire body and is vast and limitless, and presses against every boundary he has ever known. A never-ending stream of information and enlightenment floods his consciousness. 2 complete level 15 Daos and 1 level 16 Dao, and countless insights across various levels merge into a single overwhelming torrent of knowledge. Martial arts and time intertwine in ways no one has ever witnessed. A total reform unfolds within Lu Sheng, and one that surpasses everything the history of martial arts has ever produced. Lu Sheng's eyes snap open with renewed clarity. He declares that he finally possesses the ability to try and create a perfect Tao, and one that belongs entirely to him and no one else. He settles into deep meditation with legs crossed in the void as the 3 Taos orbit his consciousness. His strength has already improved by leaps and bounds, and especially his martial arts. Once he finishes absorbing the full depth of this inheritance, the results will be staggering. Crimson and azure energy ripple outward from his seated form in concentric waves. He declares with quiet conviction that when the time comes, he will break through successfully. Far from the cosmic reaches of the dream realm, the Lu family home stands under an ordinary sky, and its walls hold a world that knows nothing of what Lu Sheng has endured. Inside the living room, a television screen blazes with footage of raging fire and crumbling structures. The broadcast delivers news that shakes the foundations of everyday life. Lu Sheng's mother stares at the screen with mounting dread. She murmurs that more aliens from higher civilizations keep appearing, and that even a small place like theirs is truly about to be thrown into chaos. Lu Sheng's father leans back and suggests that the footage could be fake, and notes that it looks the same as something straight out of a movie. Lu Sheng's sister shakes her head and points out that the first news station would never play such a tasteless joke on its viewers. A young woman with light pink hair watches the unfolding disaster on her screen and reports that heroes have been surrounded and that personnel in Era country face imminent peril, with the alert level climbing rapidly. A martial artist launches forward with a fierce battle cry and fists ablaze with energy and hurls everything into a desperate counterattack against the invader. The effort proves utterly futile as EG's altar unleashes a devastating wall of fire that swallows the fighter whole. A scream rips through the air as the flames reduce everything to cinders. EG's altar snarls that not a single one of them is allowed to leave, and its voice is thick with contempt as crimson flames spiral outward in every direction. Onlookers stagger backward in horror and mutter that these invaders are truly unstoppable and that their combat power is entirely off the charts. Lu Sheng's mother looks up with wide and frightened eyes and asks whether doomsday has truly arrived. Lu Sheng's father waves off the concern with a forced grin. He insists that the danger is still far away, and that even if it comes closer, the country's strongest fighters will block it for ordinary citizens. There is nothing to worry about. Lu Sheng's mother wrings her hands and confesses that she is worried about little Sheng. He is out there somewhere in the wild, and the thought of him running into those aliens alone terrifies her. Lu Sheng's father cuts her off and tells her to stop inventing worst-case scenarios. He asserts that they must believe in the country and not further burden Lu Sheng with their anxiety. He announces that he is heading out to buy supplies and stock the basement, and is determined to be a responsible husband while he can. Lu Sheng's family calls after him and insists that they will go together with him rather than stay behind. At a certain conference hall in Dragon Country, the air hangs heavy with tension. Military officers and martial leaders fill the room, and their faces are carved from stone as they await the next arrival. An attendant announces that the transcendent martial most may enter. Lin Zhengyu strides through the doors with her hooded cloak drawn low over her distinctive green hair. A voice greets her and notes that she has arrived and asks about the current situation. The report arrives swift and merciless. Era Country has confirmed that their level 9 Martial Master has fallen in battle, and over 50 level 8 Great Masters have also been captured by the alien invader. The losses continue to mount as the briefing presses forward, and each number is heavier than the last, and each silence between them longer. The full toll is laid bare. Azure Planet has already lost 5 level 9 Martial Saints, with the death count excluding the disappeared, and even a peak level 9 among the casualties. One of the officers raises a troubling question and points out that the alien invader captures king-level martial artists with alarming efficiency. He asks whether it possesses extraordinarily advanced detection instruments. Another voice calls for unity and insists that everyone present has felt the tremors of unease in recent times. Since they are all in the same boat, banding together is the only path forward. A participant observes that the alien invader operates at level 9 and places it on the same tier as the envoy. Another attendee interjects with personal desperation and pleads to know where his wife is and begs to be near her. Lin Zhengyue addresses the room. She reveals that Lu Sheng is currently in isolated cultivation and progressing toward a breakthrough. No one can contact him, and he remains entirely unaware of the chaos unfolding across the planet. One of the attendees suggests they request the envoy's assistance. He believes she possesses a communication crystal capable of quickly relaying the message to reach her. Dong Qingxiu steps forward in her blue military uniform and reports that she has already sent communications requesting help. The envoy requires time to arrive, and they will be contacted once everything is confirmed. A voice notes that, with the envoy's aid, they may stand a chance. But the lingering question remains, and that is, when she will be able to come back out from wherever she is. Dong Qingxiu hesitates, and the weight of uncertainty presses down on her response before she can form the words. Someone warns that disturbing a person in isolated cultivation during a critical breakthrough risks killing them outright, and especially in circumstances this volatile. The consensus settles into grim resolve. They will wait during this period and lie low and let the alien circle overhead until Lu Sheng emerges on his own. The room falls quiet as the gravity of their helplessness sinks in. One of the officers sighs and admits that this is all they can do for now. Far above the planet, a streak of light cuts through the void of space. The guide hurtles toward Azure Planet, and his dark armored form trails a comet of violet energy. The guide declares that he is not far from Lu Sheng now, and orders his course to continue straight to the Azure Planet without delay. Zhao Lin's voice crackles through the void with an urgent warning. He cautions that Qi Tong and the rest are not simply random people, and that charging in alone amounts to walking to certain death. The guide responds that this time he will not accidentally reveal himself, saving Lu Sheng. He intends to move in the shadows and stay silent. At that very moment, Lu Sheng's purple crystal humanoid emits an unusual white wave that ripples outward. The purple crystal humanoid's outer shell cracks and peels away and reveals a pristine white form beneath. Almost immediately, another round of shedding follows as the transformation accelerates. The white humanoid darkens and shifts to deep obsidian as a second layer of change takes hold. This transformation draws from one of the 3 level 15 visualization techniques and channels the full range of the divine crystal Tao. Lu Sheng's awareness surges as his physical power undergoes a terrifying leap. His raw physique has vaulted from level 8 all the way to level 11, and the jump is so violent it defies every known principle of cultivation. Sustaining level 11 indefinitely is beyond his reach. Once the surge cools, his body will settle back to a stable level 10, but even that represents a monumental advancement. He turns his attention to the next frontier and the external physique. Understanding the full scope of the Divine Crystal Tao's impact on his physical form requires pushing even further beyond the threshold. Our boy reflects that his spirit and his muscles have fallen out of sync. His spirit races ahead while his body lags behind, and the imbalance demands a complete overhaul to bring them into alignment. As Lu Sheng reaches his absolute limit, his entire body liquefies and then reforms as his old physical shell slowly emerges from within the transformation and sheds its former state. Every eternal cell in his body shatters simultaneously. For an ordinary martial artist, this level of destruction would mean death 10 times over, and each rupture a fatal blow with no possibility of recovery. Lu Sheng is no ordinary martial artist. His entire body initiates rapid reconstruction, and every broken fragment serves as raw material for something far superior. Each strand of muscle fiber and every bone fragment and every last drop of blood is reborn and reformed. His entire body radiates a brilliant golden hue, as though every cell is now forged from pure gold. Lu Sheng throws his head back and roars through the agony of rebirth, and the golden light pouring from his body is so intense it bleaches the surrounding void of all color. Lu Sheng's eyes blaze with electric blue light as crystalline energy crackles across his shoulders. He declares that he has succeeded and announces that he will call this new form the Supreme Skeleton. Nothing good will come to those who dare insult it. He retires the name of the stellar undying body entirely, and proclaims that from this moment forward, his physique shall bear a new title. A wild and triumphant grin splits across his face as he pumps his fist. He roars that this is the exclusive supreme body, and above all else in the entire world and cosmos and universe. It must inspire everyone who witnesses it, and his laughter echoes through the void. Lu Sheng stands at the center of his own cosmos, and crackling blue energy radiates from every pore. He roars that he is above all in the universe, and his voice rings with the certainty of someone who has just reshaped his own existence. The euphoria fades as a flicker of unease crosses his face. He mutters that something is not right, and his senses detect an anomaly within his newly forged body. His awareness plunges inward. He can feel the eternal cells in his body growing at a staggering rate, and their numbers multiply far faster than anything he anticipated. The cells surge and divide with ravenous hunger and consume energy at an alarming pace. Lu Sheng's eyes narrow as he realizes the scale of their appetite threatens to drain him dry. He compares the eternal cells to children who refuse to stay still, and each one nibbles away at the energy stored within him, as if competing for every last morsel. A colossal energy crystal materializes before him, and its facets gleam with concentrated power. Lu Sheng recognizes it instantly as an extremely large energy crystal, and one of the finest reserves he possesses. Lu Sheng sighs and concedes that since the situation demands it, he has no choice but to spend what he has. He originally plans to use this 500-kilogram energy crystal from the World Grand Tournament over a long stretch of time. He never expects to burn through the entire thing in a single sitting. The crystal shatters as its energy is refined in an instant and floods his body with raw power. Lu Sheng gasps and announces that the number of eternal cells has surged to 3,000 in the blink of an eye. He discovers that he can now use the eternal cells as building blocks and construct an internal program that simulates and multiplies his strength by 100 and even pushes toward 1,000-fold amplification. Azure energy spirals around his body in tight and controlled bands, and each rotation is tighter and more precise than the last as the eternal cells lock into their new configuration. A burst of crimson and pink energy flares outward from Lu Sheng's core, and the sheer pressure warps the space around him as his power stabilizes at a level he has never touched before. Lu Sheng's mind races through the remaining challenges. The eternal cells alone are not enough to manifest a first star, nor to house the golden crow or the water crystal god domain within it. There is still much work ahead. He pauses and reminds himself that there is another path he cannot overlook, and snaps his fingers as the thought strikes him. He cannot abandon the mutated cell path either. Allowing it to process the information from the dark side of the universe may prove to be the key to breaking through in the future. He turns his attention to the next layer and notes that his martial seal and his dharma still require careful integration with everything he has gained. The full scope of his cultivation plan crystallizes in his mind, and each element slots into place, and only he can operate this immense system. Although he now possesses 5 level 15 DAOs and holds the key to level 16, the practical challenge of reaching even level 9 remains immense. Every detail demands meticulous planning. He resolves that his destiny and recalled martial knowledge must serve as the foundation. Everything must be built upon his own body and strengthened from within, because at the core he is a body cultivator above all else. He declares that he will use the Tao of divine crystals for the body of his dharma and anchors the most resilient element to the most critical foundation. He follows that with the stellar Tao for the eyes and assigns the 4 guardian beasts to the bone structure, and each element reinforces the next in a chain of complementary power. The architecture of his new form solidifies. Crystal for the body, and golden crow for the eyes, and the 4 guardians for the bone, and his own Tao to bind and command them all as one. Dark lightning crackles across the void and splits the sky above Lu Sheng as the forces within his body collide and merge with violent intensity. Our boy stands at the epicenter of the storm, and his silhouette is barely visible through the whipping currents of blue and black energy that spiral around him. He opens his eyes and names his creation. His Dharma body shall be called the martial god flaming 4 extremes Dharma body, and it is a vessel forged from the union of every power he has absorbed. Azure and crimson energy clash in a spectacular eruption, and the 2 forces wrestle for dominance before settling into an uneasy harmony that pulses outward in concentric waves. Far from the isolation of Lu Sheng's breakthrough dragon country burns, civilians scream for help as fire rains from the sky. Iji's altar cackles and taunts the fleeing crowds and calls them little worms and dares them to show themselves. A voice among the chaos curses in raw desperation. Iji's altar tears through the city with sadistic glee and leaves walls of flame in its wake as buildings crumble and smoke chokes the streets into darkness. Inside the martial saints' stronghold, the leaders stare at the destruction. One of them points out that this is already the 3rd attack and warns that if they allow it to continue, they will be reduced to refugees with nowhere left to run. Another voice adds grimly that Iji's altar knows exactly where they are hiding and is deliberately attacking civilian areas to force the martial saints into the open. Tan Zhongyu steps forward with iron in his voice. He insists that they cannot simply stand by and watch. They are hailed as the hope of mankind, and that title carries a responsibility they must honor regardless of the cost. His jaw sets with grim determination as he declares that even if all he can do is slow the invader down by a fraction, he will do so without a moment of hesitation. An officer turns to Lin Zhongyu and asks whether Lu Sheng is still in isolation, and urgency strains every word. Lin Zhongyu answers quietly that Lu Sheng remains in seclusion. She tells the others to continue waiting for him if they wish, and her voice carries the weight of someone who knows the odds. Tan Zhongyu draws his sword and azure energy ignites along the blade in a blinding streak. He roars his own name and declares that he can raise his weapon against overwhelming enemies just as Lu Sheng would. Even if it costs him his life 10 times over, he will hold the line. Tan Zhongyu, the Mingyu martial saint, launches skyward. Lin Zhongyu watches as several martial saints follow his lead with their mantles flaring behind them. She addresses those who remain and reminds them that every martial saint of Dragon Country shares this burden. She will not force anyone, but those willing to fight for their underground refuge are welcome to stand alongside her. Lin Zhongyu raises a communication device high above her head, and its crystalline surface glows with urgent light as she broadcasts a signal that reaches far beyond the borders of Dragon Country. A massive violet crystalline blade materializes in the air above the conference hall, and its edge hums with energy dense enough to warp the light around it. Lin Zhongyu declares that this is no longer a matter confined to any single nation's interest. The stakes have outgrown every border and every political calculation. She locks eyes with every person in the room and proclaims that this fight is for the Azure planet itself. The assembled martial saints rise as one. Their voices merge into a single thundering chorus, for the Azure planet. Civilians on the ground look skyward as the martial saints descend through the smoke and fire. Voices cry out in disbelief and shout that the venerable martial saints have come to save them at last. Hope flares through the crowd. Someone shouts that there are so many martial saints gathered in one place, and that with this many they finally stand a chance. Iji's altar surveys the incoming force with a twisted grin. It mocks them and calls them bugs and insects scrambling over one another. It sneers that the sight of martial artists finally mustering the courage to face him is almost enough to bring tears to its eyes. The mockery vanishes and is replaced by cold malice. Iji's altar tells them all to die, and a wall of golden fire erupts outward with enough force to flatten everything within 100 meters. The explosion engulfs the battlefield in a tidal wave of flame. Bodies scatter, and the fire is so intense it cracks the earth beneath the city streets and sends pillars of smoke spiraling into the upper atmosphere. Far from the carnage, a fishing boat rocks on the choppy waves near Ninghai. The sea offers no comfort and only distance from a world tearing itself apart. War in Jianyu declares that this is no longer a matter confined to any single nation's interest. The fishermen sit in stunned silence, with their eyes fixed on a small screen showing the devastation. One of them mutters that if the entire world's martial saints are no match for this creature, he cannot imagine who else could possibly save them. A groan escapes one of the fishermen as the weight of despair settles over the boat. The gentle slap of waves against the hull is the only sound that dares to follow. A young boy on the boat leaps to his feet and shouts that he refuses to just sit here. He grabs a makeshift weapon and declares his intention to fight, and his child's bravado burns brighter than reason. The fishermen stare at the boy with a mix of shock and confusion, and exclamation and disbelief are written across their weathered faces. The boy charges forward across the deck and swings wildly at the empty air. His father barks at him and is half scolding and half terrified, and demands to know whether the child truly believes he can run off on his own to face a monster. The boy spins around and shouts at his father to turn and look behind them, and his voice cracks with an emotion that has nothing to do with fear. The father snaps back and asks what there could possibly be worth looking at. The words die in his throat as a colossal pillar of blue and violet energy erupts from the sea behind the boat. The light splits the sky in two and turns night into blinding noon. The old fisherman drops to his knees on the rocking deck with his hands clasped together. He cries out that the Dragon King has risen and orders every descendant of the dragon to kneel before the divine presence emerging from the depths. The boy tugs at his father's sleeve and whispers that the figure inside the light looks as though it is a person and not a dragon or a deity. His father scoffs and demands to know what nonsense the child is spouting. He insists that the Dragon King cannot possibly be a mere human, but his voice trails off mid-sentence as the light shifts and the silhouette within it sharpens into unmistakable clarity. The young man's jaw goes slack. Water drips from his chin as he stares upward and is unable to form a complete thought. He stammers and asks whether what he sees is real. The question hangs in the salt air as a lone figure strides forward through a curtain of fire and light. Lu Sheng is reborn and radiates power that warps the ocean itself around his feet. The fisherman whispers a single trembling question and asks whether that is a god. Lu Sheng hovers above the world, and rivers of blue energy stream from his body into the atmosphere. He realizes with quiet alarm that he can no longer remain here. If he continues absorbing natural energy at this rate, the planet's heaven and earth reserves will be drained entirely and condemn it to eternal death. He descends and takes his first steps across solid ground, and the earth trembles faintly beneath him. This small azure planet can no longer tolerate someone of his caliber. The boundless stars above are the true stage for his future. Lu Sheng lifts one hand and stares at his own fist, and a dangerous question forms in his mind. He wonders whether the current version of himself could destroy an entire planet with a single punch. The thought lingers, and it is heavy and electric as the wind carries the last traces of his transformation energy into the open sky. Lu Sheng catches himself and admits that he is probably still some distance from that threshold. Breaking through to level 9 is one thing, but the frontier of true power only grows steeper and more unforgiving the further one climbs. He chuckles at his own hubris and confesses that he is being far too confident in himself. Worrying about accidentally destroying a planet right after reaching level 9 is a touch premature. Voices slam into his consciousness. Thousands of desperate cries for salvation crash through his senses at once, and each one is raw with terror and grief. Pleas for a god and for anyone to come and save them. Lu Sheng's expression hardens. He demands to know why so many cries for help are flooding in at once, and what has happened while he has been in seclusion. The voices multiply and overlap, and some beg for the guardian gods of their countries, and others scream that the martial saints have all fallen. A scream louder than the rest tears through everything, and Lu Sheng's composure cracks. His eyes widen as the sheer volume of suffering pouring across the planet registers at a scale he has never encountered. His hand ignites with crackling cyan energy as he activates his psychic power without a moment of hesitation. A massive psychic sensory grid erupts outward from Lu Sheng's position and spreads across the entire globe in the span of a heartbeat. The sweep covers every continent and every ocean and every corner of the azure planet in a single pulse. The sweep locks onto EG standing among the ruins of a devastated city with defeated martial saints crumpled at his feet. EG cackles and asks the cowering crowds whether they can see their precious guardian angels now, and mocks the very protectors humanity has depended upon. EG savors the moment and confesses that he will always treasure the sensation of watching everyone bow before him. The feeling of absolute dominance over lesser beings is intoxicating to him. He lectures the terrified onlookers that a low-leveled civilization should always tremble before those who possess greater power. Fear written across their faces is to him the purest form of entertainment. He plants his foot on the back of a fallen martial saint and sneers and calls the warrior a stubborn little worm for daring to resist despite being so pathetically weak. EG admits that if it were not for a bet he has with two associates, he would have happily continued tormenting this planet for at least another month just for sport. His amusement drains into cold impatience. He declares for the final time that every last resource on this planet must be surrendered to him immediately. His voice sharpens into pure menace. He warns that if they refuse, he will destroy one city every single hour until the entire civilization crumbles and every living soul on the planet is dead. He adds with bored disdain that he hopes they will not make him wait too long. Destroying an entire civilization, he sighs, is such a troublesome and boring affair. NEG drives his heel into a downed warrior and sends a shockwave through the rubble as the impact throws debris in every direction. The fallen martial saint groans in agony and manages a single and broken whisper and calls out to Lord Lu Sheng as though invoking the name itself might summon salvation. Someone among the survivors jerks upright and shouts for everyone to look and points at something above with trembling fingers. Another voice stammers and struggles to identify what they see descending through the smoke and fire overhead. A third whispers in breathless awe and is unable to form more than two trembling words of reverence. NEG's grin falters. He snaps at the crowd and demands to know why they are all staring at him without the slightest trace of fear. Then it hits him. They are not looking at him at all. Their eyes are locked on something directly above him. A colossal fist of blazing golden energy descends from the heavens and its sheer mass blots out the sky. EG looks up and chokes on a single syllable of disbelief as the shadow engulfs him entirely. EG's mind scrambles to process what he sees. He mutters about pillars and several of them and wonders why they feel so impossibly strange. Realization detonates behind his eyes. He screams for everything to wait and his voice cracks as he identifies the shape bearing down on him. Those are not pillars at all, but fingers. That is a hand, and a giant hand, and it is already upon him. The fist connects. The impact splits the ground beneath EG's feet into a crater that swallows entire city blocks. EG howls that this is impossible, and his body buckles under pressure that dwarfs anything he has ever faced. EG thrashes inside the crushing grip of the golden hand and screams that this level of strength cannot exist. He demands to know who his attacker is, and his voice dissolves into a raw and primal shriek of agony. His resistance collapses entirely. He screams that he cannot even block a single strike, and the words are torn from his throat as the golden hand grinds him into oblivion. In the final fraction of a second before death claims him, EG's mind empties into bitter silence. He confesses that even now he has no idea who has just killed him. All that remains is regret, and it is vast and formless, and for everything he will never accomplish. The battlefield falls silent for one heartbeat before the survivors erupt. A civilian stammers in disbelief and asks whether the invader that no one could stop has truly died just like that. Another wonders who could possibly swat a monster like that as though it were a mere mosquito. Voices overlap in rising hysteria. Someone cries out that there must be a god answering their prayers and that a divine being has heard the thousands of pleas and descended to save them. The dam breaks and a roar of jubilation shakes the ruins as the crowd screams that the invader is dead. Amid the celebration, a calmer voice notes that, although no one knows exactly what just happened, the creature that terrorized them is gone. Nearby, a quiet murmur of surprise drifts through the dust and wonders whether it is truly already over. Lin Zhengyu stares at the smoldering crater where EG stood moments ago, and her composure cracks for the first time. She whispers in stunned disbelief and asks whether it ended just like that. She demands to know who could have possibly done this, and her voice rises with an urgency that cuts through the cheering crowd. A figure descends through the curtain of fire and golden light above, and its silhouette is unmistakable against the blaze. The shape is human and radiates power that warps the air itself. One of the surviving martial saints squints through the smoke and murmurs that the silhouette looks as though it is a god. But something about it is achingly familiar, and a shape and stance they have seen countless times before. Recognition strikes hard. The martial saint cries out that it is Lord Lu Sheng, and his voice breaks with a mixture of relief and awe, and something close to reverent disbelief. Our boy lands softly amid the rubble and extends his hand to the fallen martial saint. His voice is gentle as he tells the warrior that he has suffered. The saint clasps Lu Sheng's hand and whispers that his lord has finally come. The crowd surges forward. Voices cry out in confirmation that this truly is Lord Lu, and that the one who killed the alien invader in a single blow is none other than Lu Sheng himself. Someone asks whether he has finally broken through to level 9. Somewhere among the gathered civilians, Lu Sheng's sister screams and tugs at her parents. She demands they look and asks whether the figure standing in the ruins is their big brother. Lu Sheng's mother stares with her mouth hanging open and barely able to form the question. She asks in a daze whether their son is truly that incredible. Across Dragon Country screens flicker with the live broadcast. A woman cries out that it is Lu Sheng. Others react with shock, and one sputters that it is just a kid, and another murmurs the title that is already beginning to form on everyone's lips. Lu Sheng, the god of the military. Lu Sheng turns to the gathered crowd and bows his head. He apologizes for arriving late and explains that he has only just emerged from seclusion. A martial saint begs him not to say such things and insists that his timing is nothing short of miraculous. The questions come in a rush. Someone marvels that Lu Sheng has surpassed level 9 entirely, while another stammers in confusion at the sheer scale of the Dharma he deployed. A bold voice asks directly how tall his Dharma body truly is. The guy pauses and admits that he cannot fully answer. Converting enough heaven and earth energy for his Dharma at its true scale would require far too much and enough to shatter the Azure planet's foundation. He will need to visit other planets to determine the full extent of his power. He explains that he would specifically need to travel to larger and uninhabited worlds and draw energy from them in order to gauge his Dharma's true dimensions without risking the planet beneath his feet. The crowd needs no further explanation. The words ripple outward, and within moments a chant rises from the survivors. They call him the god of the military and their military's god, and the one who descends from the heavens and saves them when all hope vanishes. The chant swells into a roar that carries across the ruined city and beyond. They proclaim Lu Sheng as the legendary new martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom and the god of the military, and the voices merge into a single thundering chorus that shakes the rubble at their feet. The chant echoes from rooftop to rooftop and is carried by every throat and every pair of lungs that still draws breath. Each one cries the same 4 words: God of the military. Lu Sheng stands amid the chorus, and the firelight paints his silhouette in gold and crimson. The cheers roll over him in waves, and for the first time since emerging from seclusion, the weight of everything he has gained meets the weight of everything that has been lost. God of the military, they cry, and the title settles onto his shoulders. Lu Sheng walks through the smoldering ruins of the battlefield, and fallen debris crunches beneath his feet. Survivors and martial saints trail behind him, and the dust is still settling from Yiji's destruction. Lu Sheng turns to Lin Zhengyu and asks whether it is true that there is a high chance Man Bolan did not actually die during the invasion. Lin Zhengyu confirms it without hesitation, and her voice is steady beneath the shadow of her hood. The wreckage of Yiji's former stronghold stretches before them. The alien invader has locked captured martial saints inside a sealed structure and barred them from the outside world and used them as leverage to maintain control. Lu Sheng drives his fist forward and crimson energy erupts from the impact. The sealed walls crack apart and free the imprisoned martial saints in a single devastating blow. One of the onlookers remarks with dry amusement that using bare hands to crack open a palace is a little unconventional even for someone of Lu Sheng's stature. Lu Sheng turns to the freed warriors and tells them to go and console the people. He still has business to settle before he can rest. The martial saints bow their heads and respond with quiet obedience and acknowledge his command without argument. Lu Sheng's body ignites with crackling blue energy as he rises from the ground. The crowd below calls after him and wishes Lord Lu Sheng safe travels as the pillar of light carrying him pierces the sky. He rockets upward through the atmosphere, and the blue trail behind him stretches across the heavens. Our boy breaks through the final layer of the atmosphere and drifts into the silence of space with the azure planet curving beneath him in all its fragile beauty. He takes stock of his own body and realizes that he is already capable of operating at a level far beyond what level 8 or even level 11 normally permits. His power has surpassed every threshold he once considered a ceiling. He shakes his head and concedes that the sheer scale of his strength is a little unreasonable even by his own inflated standards. He still needs time to fully comprehend what he has become. A thought strikes him mid-drift. He remembers that there is no air in outer space, and then chuckles at the realization that breathing is no longer a necessity for him. It is merely a habit carried over from his time as a human. Habits can be changed just the same as stretching and walking. The reconstruction of his stellar golden body has allowed him to leave the realm of human biology entirely and step into a completely new level of existence. He spreads his arms wide against the backdrop of infinite stars and declares that out here he can absorb the energy of the universe freely and put his dharma on full display without restraint. Lu Sheng takes a slow and deliberate breath and feels the cosmic energy of the starlit void pour into his body. He roars, and the universe answers. A colossal eruption of violet and crimson energy explodes outward from his body, and the shockwave ripples across the void. The energy condenses and reshapes in towering pillars of golden fire, solidify into a form of terrifying scale that dwarfs nearby asteroids. His Dharma body materializes in full, and it is a blazing golden titan wreathed in fire and cosmic light. Its outline stretches across the void, and the scale is beyond anything the azure planet could ever contain. The young man gazes up at his own creation and whispers in awe. He names it the Dharma of the universe and his first real-scale and effective battle body. It is even larger than he imagines, and the sight of it leaves him genuinely speechless. He hovers beside the Dharma's shoulder and is a speck against a sun and studies its proportions against the curve of a nearby planet. His mind races with possibilities. He imagines the devastation if a flare the size of a planet were to erupt from the Dharma's hands, and wonders when he will stand on par with gods and deities themselves. He addresses the void with quiet confidence and invites any galaxy-class fighters to come find him. He hopes they bring at least level 11 strength or higher, because anything less will not be worth his time. He adds with casual menace that it would be far too boring if all he had to do was crush them without breaking a sweat. A smirk tugs at his lips as he poses a rhetorical question. Would an ordinary person feel any sense of achievement from swatting a mosquito? The smirk fades into quiet contemplation as the weight of his own power settles over him, and it is vast and still slightly unfamiliar. Lu Sheng catches himself and mutters a distracted agreement with his own wandering thoughts. There are still matters to attend to before he can indulge in testing his limits. His hand opens, and a swirling galaxy of light materializes above his palm. He stares at it and whispers that this is the seed of a material universe gifted to him by the golden-bearded master himself. Far from Lu Sheng's orbit, a different world spins beneath an alien sun. Vast deserts stretch in every direction, and ancient pyramids rise from the sand under a sky that belongs to no human civilization. A massive alien with deep purple skin and bulging muscles crashes down onto the planet's surface, and the impact sends a shockwave through the royal palace and shatters its outer walls. The purple alien surveys a pile of offerings laid before him and sneers. He asks whether this meager collection is truly everything they have. A trembling attendant bows low and confirms that this is every treasure the royal family has uncovered. He reminds the alien that the envoy already collects tribute from them once every 30 years and leaves nothing of value behind. The king lets out a strangled cry of pain as the alien's patience snaps and a burst of energy strikes him to the ground. The purple alien warns the king not to lie to him, and his voice drops into something cold and dangerous. He despises resorting to violence, or so he claims. The alien looms over the crumpled king and radiates contempt. The old ruler groans in agony beneath the weight of the invader's casual cruelty. The king stammers through broken words and insists that he has given everything and that he can no longer provide what does not exist. His voice cracks under the strain. A young woman in an ornate blue dress, rushes out from behind the palace doors with her long dark hair streaming behind her. She cries out for her father and asks whether he is all right. The king's eyes go wide with horror. He screams at her and calls her a fool for revealing herself and orders her to go back inside immediately. The princess freezes mid-step, and her protest dies on her lips as terror and confusion war across her face. The purple alien's gaze locks onto the princess and a predatory grin splits across his face. He taunts the king and points out that there is one more treasure hiding right here and that she is worth far more than anything in that pile. The princess shrieks as the alien seizes her. The king begs and offers himself as a sacrifice if it means this planet can know peace, and his voice cracks into sobs. The princess screams for her father to save her as the alien drags her upward, and her feet leave the ground as his grip tightens around her arm. The king roars with every fiber of his being and demands that the invader return his daughter, but the alien is already ascending into the sky with the princess dangling in his grasp as the planet shrinks beneath them. High above the atmosphere, the purple alien opens a communication channel and calls out to his associate and asks how things are proceeding on his end. The voice on the other end responds that everything is going well and that he is preparing to make a trip to Azure City. He pauses and asks what is wrong. The purple alien reports that he has lost track of a signal. Someone has disappeared, but their spaceship remains at its original location, and that makes no sense. Deep within the dream space, Lu Sheng stands alone. This realm is the resting place of his departed masters, and the graveyard where their existence once thrived, and where their legacy now resides in silence. Everything he once built in this space has been shattered by his masters during their final lesson. The guy stands amid the remnants and is stripped of his old martial framework and ready to rebuild from nothing. Holographic displays flicker around him and project fragments of the old Fireseed resource library alongside cultivation techniques and training protocols. The architecture of his former power hangs in the air. The old Fireseed resource library is obsolete and no longer relevant. The dream space no longer needs to maintain the false treasures designed to deceive those seeking information. What remains are the genuine qualities the library always possessed beneath its disguise. Predicting the future in the dream space once consumes enormous amounts of the universe's design power. Now that he controls only a fraction of that energy, his predictions can no longer achieve the same level of accuracy. In comparison, he has now pioneered nearly all of this planet's design power, though it is only a tiny fraction when measured against the entire universe's design power. It represents a foundation he can build upon. Lu Sheng gazes at the planets drifting through the void beyond the dream space. In the past, he is merely a cultivator walking a single road. Now the path demands a complete martial god who commands a whole universe of planets and accumulates a staggering amount of power. He envisions what it would mean to absorb the design power of an entire planet and then multiply that across every city and every continent and every world he touches. The scale of the machine he is building dwarfs anything he has ever imagined. The stars shimmer around his silhouette as the vision crystallizes, and each point of light is a potential source of power waiting to be claimed. Lu Sheng's eyes gleam with quiet resolve. He declares that perhaps when that day arrives, he can truly become the living embodiment of the words martial arts, not through proclamation, but through absolute mastery of everything those two words contain. The Azure planet hangs in the vast silence of space and is a jewel of blue and green suspended against an infinite canvas of stars. Lu Sheng's Dharma body blazes in the void, and it is a towering golden titan wreathed in cosmic fire. He notes that his physique currently sits at level 11, though he has no clear idea what level his stellar martial physique truly corresponds to on the broader scale. He adds that his martial arts techniques have also undergone a fundamental transformation after fusing with the Daos of his three masters. The result is something so new and layered that he cannot clearly define its level either. Lu Sheng reflects that the most important thing now is the sheer volume of knowledge he has obtained. The freedom to completely digest and internalize everything will come with time and steady growth. He can ascertain his own progress more effectively by smoothing out the remaining kinks in his power and testing each layer until it responds cleanly to his will. His senses spike without warning. Something pings at the edge of his awareness and his expression sharpens into alert focus. He detects outsiders approaching the Azure planet and their energy signatures cut through the cosmic background. A grin tugs at his lips. He remarks that the timing is perfect and declares that he will use these visitors to run a few tests on his new abilities. Tens of thousands of kilometers from the Azure planet, a sleek alien vessel hurtles through the starlit void. Its hull gleams under distant starlight as it closes the distance at frightening speed. Inside the ship, one of the crew calls out to his companions and asks whether there is any update on the current situation regarding EGO. A stocky pirate with round glasses responds that they can only confirm EG's signal has dropped to 0. He suggests returning to EG's parked spaceship first to figure out what happened and adds grimly that for all they know, someone might have already killed him. A tall and lean alien with sharp features laughs and remarks that losing EG would simply mean one fewer person to split the profits with. The glasses-wearing pirate concedes the point with a dry chuckle but insists they still need to assess the situation on the planet below before drawing conclusions. He tells the crew to move. The spaceship activates its space warp drive and folds the distance between stars into a single violent lurch forward that compresses light itself around the hull. The vessel drops out of warp and decelerates into orbit above the Azure planet, and its silhouette casts a faint shadow across the upper atmosphere. One of the pirates admires the view and comments that this blue planet is genuinely beautiful. He orders the crew to begin an energy scan before they descend. The scanning interface lights up in rapid succession. Level 6 and above sources detected. Level 7 and above detected. Level 8 and above detected. Level 9 and above detected. The numbers climb steadily as the system catalogs the planet's inhabitants. The glasses-wearing pirate frowns. He mutters that something feels off about the readings and his eyes narrow behind his lenses. The scan results stabilize, but the data raises more questions than it answers. The crew exchanges uneasy glances. He points out that EG's spaceship is still parked on this planet, and yet the scan reveals no signal energy holder above level 10 anywhere on the surface. He wonders aloud whether EG simply abandoned his ship and fled. The lean pirate shrugs and argues that it does not matter either way. As long as nothing truly powerful lurks down there, they can search EG's ship and grab anything valuable and report back to the boss. The glasses-wearing pirate agrees with a short laugh and adds that while they are at it, they can strip this planet of its remaining resources one more time. As members of the Crimson Eyes pirate crew spread across multiple planets, they lack nothing except compassion. To these pirates, the lives and deaths of a planet's inhabitants carry no weight compared to profit. Their casual indifference is its own breed of cruelty, and one that treats entire civilizations as inconveniences. The tall pirate orders the crew to begin their descent toward the planet's surface, and his tone is as casual as ordering a meal. The scanning system continues processing in the background, and its readings flicker as new data streams in from the planet below. An alarm chimes. A new energy source has been detected, and one that does not appear in the previous scan results. The system initiates an automatic rescan, and the operator demands to know what is happening. The display updates with a single entry. Level 10 and above energy sources found, and the count is 1. The number climbs again. Level 11 and above energy sources found, and the count is 1. The bridge falls deathly silent as the implications sink in. The system flags a scan error and begins rescanning. Level 10 and above energy sources found. The display reads, but the count refuses to stabilize. The readings stutter and spike wildly. 10 and 1, and 10 and 1, and the numbers cycle in an impossible loop before the interface buzzes with static. The glasses-wearing pirate slams his console and demands to know whether the entire system has gone haywire. He calls out to his companion and reports with visible discomfort that his radar appears to have detected a level 10 martial artist on this supposedly insignificant planet. His companion scoffs and tells him to think it through rationally. A level 10 being on a backwater planet is absurd, and the machine must simply be malfunctioning. The Azure planet begins to glow. A faint orange halo appears along its edge and grows brighter with each passing second as something immense stirs beneath the atmosphere. The glow intensifies into a blazing corona of fire that engulfs the planet's silhouette and turns the gentle blue world into something that resembles a star on the verge of ignition. The pirates stagger backward from their viewports. One of them screams in shock as the blinding light floods the bridge and washes every surface in searing gold. The glasses-wearing pirate's face drains of all color. He chokes out in disbelief that what they are looking at appears to be a sun and an entire sun burning where no sun should exist. The tall pirate steadies himself against the console and stammers that a fixed star this close to a life-bearing planet is physically impossible. Nothing about this makes sense. The glasses-wearing pirate slams both fists on his console and roars a curse. He corrects himself and shouts that this is not a fixed star at all. It is some kind of martial arts ability of incomprehensible scale. His voice drops to a horrified whisper as he identifies a silhouette within the blazing sphere. There is a person inside it and a human shape at the heart of a miniature sun. His crew stares in frozen terror. Our boy hovers at the center of the inferno, and his body radiates golden fire that dwarfs the planet behind him. His expression is utterly calm, as though producing a sun from his own body requires no more effort than breathing. His voice reaches the pirates without the need for a transmission channel. He addresses them as space trash heading toward the Azure planet, and informs them flatly that they are prohibited from entering. The glasses-wearing pirate screams at Goosey to run immediately, and panic shreds every syllable. The spaceship lurches into an emergency space warp, and reality bends around the hull as it tears itself away from the Azure planet's orbit at maximum speed. Inside the fleeing vessel, the glasses-wearing pirate gasps for breath. He screams that he finally understands how EG perishes. That thing down there is not a martial artist, but a monster beyond anything they have ever encountered. He adds through ragged breaths that the entity possesses strength equivalent to at least level 11, and that makes escape dangerously difficult. He orders an immediate report to the boss about everything they have witnessed. Lu Sheng watches the fleeing ship shrink into a distant point of light, and his expression is unchanged. He speaks into the void with quiet finality and remarks that since they have already arrived, it would be rude to let them leave so easily. Psychic energy ignites around his body in crackling arcs of electric blue and spirals outward across the vacuum of space toward the fleeing vessel. Inside the ship, one of the pirates clutches his skull and screams. He howls that something is tearing into his mind and demands to know what kind of psychic power can reach across this distance. The pirate collapses, and his last coherent thought is a broken whisper about facing a psychic power expert of unimaginable strength. He never finishes the question of who Lu Sheng truly is. The young man stands aboard the captured vessel and is surrounded by the crumpled bodies of every pirate who moments ago believed themselves untouchable. The ship drifts in silent orbit and is now his. Killing those at level 11 and below requires nothing more than a pulse of psychic energy. Their minds offer no resistance and are wiped clean in a fraction of a second. He marvels quietly at how far he has grown in what feels as though it is the blink of an eye. Far across the galaxy, aboard the Devil's Talon and the flagship of the Crimson Eye's galactic pirate fleet, a report lands on the bridge. A voice announces that Gushi and Frano have both lost all contact. Shitong's subordinate delivers the news with barely concealed unease. The two operatives have gone dark and their signals vanished without explanation. Shitong's crimson eyes flash in the dim light of the bridge. His composure cracks for a single instant as the scale of the loss registers. 3 operatives, including EG, are gone from the same insignificant planet. A slow and dangerous smile spreads across his face. He calls the situation interesting and notes that a tiny level 9 resource planet has somehow swallowed an entire squad of his soldiers without leaving a trace. A female subordinate suggests that planetary police might be responsible, but Chitong dismisses the idea outright. Even if the Galactic Policia intervenes, they would never erase every signal so completely. His people are not captured or detained. They are annihilated in an instant and leave nothing behind. The subordinate asks what Chitong intends to do. He rises from his seat and declares that he must go and see this for himself, and his crimson eyes burn with a predator's curiosity. Chitong's face fills the viewport and his grin widens into something truly sinister. He proclaims that losing 3 people without explanation is unprecedented in the history of his crew. Whatever is responsible, he will find it and drag the truth into the light. Lu Sheng stands in a vast storage hold and is surrounded by towering clusters of gleaming violet energy crystals. His eyes widen and he lets out a stunned gasp. He clearly does not expect the sheer volume stacked before him. These planet thieves hoarded an absurd abundance of resources. From what he can tell, there are a few hundred tons here, and he only used a few hundred energy crystals when he broke through to level 9. There have to be at least a few hundred tons in total, and enough to cultivate tens of thousands of strong cells. Lu Sheng barks an order and tells everyone to move all of the resources back, while carefully sorting and counting every last piece. He admits to himself that he still has no idea how to operate the spaceship, so he has no choice but to rely on a more crude method for now. The massive spacecraft tears through the void of space and azure energy crackles along its hull as it hurtles forward against the backdrop of a blue-green planet below. Lu Sheng stands beside the landed vessel and dusts off his hands with a relaxed grin. He announces that it is done. A phone screen lights up with a message from Lu Sheng's mother. She tells him that she and his father saw it on the TV. Lu Sheng types back and assures her that it is fine, and they will have a proper talk when he returns. He adds that he is still busy right now. His mother replies gently and tells him to take care of himself and not to tire himself out. Lu Sheng responds with a short confirmation. Our boy lets out a long sigh. His identity has been exposed and he has no idea how to explain to his family that he is the military god. When the time comes, he will find a chance to explain it to them properly. He tallies the haul in his head. Being number 425 on the target list, he seized a suspicious amount. The total of the Planet Thieves' resources he collected adds up to roughly over 700 tons. Lu Sheng notes that, apart from a small proportion of freshly mined primordial energy crystal ores, the remaining ones are all polished energy crystal blocks. He then pauses and realizes there is also a special type of energy crystal mixed in among the rest. Lu Sheng stares at a massive crystalline shard radiating fierce and untamed energy. He wonders aloud just what these things are. The wild energy pouring off them is at least a few hundredfold stronger than normal energy crystals. Even with his abilities, he is unable to refine and absorb them immediately. He can only slowly extract and purify the energy for regular use. There are less than 50 tons of this type. Lu Sheng picks up a gleaming metallic object and turns it over in his hand. He identifies the rest as vacuum cobalt alloys and different hardness grades forged into cold weapons used across the starfield. The craftsmanship bears a striking resemblance to the weapons Lan Chen carries. Lu Sheng draws a long blade and examines it with an approving nod. He remarks that this sword is not bad at all and declares it a true level 10 cold weapon. He runs his finger along the edge and a faint shimmer of energy ripples across his skin where the blade makes contact. The sword leaves only a tiny scratch on his skin, and even that heals in an instant. He notes with satisfaction that it recovers very quickly. His martial body's defensive abilities are now equivalent to a level 10's. He glances deeper into the hold and muses that there are still many other things on the other planets where prisoners are being held. He decides to ask Lan Chen how to deal with them once Lan Chen arrives. Lu Sheng considers the broader picture of the star system. He is now able to put the physical weapons to proper use. The young man folds his arms and thinks carefully. When it comes to speed in a starfield that measures distance in light years, he is basically a tortoise. He still has to rely on the spaceship's technology to get anywhere. However, before he leaves the Azure planet, there is one thing he needs to clear up first. He recalls the source of the danger the dream space had predicted. Earth will die 8 years from now. He does not want to spend years working hard out in the starfield only to turn around and find his home reduced to a wasteland. Lu Sheng calls out to the AI. A translucent holographic projection flickers to life before him and casts a faint glow across the room. Everything else from the dream has disappeared except for this projection. It is the only thing telling him all of this is real and not just a dream. He then commands the system to predict his future. The AI materializes as a luminous golden-haired figure, and the words flash across the display. Deduction in progress. The results materialize in crimson text. Lu Sheng's future unfolds line by line. He leaves the Azure planet at 21 and becomes the greatest talent the White Mist constellation has seen in 100,000 years. He participates in the 5 Great Constellation Heavenly Position Bridge Battle and takes first place. He reaches level 11 by 40 and competes in the Serpentis Star System Martial Demonstration and ranks in the top 100. By 100,000 years of age, he hits level 15 and becomes the leader of the Serpentis star system. At 300,000, he perishes together with the universe. Lu Sheng absorbs the information with a pensive expression. Level 15 at 100,000, and then leader of the Serpentis star system. In the end, he still perishes alongside the universe. That means the maximum he can reach in 300,000 years is level 15. He wonders whether he is truly not capable of reaching level 16. He lets out a quiet hum and concludes that the system can only deduce based on the inheritance he currently possesses and cannot go beyond that ceiling. He then orders the system to recalculate the future of the Azure planet. The AI's golden silhouette pulses once more as the display reads deduction in progress. The result arrives in a single devastating line. The Azure planet is invaded by the dark side of the universe 8 years later and destroyed. Lu Sheng's jaw tightens. The problem indeed comes from the rift just as he expected. It is not merely that Earth's planet level is low. Even a level 9 expert cannot resolve a problem that is essentially destined. A change that slowly eats away at a planet cannot be stopped even by a level 16 expert acting alone. In that case, the only thing he can do is find a new habitable planet suitable for the residents of Azure Planet and migrate them over within 8 years. The guy's eyes harden with determination. He declares that his next small goal at this stage is simple. Buy a sufficiently large habitable planet. Lu Sheng strides through a wide corridor as Azure Planet's martial saints line both sides with their eyes filled with reverence. Several voices ring out and call him Lord Lu. From that day forward, the image of Lu Sheng's magnificence in the hearts of Azure Planet's martial saints reaches unimaginable heights and essentially exceeds that of the gods themselves. E.G. toys with the martial saints as though pummeling children, and yet Lu Sheng crushes E.G. with a single swipe of his hand. They are all level 9, but in front of Lu Sheng they are nobodies. Lu Sheng addresses Lin Jingyu directly. He mentions casually that he accidentally hit E.G. a little too hard and the pirate was far too weak, so he doubts there is anything left of him. He adds that the martial saints have also suffered quite significant losses recently. Lu Sheng offers a few tons of energy crystals as compensation and tells Lin Zhenju to look at the bigger picture. He asks her to consider how they will ever be able to join the Starfield universe in the future if they do not strengthen themselves now. He explains that the martial saints should take a few tons of energy crystals as compensation, since all of those are the planet thieves' resources anyway. Lin Zhenyu's eyes go wide. She stammers that those are hundreds of tons of energy crystals. Lu Sheng waves dismissively and tells her that she does not have to return the crystals he previously asked everyone to collect either. They should split them amongst themselves and raise their abilities. He already has more than enough. One of the martial saints protests that this is far too much and asks how they could possibly dare accept it. Another voice chimes in with disbelief. Every single energy crystal found since the very first one was discovered on Azure Planet still amounts to less than what Lu Sheng is handing over right now. Lu Sheng locks eyes with Lin Zhengyu and reminds her again of the bigger picture. He presses her to think about how Azure Planet will manage to join the Starfield universe if its martial saints remain at their current level. Lin Zhengyu blinks and the weight of his words sinks in. She repeats softly, "The bigger picture." A surge of crimson and amber energy swirls around her as her thoughts shift outward. She murmurs a single word to herself, outer space. Far from Azure Planet aboard a sleek warship, a towering figure with long dark purple hair and a heavily muscled frame sits in the command chair. He demands to know the outcome of the scan. A woman with light purple hair and a composed expression delivers the report. She confirms that all 3 spaceships are on the planet. The energy scan has detected 24 level 9 energy sources and 0 level 10 or above. The commander narrows his eyes and asks whether it is possible to hide energy waves. The woman replies that their Devil Talon ship is a level 11 spacecraft and the finest available in all areas. Evading its detection can only be accomplished by a spacecraft of at least level 10. It is impossible for that unknown planet to possess such a thing. The commander rises from his seat and his massive silhouette fills the bridge. The spaceships are still there, and yet the people have vanished. There are no level 11 or above experts on the planet either. He wonders aloud whether they voluntarily cut contact with his organization. He cannot fathom what reason the 3 of them could have to abandon Devil Talon so resolutely. Unable to make sense of it, he orders the spaceships recalled at once, since they are close enough to do so. A muscular subordinate standing at the console confirms the order. He reports that all 3 spaceships are currently being forcefully recalled. On the surface of Azure Planet, a group of martial saints gathers near one of the captured spaceships as it rests in a wide hangar bay. The ship's internal systems suddenly flare to life on their own, and glowing blue-white energy pulses through its hull and engine block. Lu Sheng's head snaps toward the vessel. His eyes widen and he blurts out a sharp sound of surprise. He narrows his gaze and studies the energy signatures rippling through the ship's frame. Lu Sheng demands to know what is going on and whether there is someone inside the spaceship. A voice responds that there is no one aboard and not a single person was brought along. Whoever is doing this has forced their way through the ship's defenses remotely. Lu Sheng steps forward and his expression hardens. He tells them to let him take a look. He activates his perception and a wave of violet energy spreads outward from his eyes. His awareness expands beyond the planet's atmosphere and stretches across the cosmos. He perceives the Devil Talon warship hovering in the void near the Azure planet and sending remote signals to retrieve its lost vessels. Lu Sheng's lips curl into a cold smirk. They are controlling the spaceships from afar. His voice drops to a dangerous edge as he declares that they dare try to retrieve something that has already entered his pocket. Aboard the Devil Talon warship, holographic monitors flash with data as the recall sequence hums to life. Bold text scrolls across the central display. Spaceship recall in progress. A crew member with pink hair snaps to attention and eyes widen. He mutters in disbelief that something is wrong. The display abruptly shifts to red. The recall has been paused. The pink-haired crew member slams his fist against the console and demands to know why it stopped. A female operator seated at the controls furrows her brow. She reports that it appears someone is preventing the spaceship from returning. Crimson Eye leans back in the command chair and his expression is unbothered. He assumes it is probably an inhabitant of that planet. They most likely picked up EG and the remaining spaceships and are now treating them as their own treasure, and that is why they refuse to let go. A cold smirk stretches across Crimson Eye's face. He dismisses them as lower civilization nobodies and orders his crew to just kill them. A crew member at the weapons console acknowledges the command. He confirms that the gamma-ray cannon will fire immediately and slams his hand down on a large red activation button. The bridge erupts in shock. Two crew members freeze with eyes wide as the cannon's targeting feed goes haywire. An enormous force seizes the ship from outside. Energy crackles along the hull as something catches the vessel mid-assault and halts the weapon discharge entirely. A silver-haired crew member with blazing red eyes roars in fury and demands to know whose dharma has caught the spaceship. A colossal sphere of violet and magenta energy erupts into view and swirls with raw power that dwarfs the warship. The Dharma manifestation burns against the void. Lu Sheng stands at the center of the blazing aura, and his figure radiates an overwhelming pressure. One of the crew members on the ship identifies the source and gasps that it belongs to him. The silver-haired crew member stares at the readings in disbelief. He stutters that the strength is at least level 10. The spaceship recall combined with sheer physical force registers at the level of a level 10 martial artist. He trails off and is unable to finish his analysis as the numbers on the display continue climbing beyond his initial estimate. Crimson Eye's eyes glow with sudden hunger. He declares without hesitation that it is an extraordinary physique. A blue-haired crew member standing beside Crimson Eye leans forward and is visibly stunned. He exclaims that it is a peak extraordinary physique and asks whether anyone on the bridge knows how much a slave of that rarity is worth in black crystals. The silence falls across the bridge. Then Crimson Eye's lips curl into a wicked grin and his crimson eyes burn beneath heavy brows. He reveals that the top auction house of the inferior starfield once auctioned a Morningstar-grade extraordinary physique genius for a final price of over $1 billion. The blue-haired crew member nearly chokes. He repeats it in shock. $1 billion. Crimson Eye throws his head back and laughs. He declares that as long as they capture this one, they will be able to buy a few lower life-form planets with the profit alone. Through the ship's surveillance feed, Lu Sheng's figure fills the screen. A crew member studies the image and estimates that the target is worth at least a Morningstar grade based on his physique alone. Crimson Eye's aura flares and pale blue lightning arcs across his shoulders. He growls that this single target's value is equivalent to robbing 100 lower civilization planets. One of the crew members hesitates. He asks whether the loss of contact with EJ and the rest could have been caused by this very person. A purple-haired woman standing at the edge of the bridge shifts uncomfortably. A flicker of doubt crosses her face. Crimson Eye scoffs and waves his hand dismissively. He explains that it no longer matters. There is someone possessing an extraordinary physique who is only level 9. On top of that, there is not even a single level 10 in their entire starfield. Crimson Eye's grin widens. He asks whether his crew knows what this is called in the starfield. It is a lucky break and the greatest form of luck one can encounter. His tone hardens. He warns that if they do not capture this target, they will face bad luck forever. He commands the crew to dispatch the magic silver guards immediately. A crew member on the bridge hesitates and warns that sending guards may give the target a chance to escape. Crimson Eye cuts him off. He announces that he will go himself. He instructs the crew to control the spaceship so that half of it serves as bait and reminds them to be extra careful not to harm their gold mine. Back on Azure Planet, Lu Sheng stands in the glow of a holographic console. He murmurs thoughtfully that the approaching presence registers as a morning star grade. Aboard the warship, the purple-haired woman stares at the bridge floor. She cannot shake a sense of unease. EG's death for no apparent reason gnaws at her, but she cannot put her finger on why. Crimson Eye strides toward the launch bay and radiates confidence. His body's strength is essentially equivalent to a level 11. Combined with the Devil Talon's ship at his back, failing to handle a mere level 10 is nothing short of a joke. The ship's thrusters ignite and propel Crimson Eye toward the planet at blistering speed. Lu Sheng tears through the void, and the planet grows larger in his vision. He mutters impatiently for the distance to close and urges himself to move faster. His eyes burn with anticipation. He declares that he cannot wait to experience the strength of someone nearing level 11 firsthand. A blinding flash of azure and gold erupts as Crimson Eye breaches the planet's atmosphere, and energy ripples outward in concentric waves. Crimson Eye lands and immediately senses Lu Sheng's presence. He grins and muses that a billion black crystals are waving him over, and wonders what kind of fortune this is. Crimson Eye's eyes gleam as his imagination runs wild. He envisions resources and power and position and even freedom itself, all within his grasp. He continues and thinks that capturing this target will increase his chances of reaching level 12. Beyond that, he will be able to cleanse himself of his criminal record and walk onto a higher civilization planet with his head held high. The fantasy swells further. He pictures himself going from a notorious starfield thief to a true noble of a higher planet, and all within arm's reach. Crimson Eye snaps back to focus. He dismisses any lingering concern and reasons that, even if the target possesses a morning star-grade physique, a level 9 cannot possibly cause any real trouble. The distance counter on his display ticks down. 1,000 kilometers, and then 500, and then 300. An alarm blares across the channel. Warning and warning. The Devil Talon's bridge erupts in chaos. A crew member shouts that the level 11 warship is actually sending out danger warnings. Crimson Eye narrows his eyes and finds it interesting that this near-extraordinary physique possesses so much latent energy. He does not slow down. Instead, his grin stretches wider. He tells himself that the more the target is worth, the more satisfying it will feel to take him down. A column of pure white light splits the darkness of space. Two titanic forces collide in the void as Crimson Eye and Lu Sheng's energies meet for the first time. Our boy stands in the aftermath with his silhouette bathed in pale light. Crimson Eye faces him and is close enough now to feel the pressure radiating off the young martial artist. He remarks that the lad was actually waiting for him at the front and must truly not fear death. He then admits that Lu Sheng gives him the unsettling feeling of facing an expert on his own level. He even confesses to feeling a bit nervous, as if standing on the edge of a life-or-death battle. He asks for a name. Lu Sheng meets his gaze without a trace of hesitation. He states that his name is Lu Sheng and tells Crimson Eye to bring it on and stop wasting time. Lu Sheng lets out a low chuckle and agrees. Then his expression shifts. Something feels off, and a quiet hum of surprise escapes his throat. A torrent of deep crimson energy erupts from Crimson's body and spirals outward in violent waves. He tells Lu Sheng that the pirate is worth him using his full strength. Lu Sheng's eyes widen. He whispers that it cannot be. The sheer weight of Crimson's aura crashes over the pirate commander. Crimson Eye struggles to comprehend how a level 9 martial artist can project this kind of pressure. He wonders why the target shows no fear at all, and reassures himself that this must still be just a talented youngster and nothing more. The young man closes the distance in a single breath. His fist drives forward, and a cataclysmic wave of scarlet and black energy detonates on impact and swallows Crimson Eye in a maelstrom of destruction. Lu Sheng staggers backward through the inferno. His voice cracks as he gasps that the strength is close to level 11. He barely manages to curse before the next blow arrives. Another eruption of crimson fire tears through the void. The force rips the space around them apart and sends shockwaves cascading in every direction. Crimson's final strike descends with devastating force. A dome of blinding violet and white energy expands outward and consumes everything in its radius. Crimson Eye screams that it is impossible. He roars that Lu Sheng is only level 9. Refusing to accept his fate, Crimson Eye hurls himself forward with every ounce of remaining power and shouts that he will not believe this. The energy engulfs him entirely. His body fractures under the overwhelming force, and the word death flashes across every monitor aboard the Devil Talon warship in rapid succession. A crew member on the bridge screams for her boss at the top of her lungs. She collapses against the console in horror. She cries out that he is dead. Boss Crimson Eye in a peak level 10 falls to an extraordinary level 9 martial artist from a single punch. The guy floats alone in the silence of space with fists still extended. Behind him, the moon hangs in the sky with a massive fracture splitting its surface. He glances over his shoulder and mutters an awkward apology and admits he shattered the moon by accident. He lingers in orbit and gazes down at the cracked lunar surface. A thought crosses his mind about what to do with the future consequences, but for now the battlefield is still. Lu Sheng drifts among the debris and is entirely unimpressed. He muses that Crimson Eye is supposed to be a level 10 expert, and yet the pirate proves far weaker than Ejai. The moment he lands a serious blow, it is over. Boring. His thoughts trace further back. Even before the inheritance at level 8, he is already able to fight Lan Chen on equal grounds. Lu Sheng raises his hand and energy flickers across his palm. He murmurs a single word to himself. Lu Sheng stands in the emptiness of space with fists still loosely clenched. He is able to kill a level 10 just by throwing a casual punch. Crimson Eye is not too weak. He himself is simply too strong. Behind him, the fractured moon hangs against the starfield, and its cracked surface is a reminder of the collateral damage from his earlier fight. Lu Sheng glances back at the lunar wreckage and sighs. He tells himself that he should fix this mess next. Pale pink energy gathers around his outstretched hand as he channels his power toward the broken celestial body. He announces that it is fine now. The moon hangs whole once more against the backdrop of stars, and its surface is seamlessly restored. Lu Sheng's silhouette floats before it and is small against the healed sphere. Aboard the Devil Talon warship, a crew member stares at the external feed in stunned silence. No words come. Only a pair of red exclamation marks flash across their display. A blinding column of white and violet energy erupts from the Devil Talon ship and tears across the void toward the planet. The annihilation cannon fires at full power and its beam splits the darkness. The blast detonates in a massive sphere of light and engulfs everything in its radius. A single question mark floats in the aftermath. On the ship's bridge, a figure watches the aftermath unfold on screen and waits for confirmation. Scorpion stares at the readings with wide eyes. She asks in disbelief whether the level 11 annihilation cannon at full power actually hit a mortal and whether he is able to survive it. She reminds herself that the cannon is known to kill anything below level 11. Every single blast can even wound a level 11. Surely taking the annihilation cannon head-on means the target must already be dead. Scorpion exhales shakily. She asks more to herself than anyone whether it is over. The smoke clears. Our boy stands in the void and is shirtless with his upper body battered and scorched. Burns and bruises mark his torso, and yet he remains firmly on his feet. He says nothing. His eyes sweep over his own damaged body as energy ripples faintly across his skin. A crew member on the bridge cackles and tells the inhabitants to go and accompany their boss in the afterlife. Lu Sheng's torso pulses with regenerative energy. The burns along his ribs glow as his muscles and bones knit themselves back together, and his extraordinary physique refuses to stay broken. Golden particles swirl around Lu Sheng's frame as his body repairs itself at an astonishing rate. New skin seals over the wounds and his vitality surges back stronger than before. A crew member with reddish hair stumbles backward on the bridge. She screams that it is impossible and is unable to comprehend what she is seeing. Lu Sheng stands fully restored with one hand raised and azure energy humming around his fingertips. He blinks, a flash of surprise crosses his face as he examines something unexpected about his own condition. A level 11 attack manages to leave a small mark, but only briefly. Even his extraordinary physique is unable to completely nullify it, though the damage barely registers. He finds the result acceptable. On the bridge, an unnamed crew member stammers in horror and asks whether the target is really only level 9. Before the spaceship fired its cannon the second time, Lu Sheng did not sense much threat from it. He purposely stood in its path to test the strength of the Starfield's supreme military technology firsthand. The result leaves him unsatisfied. A panicking crew member on the weapons console screams a curse. He refuses to accept what he is seeing and orders the cannon to fire again at maximum power. A sphere of searing pink energy launches from the ship and hurtles toward Lu Sheng for the third time. The young man sidesteps the blast with ease. He remarks that he does not want to get hit by that toy again. Lu Sheng unleashes his counterattack. A colossal pillar of scarlet and crimson energy rips through space and slams into the Devil Talon warship. The beam tears through the hull. The impact detonates deep within the ship's core. Magenta fire and violet lightning cascade outward as entire sections of the vessel rupture and collapse inward. The annihilation cannon itself cracks down the middle and shatters into fragments. A crew member on the bridge screams and is unable to fathom how this is happening. Every system aboard the warship crashes simultaneously. Screens flicker and die as the word collapse flashes across the remaining displays. A crew member on the bridge drops to his knees. He gasps that a human just overpowered a Starfield military weapon with raw strength and asks whether the target is even still human. Scorpion witnesses the level 11 annihilation cannon crumble from a single punch with her own eyes. The sight shakes her tenfold more than the death of Crimson Eye ever did. Her face drains of all color. Her pupils shrink to pinpoints as the full scope of what she is facing finally registers. A dark-haired woman in fishnet attire stands frozen in the crimson glow of emergency lighting. She says nothing, and her body is rigid with terror. Sparks and debris rain across the bridge as the warship groans under its own failing structure. Scorpion screams in agony as the collapsing ship throws her sideways. Blood streaks across her face from a fresh wound. Lu Sheng steps aboard the ruined vessel with his body wreathed in cool blue flame. He surveys the wreckage and decides to help himself to the spoils. The amount of energy crystals is slightly more than what EG had, and the previous captain is just a feudal lord by comparison. He moves deeper into the ship's storage bays. His eyes light up as he calculates that the 3,000 tons of energy crystals aboard are worth roughly 700,000 black crystals. The number makes him grin. A person can truly build a fortune by relying on one's own two hands. It does not matter if one comes from a lower civilization. As long as the strength to rise exists, even a pauper from the bottom of the starfield can live well. The guy's thoughts turn to his broader plan. It is about time he completes his preparations to leave. A year inside an isolated farming space on a giant planet amounts to just a fraction of the time he needs. He begins mentally mapping the next steps. He catches himself mid-fantasy and laughs. He tells himself not to push too hard, and that with all these problems stacking up, even a small genius deserves a moment to breathe. An alarm screams through the damaged ship. A warning flashes across the cracked display. The spaceship has already been locked onto by an unknown energy source. Lu Sheng's eyes snap wide. Before he can react, a searing blast slams into the hull and rips through the vessel he just claimed. Lu Sheng stumbles out of the flames in shock. He shouts in outrage and demands to know who is attacking the ship he just finishes repairing. Scorpion is battered and barely conscious amid the wreckage and looks up. Her eyes widen as she recognizes something in the distance and whispers that she knows what it is. A massive warfleet materializes in the starfield beyond and dwarfs the Devil Talon ship. Rows of armed vessels stretch across the void in formation. At the helm of the lead vessel stands Marshal Fail, and he is a tall figure draped in white robes with a red gem gleaming on his forehead and a gold visor covering his eyes. He issues his command without a trace of emotion. Seal off this starfield and kill every member of the Crimson Eye Pirates, and do not leave a single one alive." A subordinate in full battle armor snaps to attention. He confirms the order and addresses his commander as esteemed Marshal Fail. Green energy pulses through the fleet as the warships engage their weapon systems and begin closing in. Lu Sheng stands amid the smoldering wreckage of his captured ship with fists clenched. He seethes that these are the fruits of the labor he worked so hard for. He continues and his voice rises. He endures so much to finally claim a complete high-quality spaceship as battle loot. He asks whether these people even realize that this ship now belongs to him. His anger boils over. He demands whether they have any idea how much blood and sweat and tears he pours into claiming this vessel, whether they know he is currently saving every crystal he can find to buy a habitable planet for his people. Green energy ignites around Lu Sheng's body as his fury reaches its peak. He roars at the approaching fleet that they will pay for what they just did. Marshal Fail stands unmoved aboard his command bridge with one hand adjusting his visor. He observes the approaching energy signature with detached curiosity. A holographic display projects the scan results before him. The target's starfield battle power registers at 153, and the subject is classified as level 9. Marshal Fail raises an eyebrow and questions since when the Crimson Eye Pirates have a level 9 member. He addresses Lu Sheng directly through the comms and asks whether he just joined the pirates. Lu Sheng stares back in silence and offers nothing but a cold and unblinking gaze. Marshal Fail studies his holographic scouter and reads Lu Sheng's starfield combat power value, 153, a level 9. He asks with idle curiosity since when the Crimson Eye Pirates have a level 9 member and whether Lu Sheng just joins them. Lu Sheng does not answer. His chest heaves with sharp breaths and eyes are locked on the Marshal. Every exhale carries the faint shimmer of barely restrained energy. Lu Sheng explodes forward. A towering pillar of golden fire erupts from his body and tears through the void as he launches his opening strike at Marshal Fail. Marshal Fail glances at his scouter and raises an eyebrow. The reading surges past 1,000. He remarks that it is interesting and admits he does not expect the target to reach 1,000 so quickly. He can no longer afford to underestimate this opponent. The two forces collide. A shockwave of golden flame and pale blue energy detonates between them and scatters debris in every direction. The combat power display spikes wildly. The number blows past 10,000 and keeps climbing. Marshal Fail's composure cracks for the first time as he notes that the reading is rising by thousands now, and the higher the number climbs, the faster it accelerates. The scouter flashes in rapid succession, 40,000, and then 50,000, and still rising. A subordinate's voice on the channel stammers that the reading is still climbing. The display ticks past 90,000 with no sign of stopping. Marshal Fail recoils. The single syllable escapes him before he can stop it. An involuntary gasp of disbelief. His scouter glitches. The words "system error" flash across the display in jagged red text as the device fails to process the incoming data. Lu Sheng stands engulfed in a maelstrom of golden and crimson energy, and his combat power exceeds the scanner's maximum threshold. Marshal Fail demands to know what kind of power this is, pure physical force burning at a level that cancels out the scouter entirely. He questions how anyone manages to cultivate to this degree at just level 9. Lu Sheng draws his fist back. The air ignites around his knuckles as he calls upon the ancient 5th season fist technique, Universal Oven. Lu Sheng launches himself skyward and his entire frame is wreathed in blazing golden fire. He roars at Marshal Fail to pay for breaking his spaceship. His fist connects. A catastrophic wave of golden fire engulfs the impact zone and the explosion blooms outward in a sphere of searing heat and light. Marshal Fail's blue energy shield fractures under the blow. He skids backward through the void with his white robes singed and his boots carving furrows through the debris field. The two clash again at close range. Golden fire meets glacial blue in a deafening eruption. Marshal Fail grits his teeth and admits that he must use all of his strength merely to block this. He cannot fathom how the Crimson Eye Pirates possess a member this powerful. Our boy presses the advantage without mercy. He snarls at the starfield pests to go to hell. Marshal Fail counterattacks. He swings his energy blade in a wide arc, and each slash trails azure light that carves frozen lines through the void. Azure energy coalesces into dense spheres above the battlefield. Marshal Fail unleashes his technique, meteorites. The glowing projectiles rain down and each one crackles with devastating force. Lu Sheng braces against the barrage. Blue impacts detonate across his guard and each meteorite hammers him with bone-rattling pressure. The collision sends a shockwave rippling across the battlefield. Both combatants emerge from the dust and neither is willing to yield an inch. Marshal Fail catches his breath and addresses Lu Sheng with grudging respect. He states that this is not the strength a level 9 should possess. Lu Sheng is far stronger than his level suggests, and even amongst level 11 martial artists, his power ranks near the very top. He concedes that Lu Sheng is one of the strongest opponents he faces to date. The young man is unimpressed by the praise. He fires back that regardless of whether Marshal Fail is a level 11 expert, the marshal still has to pay for destroying someone else's property for no reason. Golden lightning erupts across Lu Sheng's body as he activates his martial god state. The transformation sends a shockwave of raw power cascading outward. Marshal Fail senses the shift immediately. This is not the power a level 9 should wield. Lu Sheng possesses an extraordinary physique and not just any kind. It is an extremely high-level one. Lu Sheng completes the transformation. His body blazes with golden fire as he enters martial god form and his aura expands to an overwhelming scale. Marshal Fail tightens his grip on his energy blade. He calls Lu Sheng a damn pirate and charges forward with blue energy surging along the weapon. The two titans collide in the heart of space. Golden fire and azure frost detonate against each other in a cataclysmic explosion that illuminates the surrounding starfield. Far from the battlefield, 2 points of light streak toward the planet. At the same time, a spaceship descends through the atmosphere and trails blue energy behind it as it approaches the war zone. Inside the vessel, the guide leans back and exhales heavily. He grumbles that after all that traveling, they are finally here. He swears that when he settles down this time, he is getting a level 11 spaceship for certain. He curses the Zhong planet spaceship agent Mr. Tan, who has been overcharging him for a modest dropship for 28 years straight. The guide peers at the tactical display. Although the White Mist Starfield's own marshal has yet to arrive, the inferior Starfield's marshal appears to already be here. The guide perks up. He exclaims that this is great news and that there is hope for Lu Sheng now. The ship draws closer to the battlefield. Energy fluctuations from the ongoing clash pulse against the hull. The guide spots an insignia on the massive warship orbiting above. He identifies the maple leaf symbol and confirms that it truly is the Marshal of the inferior Starfield. Zhao Lin stares at the colossal vessel through the viewport and his goggles fog slightly. He mutters that the Marshal's ship is a level 12 spacecraft and the kind he could never afford, even if he begs everyone he knows and works for it his entire life. The guide chuckles and tells Zhao Lin that if he breaks through to level 11 and gets elected as a marshal, he will receive one even fancier than that. Zhao Lin fires back that the chances of that happening are lower than winning the top prize of the Starfield lottery. The guide suddenly freezes. His eyes snap wide as he senses something. He stammers that he recognizes this energy. A massive surge of violet and crimson energy erupts from the battlefield ahead, and the shockwave rattles every ship in the vicinity. The guide grips the console in alarm. He shouts that this fluctuation in energy indicates a battle between level 11 experts. A screen activates aboard their ship and attempts to resolve the distant battlefield into a clear image. The words "Scan in progress" flash across it. The scan reveals the wreckage of the Crimson Eye Pirates' Devil Talon spaceship and it is smashed into fragments. A second scan shows the vessel has been reduced to pieces and suggests both sides take heavy damage. The guide squints at the live feed and spots a figure in a silver battlesuit fighting just outside the Marshal's warship. He asks whether that is the inferior Starfield's Marshal himself. The battle between the two combatants rages on in the void above. Golden energy collides with azure steel as Lu Sheng and Marshal Fail trade blows at blistering speed. Lu Sheng, in his golden martial god form, swings a massive blade of condensed fire energy, and the arc leaves a searing trail across the darkness. The guide leans closer to the screen. The golden figure is not Crimson Eye. The stranger appears immensely strong, with power not inferior to the Marshal's. In fact, the golden fighter is even pressuring the Marshal. Another voice on the bridge wonders in terror whether the stranger could also be a member of Crimson Eye's crew. The guy draws back his fist and golden energy concentrates to a blinding point. He tells Marshal Fail to give this a taste. Marshal Fail's eyes widen behind his visor. A jolt of alarm shoots through him. Lu Sheng's strike connects with devastating force. Golden flame and raw kinetic energy slam into Marshal Fail, and the impact tears through his guard. Marshal Fail staggers. A groan escapes his lips as pain lances through his body. Blood seeps from beneath his visor. The shockwave from the blow ripples outward and is visible even from the guide's ship. The guide's jaw drops. His voice cracks as he blurts out two words. It is him. A heavy silence falls inside the ship as the guide stares at the screen and trembles. The guide whips around and slaps himself across the face without warning. Zhao Lin reels from the impact and demands to know what the guide is doing. The guide grabs Zhao Lin by the shoulders. He begs Zhao Lin to slap him too and to slap him hard because he suspects he is dreaming. Zhao Lin stares at the guide as though he has lost his mind. He asks whether the guide has gone insane. Zhao Lin pauses and then admits in a quieter voice that perhaps he too feels as though he may have gone insane. Zhao Lin obliges. His palm connects with the guide's face, carrying the full force of a level 10 martial art. The impact launches the guide across the cabin. The guide crashes into the far wall with a sickening thud. He screams Zhao Lin's name. Zhao Lin stands over the crater in the wall with his arms folded. He points out flatly that the guide is the one who asks for the slap. He adds that never in his life does anyone make such a request. The guide peels himself off the wall and is bruised and furious. He screams that he asks Zhao Lin to hit hard and not to use every ounce of his strength. He accuses Zhao Lin of using a level 10 martial art for a simple slap. The guide waves his hand and cuts off the argument. He tells Zhao Lin to forget the details. His tone shifts as he begins slowly. If he tells Zhao Lin something right now, the guide looks Zhao Lin dead in the eyes. He reveals that the one fighting against the marshal right now is Lu Sheng. He asks whether Zhao Lin would believe him. Zhao Lin's goggles nearly pop off his face. His entire body goes rigid as a single drawn-out sound of pure disbelief escapes him. The battle between Lu Sheng and Marshal Fail rages on. Golden fire and azure energy clash in the void, and each collision sends shock waves cascading across the starfield. Marshal Fail grits his teeth. He curses under his breath and admits that Lu Sheng is forcing him to get serious. The marshal gathers his full power and azure energy condenses around his frame in a swirling vortex of crackling frost and light. Marshal Fail warns that this starfield is going to be shattered because of Lu Sheng. Again, Marshal Fail hurls everything he has forward. He roars at Lu Sheng to go to hell, and a colossal beam of azure energy tears through the void and engulfs the battlefield in blinding white light. Lu Sheng stands in the aftermath and is barely scratched. A smirk crosses his face. He remarks that it looks as though he gets to enjoy this a little more. A desperate voice cuts through the chaos. Lan Shen and his group rush toward the battlefield and scream for both fighters to stop. He shouts that it is all a misunderstanding. Lan Shen repeats urgently that this is a misunderstanding. Lu Sheng glances toward the newcomers and asks what they are trying to do. Lan Shen addresses Marshal Fail directly. He insists that Lu Sheng is not a galactic pirate. He is an original inhabitant of the Azure planet. One of Marshal Fail's subordinates steps forward with a datapad. He reports to the Marshal that he has ascertained the target's identity. Marshal Fail studies the findings, and his expression shifts from hostility to disbelief. The young man he is fighting is genuinely a native inhabitant of the Azure planet and not a member of the Crimson Eye Pirates. The Marshal's mind races. An inhabitant of a low-level resource planet possesses a level 9 cultivation with a peak extraordinary physique strong enough to rival a level 11. On top of that, Lu Sheng has mastered 2 blue Daos. He mutters in bewilderment and struggles to comprehend it. Marshal Fail's perspective shifts entirely. Looking at this from another angle, Lu Sheng probably cannot even be considered a normal person anymore. He is an extraordinary starfield treasure that no one has ever discovered until this day. In the Marshal's estimation, Lu Sheng is more precious than 100 inhabitable planets. Our boy steps forward and his posture is relaxed. He says he will formally introduce himself. Marshal Fail straightens and responds in kind. He introduces himself as a marshal of the inferior starfield and Alan Fail. He extends a greeting and says it is nice to meet Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng nods and returns the courtesy with a brief reply. Same to you. Lu Sheng immediately adds that Marshal Fail should not think the formalities mean the debt is forgiven. That spaceship belongs to him. The Galactic Federation does seem legitimate, and this Fail appears to be a reasonable person. He wonders whether his own actions up to this point come across as humiliating or offensive from the Starfield's perspective. He dismisses the concern. None of it is his fault. Fail is the one who blows up his ship. Regardless, Lu Sheng sees himself as nothing more than a Starfield bumpkin from a remote planet and relying on blood and sweat and tears to build a fortune. A wry smile crosses his lips. He never imagines there would come a day when he considers himself a country bumpkin. Marshal Fail turns businesslike. He acknowledges that Lu Sheng plays a significant role in helping the inferior Starfield exterminate the Crimson Eye galactic pirates. He promises to report everything to the Galactic Federation and fight for the largest reward possible on Lu Sheng's behalf. Marshal Fail pauses. A smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth as he adds one condition. To claim the reward Lu Sheng will have to make a personal visit to the inferior Starfield's central body. To claim the reward Lu Sheng will have to make a personal visit to the inferior Starfield's central body. Fail explains the logistics. They are currently about 400 light-years from the inferior Starfield. Using the captured spaceship, the round trip will take roughly 3 months. Fail explains the logistics. They are currently about 400 light-years from the inferior Starfield. Using the captured spaceship, the round trip will take roughly 3 months. Lu Sheng asks whether he must go in person. He points out that the reward will likely amount to a major portion of the Devil Talon spaceship's value. From behind, Zhao Lin bursts forward with uncontainable excitement and volunteers to go, and asks when they leave. The response comes that they can depart anytime Lu Sheng is willing. Nearby, Lan Chen and Zhao Lin observe the exchange from their ship. Lan Chen leans forward eagerly. If they can bring Lu Sheng back to the White Mist Starfield, his talents alone will make up for the entire Starfield's deficits. The credit belongs to them. Lan Chen puffs his chest with pride. He reminds Zhao Lin that as the person who originally discovers Lu Sheng, the enormous credit from nurturing such a talent reflects his own foresight. Zhao Lin cuts him off flatly. He tells Lan Chen that he is expecting too much. Lan Chen deflects the cynicism. He insists that even if Marshal Fail wants Lu Sheng, the Marshal cannot simply snatch a person from another starfield. Lan Chen's early introduction of Lu Sheng to the White Mist Starfield gives them legal priority. Zhao Lin counters with a harder truth. He asks whether Lan Chen is sure the inferior Starfield cannot claim Lu Sheng. Lan Chen asks why not. Zhao Lin explains that even though Fail is a marshal, he cannot forcibly take someone who belongs to another starfield. Lan Chen is the one who introduces Lu Sheng to the wider starfield, and that should anchor Lu Sheng to the White Mist. Another companion interjects quietly. He points out that there is one problem. Lan Chen technically never registers Lu Sheng as a citizen. Lan Chen's face goes pale. He curses and realizes the companion is right. He has yet to legally register Lu Sheng as a citizen of the White Mist Starfield. The full weight of the oversight sinks in. Without official registration, Lu Sheng is not legally bound to the White Mist Starfield's jurisdiction. If Marshal Fail simply decides to register Lu Sheng under the inferior Starfield, Lu Sheng will automatically become a citizen of that territory instead. A cold chill runs through Lan Chen. He senses the situation slipping out of his control. A uniformed officer from Marshal Fail's fleet appears before the group. He delivers a formal message. The Marshal requests that all of them accompany the fleet to the inferior Starfield. He introduces himself as the representative of the operation against the Crimson Eye galactic pirates. Zhao Lin steps forward nervously. He asks whether they can contact the Marshal of the White Mist Starfield first. The officer turns to the group with a calm but firm expression. He asks what they think. Lan Chen makes his decision. He orders every communication officer aboard their ship to be locked up in the hold immediately. A subordinate confirms the order without hesitation. Zhao Lin stammers in alarm. He asks whether Lan Chen realizes that this could lead to a war between the two starfields. Lan Chen pauses. He concedes that war is a possibility. However, he adds that he personally believes Marshal Fail makes an exceptionally wise decision. He orders the detained officers taken away, and his mind is already committed to cooperating with the inferior starfield rather than risking a confrontation. Lan Chen stares out into the void and is lost in thought. He cannot imagine how the ruler of the White Mist Starfield will react. A monster of this caliber and an extraordinary physique the Starfield has never encountered is born on a bottom-tier planet under his jurisdiction. Far away at the White Mist Starfield Battleship 5 base, a red-haired official reclines in a lavish dining hall. He swirls a glass of wine and hums approvingly and remarks that today's alcohol tastes exceptionally good. He reviews a report between sips. The Crimson Eye Galactic pirates and their fleet have been captured and dealt with. He nods with satisfaction and praises the outcome. He glances at additional intelligence about the inferior Starfield's marshal. He notes the power balance and conditions and compares it with his own Starfield's resources over the past 20 years. The official muses about Marshal Fail's recent behavior. He finds it unusual that Fail appears generous and seemingly volunteers to handle matters at an upcoming meeting rather than hoarding credit. He shrugs it off. He waves his hand dismissively. Whatever Fail is doing, it earns credit for the inferior Starfield. It is not worth his time to dig deeper. A pink-haired secretary enters the room and bows. She reports that an intermediate officer has requested a meeting and claims he has something extremely important to relay. The official looks up from his wine with mild interest. He asks where the officer is. The secretary checks her notes and responds that the officer in question has already been taken by Marshal Fail as part of his entourage. They are currently unable to establish contact with him. The official shrugs and tells her to just wait until the officer returns. The secretary adds one more item. Speaker B. Timing has invited the official to attend his daughter's first birthday banquet, and it is tonight. The official's eyes light up instantly. He slams his glass down and orders the Blue Dove spaceship to go at full speed ahead. The secretary snaps a salute and confirms the order. The official grins and declares that today is truly a great day. Lu Sheng stands tall against a vast digital sky, and azure energy crackles around his body. The glow pulses outward in sharp geometric patterns and frames him in raw power that bends the air itself. Lu Sheng needs to return to Earth to settle a few matters before following Marshal Fail to the inferior Starfield and a destination 500 light-years away. He tears across the cosmos in a streak of brilliant blue with his body wrapped in energy as stars blur past him. Earth hangs below in the void. Lu Sheng descends toward the planet, and a towering futuristic spire rises from the surface to greet him with its structure gleaming with faint blue light against the curve of the world. Marshal Fail stands aboard the spaceship bridge, and pale energy radiates from his frame. His white robes ripple under the force of his own aura as he faces his officers with absolute authority. Fail orders his crew to activate all surveillance systems on the spaceship and keep a close eye on Lu Sheng. He insists it must be done in total secrecy without any interruptions, and that they cannot lose sight of him for even a single second. Fail goes on to mention the White Mist Starfield and notes that he has managed to fool them for now. He warns his officers that they still cannot let their guard down. He commands that if there are any unusual movements from the White Mist Starfield, his crew must inform him immediately. He stresses that this requires full supervision and their complete focus on everyone involved. His subordinates snap to attention and confirm the orders. One officer remarks that as long as Lu Sheng returns with them and registers his citizenship under the inferior Starfield, it will undoubtedly be a massive achievement for their division. A grand estate stands at the end of a wide path with its elegant pillars and ornate roof tiles gleaming under warm sunlight. Lush greenery frames the entrance on both sides. Lu Sheng pauses before the neighborhood and murmurs to himself. He senses at least 40 martial masters scattered throughout the area, and all concealed among the ordinary residents. He picks up on more presences and notes that there are also over 20 level 6 elemental masters, along with 2 martial saint foundations stationed all around. They walk the streets disguised as security guards and cleaners. Since this is not just any neighborhood but the home of the elder leader with the greatest martial footwork, people have come here on their own accord. They protect his family willingly, and he finds it reassuring. A handful of martial artists patrol the grounds in plain clothes, and their true strength is masked behind ordinary faces. Not a single one flinches as Lu Sheng approaches, though their awareness of him is razor sharp. Our boy walks up to the front entrance of his family home and announces that he is back. His voice carries a quiet confidence, as though the weight of the universe he just crossed means nothing at this doorstep. Lu Sheng's sister rushes toward him with her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed pink. She blurts out that he is the military god and stumbles over her own words in sheer excitement before she can even finish the sentence. Lu Sheng's father fixes him with a serious expression and tells him to be honest about what happened. He insists the family will accept everything no matter what. Lu Sheng's mother stands beside him with relief washing over her face and says that she is glad he is okay and that it is good he is back. Lu Sheng falls silent and his lips are pressed together. The weight of everything unsaid hangs in the air between him and his family. He exhales and tells them that now things have come to this point he will not hide it from them anymore. He clears his throat and coughs lightly and says he is ready to explain everything. Lu Sheng throws his arms wide in a dramatic pose and declares with a perfectly straight face that he is actually the Super Satan Prince of the Soul Street. His delivery is so deadpan it borders on theatrical. He launches into an elaborate tale and claims that his incident 2 years ago at university caused him to be transported to another planet. He insists it was all true and that the planet served as a secret training ground far beyond anything on Earth. Lu Sheng continues spinning his ridiculous yarn and explains that his mother and sister must now relocate to his martial stronghold on the Soul Street. He rambles about taking them under his protection in this mysterious new realm, and his expression never cracks. He adds that he still has a few enemies chasing after his traveling expenses. He plans to settle those debts and exact his revenge, and then return to claim the title of village head on this very planet. The story is so absurd that every word makes it worse. Lu Sheng's family stares at him in stunned silence with their eyes wide and their jaws slack. A collective gasp of disbelief escapes them as they try to process his outlandish confession. Lu Sheng grins and admits he is joking. He asks whether it truly matters if he is the military god or not, and then points out that they can continue talking after they eat because he is starving. Lu Sheng explains everything in detail over the course of the evening and shares what has transpired with the outside world. He leaves out only the specifics of his personal experiences over the past few years and keeps those buried deep. The family gathers around the dinner table with food piled high between them. Lu Sheng also mentions that he will need to leave the planet for a while, though he keeps the details deliberately vague. Lu Sheng's sister leans forward with her eyes practically glowing and asks if he is really her brother. She demands to know if he is truly the strongest martial artist in the entire world, and even more powerful than a level 9 martial saint. Lu Sheng's father throws his head back and roars with laughter and tears form at the corners of his eyes. He bellows that his son is actually the military god, and that such noble and glorious things are finally happening to their family. Lu Sheng's mother clasps her hands together and murmurs that it is good, and repeats the words as if to convince herself. She tells him gently that he must be careful no matter what lies ahead. Lu Sheng nods and tells his mother he understands. His voice carries a softness that only surfaces within these walls, and a tenderness reserved for the woman who raised him. Outside, a large building stretches across the skyline under the glow of evening light. A red banner drapes across its front and marks it as a well-known establishment in the area. Lu Sheng and Dongqing Xue walk side by side beneath a canopy of cherry blossoms, and the petals drift lazily around them. The warm light catches the silver of her hair and the ease in his stride. Dongqing Xue smiles and remarks that today truly is a day worth celebrating. Her voice carries a warmth that rarely breaks through her composed exterior. Lu Sheng glances at her and asks how so, and is genuinely curious about what she means. Dongqing Xue holds up a small red booklet and explains that despite everything he has accomplished today, marks the first time anyone on this planet has registered a marriage quite the same as theirs. A faint blush colors her pale cheeks. The young man lets out a laugh he cannot contain. Dongqing Xue composes herself and adds that at the same time she has also formally filed a report to secure a proper room as their actual residence. She suggests that from now on this will be where they meet whenever he returns. Dongqing Xue agrees and hands him a small device. She explains that it is the latest communication tool and capable of reaching across thousands of light years without any signal degradation. With it, he will always be able to reach her no matter how far he travels. Lu Sheng takes a step back and tells her he is heading out. His body tenses as azure energy gathers beneath his feet and is ready to launch him skyward. He rockets into the sky in a blaze of blue light, and the sheer velocity tears the air apart behind him. Far below, Dongqing Xue watches his silhouette shrink against the vastness of the open sky. Dong Qingshe clutches the edge of her sleeve and whispers that he must return safely. Her silver hair dances in the wind left behind by his departure, and her blue eyes hold a quiet ache she will never speak aloud. The Silver Bird spaceship looms ahead, and a swirling vortex of crimson and violet energy marks its docking portal. The name echoes in Lu Sheng's mind as he approaches the massive vessel. Marshal Fail stands on the receiving platform in his flowing white robes and greets Lu Sheng and tells him he has finally arrived. A holographic grid shimmers beneath their feet as the two face each other. The inner city of the Silver Bird spaceship stretches out before Lu Sheng, and it is an entire civilization compressed into a hull. Neon towers rise in every direction, and their lights paint the air in shades of violet and cyan and gold. The guy marvels at the sight and admits that the interior is actually no worse than a real city on a developed planet. He mutters that it feels as though it is something straight out of fiction, and if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. A sudden burst of noise and movement from the city below catches his attention, and his eyes widen for just a moment before he regains his composure. Streams of azure and violet energy flicker through the corridors between the neon spires and hum with the rhythm of a world that never sleeps. The Silver Bird is less a ship and more a floating nation. Fail gestures toward a table and invites Lu Sheng to try his home planet's specialty and a rejuvenation wine from a world long gone. He confesses that looking at Lu Sheng reminds him of his younger self and back when he first left his own planet. Lu Sheng picks up the glowing blue bottle and takes a sip. The liquid hits his tongue with a sharp and unfamiliar bite, and his expression shifts as the flavor registers. Lu Sheng asks whether Fail, being a marshal, also originally came from a low-level resource planet. Fail responds that his situation was far more dire than a resource planet. He reveals that he came from a level 4 world, and the entire planet was burned to ashes over 3,000 years ago in the flames of war. Lu Sheng offers his apologies for bringing it up. Fail waves it off and explains that it is fine, and notes that before his planet completely fell, the superior military rushed in to execute a citizens' resettlement plan. He pauses, and Lu Sheng thinks to himself that this is exactly the kind of information he needs. The conversation deepens as the ambient light of the spaceship city casts long shadows across both their faces. Fail's expression turns serious, and his red-tinged eyes reflect the weight of centuries. Fail explains that not everyone qualifies for resettlement. Only those registered as citizens of the Federation can apply, and the requirements are strict. A person must have no criminal record and possess a level of at least 1 or above and demonstrate a certain amount of potential. Lu Sheng raises an eyebrow and asks if the level 1 requirement is not too harsh. He presses further and wonders whether someone can simply choose to resettle on their own terms without Federation oversight. Fail concedes that individuals can resettle independently since the Federation keeps records of every inhabitable planet. He notes it is manageable for 1 or 2 people, but for larger groups exceeding 5,000, it becomes impossible without official approval. Otherwise, the enforcement department would arrest them all. He adds that his department dispatches over 10 full-strength warriors to battlefront and resource planets as inspectors every single year. Lu Sheng remarks that the rules are unreasonably strict. Fail counters that the strictness is necessary for maintaining the continuous reproduction of warrior order across the entire universe. Fail elaborates that if citizens of every inhabitable planet fled every time their world faced destruction, the entire universe would spiral into chaos. Unchecked migration would plunge civilization into a disordered period no one could recover from. Lu Sheng falls quiet and mulls over what he has just heard. After a long pause, he asks how much money it would cost to purchase an inhabitable planet outright. Fail notes that Lu Sheng's home is still classified as a resource planet and barely getting started, and yet here he is, already thinking about buying a whole world. He explains that the lowest-leveled inhabitable planet costs only a few 100 million black crystals, while something of a slightly higher tier runs into the hundreds of millions, or even approaches 1 billion. Fail clarifies that the high-level planets he is referring to are worlds capable of producing martial art experts at level 9 and above. He warns that any planet unable to produce warriors of that caliber faces inevitable dissolution, and it is only a matter of time before such worlds fade. Fail then shifts his tone and tells Lu Sheng that for someone like him, achieving this is well within reach. Lu Sheng blinks in surprise and asks what he means. Fail points out that Lu Sheng possesses immense potential. Once he trains to level 10, he can become a Starfield noble, and at that point, he would have the right to own a large habitation planet entirely for himself. He adds that Lu Sheng would not need to pay standard taxes to the Federation, though annual contributions would still apply, and he could accommodate roughly 8,000 people. Lu Sheng lights up and thanks Fail for the valuable advice and raises his glass in appreciation. Privately, he reflects that his current organization is still far too small. He envisions a future where he secures the title and establishes a branch on one planet reserved solely for residents of the Dragon Country and staffs it with the finest people he can find. To him, that would be nothing short of perfect. Lu Sheng tilts his glass back and drains every last drop of the rejuvenation wine in one smooth motion. A satisfied calm settles over his features, and it is the kind that only comes when the path forward has never looked clearer. With Fail's explanation, Lu Sheng gains a rough understanding of the starfields and the universe at large. The knowledge settles into his mind, and the full picture finally comes together. During the long voyage, Lu Sheng enters the universe seed to train and slips back into the familiar dream space where time bends to his will. Every second outside stretches into an eternity within. The Silver Bird spaceship provides something his previous training never had, and that is a massive stockpile of high-density energy crystals for him to consume. In what feels as though it is a flash, Lu Sheng reaches 100,000 years inside the dream space and nearly doubles his vitality amplification. Lu Sheng stands in the spaceship corridor and azure energy hums faintly around his frame. Fail mutters that this kid has already burned through 70% of billions worth of black crystals in a single month. He admits he has served in the unit for 4,000 years and cannot wait to see what Lu Sheng becomes in the future. Fail commands his crew to continue supplying Lu Sheng with black crystals regardless of the cost. His subordinate snaps to attention and confirms the order without hesitation. Fail and a subordinate stand together on the observation deck, and their expressions are taut with quiet anticipation. The weight of their investment in Lu Sheng hangs unspoken between them. Deep within the universe world, the infinite expanse of the cosmos stretches in every direction. Lu Sheng trains here alone among the stars and pushes his body and his cells beyond every known limit. A clash of titans erupts in the dream space as Lu Sheng and Acris collide. Azure light meets crimson fury, and the two streaks of energy tear across the void. Crimson energy detonates outward from the impact point, and green sparks scatter in every direction. Lu Sheng presses through the blast wave, and his presence swallows the chaos around him as Acris recoils from the sheer force. Acris's eyes go wide, and he roars in disbelief and demands to know what just happened. A golden streak of energy splits the space between them, and the shockwave alone is enough to shatter the ground beneath his feet. A colossal eruption of scarlet energy tears through the dream space. The blast stretches across the horizon and consumes everything in its path with relentless heat and pressure. A single blue eye stares through the aftermath and is cold and analytical. The observer wonders aloud whether that was a level 12 expert and is unable to reconcile the raw devastation with what they thought they knew. The observer studies Lu Sheng's movements and mutters that the root of his flesh should favor speed, and yet the amount of raw power he displays defies all logic. Something about this warrior does not add up. Our boy clenches his fist and declares that from this moment on, his goal is to take down Acris before they reach the inferior starfield. His eyes burn with a focus that leaves no room for doubt. Days of relentless training blur together inside the dream space. Lu Sheng throws himself against Acris again, and each clash pushes both of them closer to their absolute limits. On the final day before their arrival at the inferior starfield, Lu Sheng defeats Acris at last. He stands over his fallen opponent with azure energy spiraling calmly around his body, and the victory is as clean as it is decisive. Lu Sheng absorbs the new energy source from within the celestial body, and the surge of power floods every fiber of his being. He grows at least threefold stronger, and the leap is terrifying enough to make even seasoned marshals pause. The Silverbird spaceship descends toward the inferior Starfield Federation's assembly grounds. A sprawling, futuristic metropolis unfolds below with its towers and spires gleaming against a sky streaked with the light of distant stars. The vessel touches down with a deep metallic hum, and the sheer scale of the Federation city dwarfs everything Lu Sheng has ever seen on Earth. A grand archway looms overhead and the words ring out as a formal greeting. Welcome to the Inferior Federation. Fail and Lu Sheng step forward together into a plaza bustling with figures from across the stars. Lu Sheng remarks that they have finally arrived and asks what they are doing next. Fail responds that he will bring Lu Sheng to legally register his Starfield citizenship first. Fail explains that without registration, Lu Sheng would exist as an unregistered entity and would not be able to purchase anything or function at all within the Federation. Lu Sheng nods and tells Fail he will have to trouble him for it. Fail waves it off and says it is nothing, and his tone is casual, as though arranging citizenship for a potential level 12 warrior is simply part of his afternoon. Fail adds that after all, he is the one who brought Lu Sheng here. Lu Sheng catches a flicker of satisfaction in Fail's expression, as though the marshal has achieved some private goal. It does not matter. At this point, killing Fail would simply be a question of whether he wants to do it. Following Fail, Lu Sheng enters the Capitol building to register his identity. The interior is all polished stone and towering pillars and the kind of architecture designed to remind visitors they stand at the center of power. A registration clerk presents a glowing tablet and respectfully informs Lu Sheng that his citizenship has been registered. The document displays his name alongside a digital seal of the Inferior Federation. Lu Sheng studies the tablet and notices something unexpected. He recalls Fail mentioning that citizenship starts from grade 1, and yet his own registration reads grade 3. The discrepancy piques his curiosity. The explanation follows quickly. Because Lu Sheng was recommended by a marshal, his identity is treated differently from that of a normal person. A citizen's grade is interlinked with their strength and wealth and personal relations within the Federation. A single recommendation already placed him at grade 3. He is only 11 grades away from becoming a Starfield noble, and the distance suddenly feels far less daunting. A quiet resolve settles over Lu Sheng's features as the full picture of the Federation's hierarchy clicks into place inside his mind. Fail presents Lu Sheng with a sleek card and tells him there are 10 million black crystals stored inside. He calls it a personal gift from himself to Lu Sheng. Fail adds that Lu Sheng may use the crystals at any residence that serves Starfield citizens. The generosity is delivered with the same nonchalance as offering someone a cup of tea. Lu Sheng's mind races at the figure. The entire Crimson Eye pirate crew only had 100,000 in total, and yet Fail casually hands over 10 million. He may not have even recovered all of the pirates' wealth, since most of it was likely stored in their identification cards rather than carried on their persons. An attendant approaches Lu Sheng and politely asks him to wait and explains that Sir Fail is still in a discussion. The attendant gestures toward a table and offers the snacks laid out nearby and invites Lu Sheng to help himself while he waits. The young man eyes the spread of unfamiliar delicacies arranged on the table. The room is spacious and lavishly decorated, and clearly reserved for guests of the highest importance. Lu Sheng picks up a snack and takes a bite. He chews for a moment and then nods and remarks that it is actually pretty good and is pleasantly surprised by the flavor. He decides the timing is perfect and plans to eat while also examining the common Starfield identification cards hidden inside the bracelets he collected. A working meal as far as Lu Sheng is concerned. Lu Sheng digs into the snacks with abandon and chomps through one piece after another. A sudden sharp sting jolts through his mouth, and something crunches far harder than any food should. His jaw locks mid-bite and pain shoots through his teeth. His eyes widen as something distinctly not food fights back against his molars. Lu Sheng coughs violently and sputters that he nearly broke his tooth. He holds the offending object up to his face and is still reeling from the impact and trying to figure out what in the world he just put in his mouth. His eyes lock onto a small blue-purple creature wriggling in his grip, and he blurts out that it is a Starfield cockroach. The tiny insect flails its legs uselessly and is already half crushed between his fingers. A holographic display flickers to life inside his body's internal monitoring system. Lu Sheng freezes as the readout confirms that his 100th eternal cell has just been birthed and triggered by the protein surge from the creature he consumed. The guy stares at the remains of the cockroach and wonders aloud how such a tiny creature could possibly contain that much protein. The numbers do not lie, but the source is almost insulting. He pauses and then takes another cautious bite. His expression shifts to mild surprise as he admits that it actually tastes as though it is crispy chicken and not the worst thing he has ever eaten. Lu Sheng crunches through the rest of the Starfield cockroach without ceremony, and each bite is accompanied by a satisfying crackle that echoes through the quiet VIP room. A frantic voice rings out from somewhere beyond the corridor and calls out for Bobby over and over again. The desperation in the tone rises with each repetition and grows closer by the second. A whirlwind of crimson hair bursts past the guards at the VIP entrance. One guard stammers that this area is reserved for the most important guests and that she cannot enter without permission, and warns that she is making things difficult for them. The woman Xiao Xiao snarls back and demands to know whether she is not an important guest herself. She insists that Bobby can come in here, so he must be in here, and tells the guards to scram. Lu Sheng stands in the middle of the room and is still holding a half-eaten snack as scattered guards pick themselves up from the floor around him. The commotion has transformed the elegant VIP lounge into something resembling a battlefield. The guards make one last attempt to stop her and shout that Miss Kiao Kiao cannot enter without permission. She does not even slow down and plows through the doorway with enough force to crack the frame and sends a shockwave of golden energy rippling across the floor. Kiao Kiao skids to a halt in the center of the room, and her crimson hair settles around her shoulders. Her eyes sweep the space with the intensity of a predator tracking prey. Kiao Kiao locks eyes on Lu Sheng and jabs a finger at his chest. She accuses him of being the one who stole her Bobby and declares that Bobby's scent is all over him. Lu Sheng blinks and is genuinely bewildered and can only manage a single confused sound in response. Lu Sheng stands wreathed in crackling azure energy, and every line of his silhouette is sharp against the digital sky. The power radiating from his body hums with the promise of something far greater than what this universe has seen before. Lu Sheng sits alone at a table in the VIP lounge with his brow furrowed as the situation with the red-haired woman replays in his mind. The half-eaten snacks before him suddenly feel far more incriminating than they did a moment ago. Lu Sheng tilts his head and asks plainly who Bobby is. The name means nothing to him, and his genuine confusion only deepens the awkwardness of the encounter. Xiao Xiao pauses and then realizes he truly has no idea. She explains that of course he does not know about Bobby yet, and her tone softens for the first time since she stormed into the room. Xiao Xiao tells Lu Sheng that Bobby is a pure-blooded crystal-eating worm who has been her companion and pet for the last 10 years. She speaks about the creature with the kind of warmth most people reserve for family. The words hit Lu Sheng hard. He repeats it aloud and says a crystal-eating worm, and his voice catches as the realization of exactly what he crunched through earlier crashes over him. Xiao Xiao eagerly describes Bobby's appearance and asks whether the creature is round with lots of thin legs and golden coloring. Lu Sheng's face tightens as every detail matches perfectly, and Kiao Qiao's eyes light up with desperate hope as she confirms that is indeed her Bobby. Lu Sheng falls completely silent. A long and agonizing pause stretches between them before he swallows hard, and the sound is almost audible in the quiet room. The guilt settling in his stomach is heavier than anything he has ever digested. Our boy scrambles for a lie and tells Kiao Kiao that the creature flew into his hand. He claims he cracked its shell thinking it was just a bug since his home planet has plenty of similar creatures. He quickly adds that it escaped and went off in another direction. Lu Sheng holds his breath and silently begs her not to see through him. Sweat prickles along his temples as he forces his expression to stay neutral and prays his lie holds together. Demeanor shifts in an instant. She lunges forward and grabs Lu Sheng's hands and exclaims her thanks with such force that it nearly knocks him off balance. The sheer relief on her face is almost painful to look at. Lu Sheng's heart slams against his ribs as her sudden move catches him completely off guard. He wonders frantically whether she has realized he lied, and his mind races through worst-case scenarios. Kiao Kiao pulls back and asks what he is doing standing there so stiffly. She tells him she was simply trying to express her gratitude and suggests they be friends going forward, and her grin is wide and unguarded. Lu Sheng exhales quietly and wonders if everyone from the inferior starfield is this open and forward. He steadies himself and introduces himself properly, and tells her his name is Lu Sheng. Kiao Kiao waves from the doorway and promises to treat him to dinner once she finds Bobby. She calls out a cheerful goodbye and disappears down the corridor with her crimson hair trailing behind her. Lu Sheng watches her go and thinks to himself that he can only apologize silently for what he has done. She is a genuinely kind person, and the guilt of eating her beloved pet gnaws at him more than he expected. Qiao Qiao has no idea that her precious Bobby has already been consumed by Lu Sheng. The irony cuts deep because the very creature she is desperately searching for helped him grow 2 additional eternal cells. A crystal-eating worm is no ordinary pet. Its shell is so impossibly hard that no one below level 11 can even crack its defenses. The creature in its full-grown form is a magnificent being of crystalline armor and shimmering wings and worth a fortune in any starfield. The young man wrestles with his conscience and admits he was too embarrassed to tell her the truth. He cannot exactly confess that he devoured her companion of 10 years as a casual afternoon snack. That answer, no matter how honest, would have been unforgivable. Lu Sheng turns to the attendant standing nearby and apologizes for the commotion. He bows his head slightly and is still rattled by the encounter with Chow Chow. The attendant smiles and assures him it is all right. She then asks curiously who that woman was and notes that she seemed to carry a status quite different from ordinary visitors. The attendant lowers her voice and reveals that the woman is none other than the only daughter of Count Gith. The name hangs in the air with a weight Lu Sheng did not anticipate. Lu Sheng's eyes widen as the title registers. A count ranks 2 full tiers above a Starfield Knight, and that itself requires level 11 power. The woman whose pet he ate sits at the top of the inferior Starfield's aristocratic hierarchy. The realization hits Lu Sheng hard and his eyes go wide with shock. He has made an enemy of someone whose family outranks nearly everyone in this corner of the universe. Lu Sheng now understands why Chia was able to waltz through the government building as though she owned the place. For someone of her status, these halls might as well be an extension of her living room. He winces internally and admits it is a pity he did not tell her the truth. Bobby's value likely exceeds the 10 million black crystals Fail gifted him, and that makes his stomach-turned crime scene all the more mortifying. Fail arrives and announces that all the documents are in order. He tells Lu Sheng they should leave now, and his tone is brisk and businesslike. Lu Sheng falls into step beside Fail as they exit the building. The polished corridor stretches ahead of them, and Lu Sheng buries his guilt about Bobby somewhere deep where it cannot slow him down. As they walk, Lu Sheng casually asks Fail whether he knows what a crystal-eating worm is. Fail raises an eyebrow and asks how Lu Sheng even learned about that, given that he has only just arrived. Fail explains that a crystal-eating worm is a unique life form and incredibly rare and capable of reaching level 10 or even level 11 once it fully matures. The creature is one of the rarest organisms in the known universe. He adds that many Starfield nobles purchase them for the women in their families, and that makes them a highly fashionable pet among female aristocracy. Lu Sheng asks as innocently as he can manage whether they are expensive. Fail scoffs and says that of course they are. The cheapest specimen costs at least a few million crystals, and some are valued at the price of entire planets. He then asks why Lu Sheng wants to know. The guy waves it off and claims he merely overheard someone mention it in passing and felt curious and nothing more. Lu Sheng's internal composure shatters the moment Fail's words sink in. Even the simplest crystal-eating worm costs a few million crystals, and he crunched through one as a bar snack. He calculates that just 2 mouthfuls of that creature already cost him a fortune in crystals, and he mutters that he really should have chewed more slowly. The regret on his face is almost comical, though no one is around to appreciate it. Far from the inferior Starfield, the White Mist Starfield's main planet Justice Department rises in a fortress of glass and cold light. 2 figures stand within its central chamber and are surrounded by holographic displays and the hum of surveillance systems. A towering figure with violet skin slams his hand on the console and demands to know why they have not been able to find a single piece of real information about the screening ship. All they have, he snarls, are a handful of useless notations on paper. This is Christ, an official of the White Mist Starfield's Justice Department, and the frustration radiating from his massive frame fills the room. Christ narrows his eyes and mutters that something is not right. The data they have received is too clean and too convenient, and the gaps in it tell a story the inferior Starfield clearly does not want told. The inferior Starfield should have already filed a report with the local government. Their strategy, he suspects, is to release their data gradually and piece by piece. He orders his team to pull up the complete report on the Crimson Eye incident immediately. A subordinate confirms the order and opens a communication channel and calls out to Fail and requests a response from the inferior Starfield's end. The transmission connects and Fail's face fills the screen with a wide grin. He greets Christ warmly and remarks with exaggerated surprise how wonderful it is to see the official himself reaching out. An older man with a white beard steps into view on the white mist side. This is Head Officer Lennon, and he observes dryly that Fail seems to be in an unusually good mood today. Fail straightens immediately and offers a respectful greeting to Head Officer Lennon. His playful demeanor vanishes and is replaced by the sharp discipline of a soldier addressing a superior. Lennon cuts to the point. He tells Fail that the situation surrounding the Crimson Eye galactic pirates has generated repeated inquiries, and yet Fail has not submitted a single piece of proper evidence. He demands it be delivered immediately. Fail holds his silence for a long beat. Behind his gold visor, his eyes give away nothing but the pause, speaks volumes to anyone watching closely enough. Fail concedes and tells Lennon he will send the documents over right away. His tone is measured and stripped of every trace of the warmth he showed moments ago. The transmission cuts abruptly from Fail's end. Christ stares at the blank screen and notes that Fail severed the connection on his own terms. He mutters that something is definitely off with the marshal and that he is clearly hiding something. Lennon rounds on a subordinate standing nearby and snaps that the man has barely managed to handle the inferior Starfield's dealings. He warns that all their old schemes are piling up and the situation is spiraling into serious trouble. The subordinate flinches under the verbal lashing and stammers an apology, but Lennon has already moved past him. A flicker of blue energy sparks near the man's collar and serves as a not-so-subtle reminder of where the power in this room lies. Christ growls that he always knew someone from the inferior Federation would not be kind-hearted without an agenda. He curses Fail under his breath, and then notices a data packet arriving. He announces that this is the information Fail has finally sent over. Lennon orders it opened immediately. The subordinate complies and a cascade of holographic files unfolds across the central display, and each one is stamped with the inferior Starfield's military seal. Christ leans forward, and his violet features are bathed in the glow of the projection. His sharp eyes scan the data with the practiced speed of someone who has spent a lifetime hunting for lies buried inside official reports. A profile materializes on the main display and is accompanied by combat footage. The readout identifies a member of the Crimson Eye galactic pirates alongside detailed engagement records. The figure in the footage moves with a speed and precision that makes Christ's jaw tighten. More footage spills across the screens in rapid succession, and each clip is more devastating than the last. Explosions bloom in silence, and ships buckle under invisible force and bodies scatter. Christ's composure cracks as the final combat log plays. He reads aloud in disbelief that this individual managed to slaughter an entire pirate crew single-handedly and killed the pirate lord with nothing but a single punch. The footage replays the killing blow in high definition. A fist connects and a wall of light erupts outward and consumes everything in its radius. The raw destructive force captured in that single frame is enough to make even a seasoned official question what he is looking at. Christ sinks back and mutters that the warrior used only one fist strike to kill Crimson Eye. This person took on the full firepower of the pirate spaceship entirely alone and demonstrated combat strength that surpasses anything in their existing records. Christ's violet face darkens with a mixture of fury and dread. He slams both fists on the console and roars and demands to know who the hell this person is. The question echoes through the Justice Department and no one in the room has an answer. Lu Sheng stands wreathed in blazing azure energy, and the geometric patterns of his power splinter outward. Every pulse of light carries the weight of something the universe has not yet learned to measure. Inside the White Mist Justice Department, a subordinate announces that a recording from Fail has arrived. Lennon's eyes snap wide and he barks at the man to pull it up immediately, and his voice cracks with urgency. The subordinate fumbles with the controls and confirms the order, and his hands tremble under the pressure of both superiors watching his every move. A holographic projection erupts across the central display and shows combat footage of devastating clarity. Lennon stares at the screen and gasps that it is actual video of the fight between this unknown warrior and Fail's forces. Lennon lurches back in his seat and his face is drained of color. He breathes out in disbelief that this actually happened, and the words are barely audible over the hum of the projection still playing behind him. The shock hits Lennon hard. He grips the armrest of his chair to steady himself, and his composure shatters for the first time in what may be decades of service. Lennon collects himself enough to speak and declares that he understands now. That person is not from the inferior Starfield's enforcement department. The revelation lands in the room with weight. Chris narrows his eyes and takes it one step further. He states bluntly that he doubts this individual is even a registered Starfield resident. The implication hangs in the air and is poisonous and unmistakable. The subordinate notices something else in the data package and speaks up and reports that there is one last file included in what Fail sent over. Lennon leans forward in his chair and orders them to open it immediately. His voice carries the sharp edge of a man who already suspects he will not like what he sees. Chris folds his massive arms across his chest and mutters that if he is not mistaken, this final file will confirm exactly what he fears. Lu Sheng's profile materializes on the display and the readout spells it out in cold detail. Lu Sheng in age 21 and strength at level 8 and a potential grade of triple S. The numbers alone are enough to make every officer in the room stop breathing. Chris's suspicion crystallizes into certainty. Just as he expected, this Lu Sheng is a native inhabitant of that resource planet, not a Starfield citizen, and not a trained operative, but a raw talent born from the dirt of a world most people would not bother to visit. Chris processes the data further and notes that Lu Sheng's martial arts at his level and his natural physique should not allow power output anywhere near what the footage shows. The gap between what the numbers say and what the recordings prove defies every known metric for evaluating human potential. Chris wheels on his subordinate and snarls that this was overlooked on their watch even after supervision was put in place. His violet face darkens with a fury that fills every corner of the room. He explains through gritted teeth that the reason File so blatantly placed those two officers from the White Mist's department on the screening vessel as witnesses was to stall for time. The entire arrangement was a distraction and they walked right into it. Chris roars that File did all of this for one purpose alone, and that is to bring Lu Sheng to the inferior Starfield and register him as their citizen, and now the Marshal has succeeded and right under their noses. Lennon's subordinate staggers back with wide eyes and stammers that Lu Sheng originally belonged to their jurisdiction. The realization that they lost a triple S potential to a rival Starfield hits hard. Chris rounds on Officer Feli with the full force of his rage and roars at him to look at what he has done. The words crash through the room and Feli shrinks under their weight. Something cracks against the wall as Christ's fury boils over, and the sound is sharp enough to make everyone in the room flinch. Feli drops to one knee with his face ashen and admits that he was wrong. His voice is thin and brittle and stripped of any pretense of dignity. The magnitude of the loss sinks in. A genius capable of reaching level 8 before adulthood while stranded on a resource planet is a once-in-10,000 anomaly. Talents like Lu Sheng do not simply appear, and they certainly do not go unnoticed without catastrophic negligence. Chris seethed as that the White Mist Starfield let this prodigy slip through their fingers and watched helplessly as he became a member of the inferior Starfield right before their very eyes. Every word drips with venom. Feli presses his forehead to the floor and cries out that he deeply apologizes. He begs for another chance, and his voice cracks with desperation, but the damage is already done, and everyone in the room knows it. Christ's tone drops to something worse than rage and a cold and final calm. He tells Officer Feli that it is too late. He states plainly that Feli is no longer suited for this position, and instructs him to step away and take a break for a while. Feli opens his mouth, but nothing comes out except a strangled syllable. The dismissal is absolute, and the silence that follows is heavier than any sentence. Feli lowers his head and whispers that he understands. He turns and walks toward the exit, and the weight of a career's worth of failure presses down on his shoulders with every step. Far from the cold halls of the White Mist Justice Department, the inferior Starfield's high-end hotel rises in elegant splendor. Its ornate facade gleams under artificial sunlight, and it is a monument to wealth and privilege. Fail gestures toward the entrance and tells Lu Sheng to rest here for a few days. The hotel towers behind them, and even by Starfield standards, it is an extravagant place to park a guest. Our boy takes in the building with a measured glance and notes the scale and luxury without letting it impress him too visibly. Fail mentions that Lu Sheng's luck is remarkably good. The inferior starfield happens to be recruiting at this very moment, and when the time comes, Fail will personally escort him to registration given his extraordinary privileges. Lu Sheng studies Fail's expression and observes that the marshal seems to be in an exceptionally good mood. There is a lightness in Fail's step that was not there before. Fail chuckles and asks whether it is that obvious. He admits that some good things have indeed come his way. The reward for dealing with the Crimson Eye Galactic Pirates will arrive soon, and he assures Lu Sheng that the allocation will not disappoint. Fail tells Lu Sheng to take it easy for now and promises to come collect him when the time is right. Lu Sheng nods and offers a simple word of thanks and watches the marshal head off with that satisfied grin still plastered across his face. Fail strides away from the hotel with his back to Lu Sheng and radiates the confidence of a man whose every gamble has just paid off in full. A close-up catches the glint of Fail's red eyes beneath his visor. The smirk curling at the corner of his mouth carries the quiet satisfaction of a chess player who has moved every piece exactly where he wanted it. Fail adjusts the communicator on his wrist, and his fingers move with practiced ease. Whatever he is planning next, he is already 3 steps ahead. A voice cuts through the air and calls out to him. Fail stops mid-stride and turns toward the incoming transmission. A holographic figure materializes before him, and it is a woman of clear authority. She addresses Fail directly and tells him she is very interested in what has transpired. She orders him to come to her office immediately. Fail straightens and confirms the order without hesitation. Fail walks toward the summons with renewed purpose, and the sound of his boots echoes through the corridor as the hologram fades behind him. Fail grins to himself as he walks and chuckles that today really is a great day. The satisfaction rolling off him is almost tangible, and he is a man drunk on the success of his own scheming. Back at the hotel, the grand lobby bustles with figures from across the starfield. Voices overlap in a dozen languages, and the air hums with the energy of a civilization operating at full tilt. A hotel attendant approaches Lu Sheng and respectfully informs him that his room is ready. She carries herself with practiced elegance, and her voice is smooth and professional. The attendant offers to lead him there personally, and gestures down the corridor with a warm smile and invites him to follow. Lu Sheng's gaze drifts downward and catches sight of a fluffy tail swaying behind the attendant. His eyes lock onto it with an intensity usually reserved for combat. His heart rate spikes, and for just a fraction of a second, the man who punched a pirate lord to death forgets how to breathe over a tail. The young man's mind stutters on a single thought as he stares at the tail. The battlefield instincts that have carried him through 1,000 fights are utterly useless against this particular weakness. He wrestles his composure back into place and reminds himself to maintain self-control. The attendant notices his pause and tilts her head curiously and asks if something is the matter. The attendant smiles and mentions that the hotel also provides special services for its guests. Her tone is inviting and designed to put even the most distinguished visitors at ease. Lu Sheng steadies himself and admits that he does in fact need something. His voice returns to its usual calm and betrays none of the internal chaos from moments ago. The attendant leans in slightly and asks Lu Sheng to tell her what he needs and is ready to accommodate whatever request the Starfield's newest VIP might have. The guy tells her he would like to withdraw some cash in the form of black crystal energy blocks. The request is so mundane compared to what she was expecting that it takes her a beat to process. The attendant recovers and asks pleasantly how much he would like to withdraw. She holds a data tablet at the ready, and her professional smile never wavers. Lu Sheng tells her 500,000 will do. The attendant checks his card and notes that it holds a staggering balance and confirms the withdrawal without further question. Lu Sheng tells her 500,000 will do. The attendant checks his card and notes that it holds a staggering balance and confirms the withdrawal without further question. Lu Sheng tells her that will be all and bids her goodbye. The attendant watches him disappear into his room with a mixture of curiosity and mild disappointment. Inside, Lu Sheng surveys the space and admits that the layout is not bad at all. Lu Sheng examines the identification cards and bracelets he collected from the pirates. It is impossible to extract any information from them, and he mutters that the money might be locked to the original owner. The realization stings. Gonna lie. He considers his options and recalls that his storage ring still holds a stockpile of valuable items, including what amounts to a galactic spaceship and several sets of high-level combat armor. Selling them off could net him a serious fortune. Lu Sheng decides there is no reason to wait. He plans to head out and research the going prices for his inventory and figures he might even pass himself off as some wealthy merchant in the process. A sly grin spreads across his face as the scheme takes shape. That night, Lu Sheng makes his way to the Dark Crossing spaceship specialty store. The building looms before him in sharp angles and polished metal, with its entrance lined with holographic displays showcasing vessels that could cross galaxies in a blink. Lu Sheng stares at the price tags and nearly chokes. A mere level 10 spaceship costs 80 million black crystals, and he mutters under his breath that this is daylight robbery in its purest form. He reels internally and admits that while he expected spaceships to be expensive, he never imagined the numbers would be this absurd. He can barely afford the lowest model, and he wonders bitterly whether he needs to take out a loan from the starfield itself just to get airborne. Lu Sheng grits his teeth and concludes that the most valuable assets owned by the Crimson Eye Pirates were their 2 spaceships. He vows that if Fail's promised reward does not reach at least 100 million, he will march straight back and have a very pointed conversation with the marshal. A burst of loud and unrestrained laughter rings through the store, and it is bright and unmistakable. Lu Sheng knows that voice before he even turns around. Lu Sheng spots Qiao Qiao and asks why she is here. His stomach drops for a split second as he wonders whether she has come to settle the score after discovering the truth about Bobby. Qiao Qiao grins and calls it a coincidence. She explains that she came along to accompany her brother, who is here to buy a spaceship. She notices Lu Sheng browsing the displays and asks whether he is shopping for one too. Lu Sheng nods and admits he did not expect the prices to be this steep. He then shifts the conversation and asks whether she has found Bobby yet. Qiao Qiao's expression wilts and she lets out a heavy sigh and murmurs Bobby's name with the kind of sadness that makes Lu Sheng's guilt twist a little deeper. She still has not figured out he is the culprit. The two of them drift into easy small talk, and their conversation fills the quiet corners of the store. Inside the VIP section, Lu Sheng peers at a gleaming model on display and notes that this particular vessel is level 11. A massive spaceship hovers in the promotional hologram above, and its sleek hull radiates power even as a projection. A tall figure with flowing golden hair glances at the price and remarks casually that 700 million is not bad. He announces he will take it as though purchasing a Galaxy-class warship is no different from picking out a new coat. A saleswoman thanks the buyer profusely for his patronage. She explains that once payment processing is complete, the spaceship will be delivered to the hangar and made ready for pickup at his convenience. The golden-haired man waves her off and tells her to simply pass the key to him. He reveals that this spaceship is a gift for someone, and that person will come to collect it themselves when the time is right. The staff murmur among themselves that only the young master of accounts household could treat a 700 million spaceship as a casual present. The extravagance of the purchase leaves even the seasoned sales team visibly stunned. The weight of the buyer's identity sinks in further. The presence and status of this individual within the inferior federation makes the transaction feel almost surreal. The saleswoman composes herself and assures him she will process the checkout immediately. She moves with the brisk efficiency of someone determined not to let a 700 million deal slip through her fingers. Milton muses privately that he has heard the intended recipient enjoys spaceships. This particular model is the newest release from the Black Hole Federation line, and it should be exactly to their taste. He considers the timing and notes what a rare opportunity it is that this person has come to the inferior starfield. He intends to seize the connection by gifting the spaceship through his family's channels, and it is a calculated move disguised as generosity. Milton's gaze drifts across the store and lands on a familiar head of crimson hair. He recognizes his sister and mutters her name with mild surprise. His attendant leans in and confirms that the young miss is here as well. Milton notices the unfamiliar man standing beside Qiao Qiao and orders his people to bring her over and dismisses Lu Sheng with a flick of disinterest. Milton approaches Qiao Qiao and tells her gently to take it easy about Bobby. He suggests that perhaps the creature was simply feeling adventurous and went out for a stroll. For all she knows, Bobby might return on her own in a couple of days. Qiao Qiao considers the possibility and concedes with a soft maybe. The hope in her voice is thin, but it is there. Milton shifts his attention to Lu Sheng and observes that he must be a new citizen of the starfield. He mentions casually that he has never seen Lu Sheng around before, and his tone carries the polite sharpness of someone sizing up a stranger. Our boy has been trying to find an exit from the conversation for a while now, but Kiao Kiao's relentless energy keeps pulling him back in. He simply cannot find an appropriate moment to excuse himself. Lu Sheng takes a quiet moment to observe Qiao Qiao and admits to himself that she is genuinely beautiful. Her crimson hair and fiery spirit set her apart from anyone he has encountered in the starfield so far, though the thought also reminds him of a much more dangerous truth. The more extraordinary the flower, the more ferocious the gardener guarding it, and Milton Lu Sheng suspects is exactly that kind of gardener. A voice calls out Qiao Qiao's name from across the store, and it is sharp and commanding. Milton strides toward them with the confidence of someone who owns every room he walks into. He calls her name again and is closer now, and Qiao Qiao lights up at the sight of her brother approaching. Qiao Qiao grabs Lu Sheng's arm and announces that her brother has arrived. She insists on introducing the two of them, and her smile is wide and completely oblivious to the tension about to unfold. Qiao Qiao gestures to the tall, golden-haired man and introduces him as her brother Milton. She then turns to Milton and introduces Lu Sheng as a friend she met not long ago. Milton glances at Qiao Qiao and mentions that he overheard people talking about a sighting of an unharmed golden crystal-eating bug somewhere nearby. Qiao Qiao's eyes go wide, and she gasps Bobby's name, and hope floods back into her face in an instant. Qiao Qiao grabs the nearest attendant and demands to know where the sighting was, and insists they take her there immediately. Her composure evaporates in a heartbeat as the prospect of finding Bobby overrides everything else. She spins back to Lu Sheng and tells him to wait for her. She needs to go check the lead and have a quick word with her brother, but she promises to be right back. She vanishes down the corridor before he can respond. Lu Sheng watches her disappear around the corner, and the store is suddenly quieter without her energy filling it. Milton's gaze drops onto Lu Sheng. His expression hardens, and he remarks with open contempt that Lu Sheng is nothing more than a bumpkin who crawled out from a low-level resource planet. Milton presses further and asks whether Lu Sheng honestly believes he can set his eyes on the Gith family. He sneers that latching onto a level 11 officer with a tiny scrap of talent does not entitle anyone to reach above their station. The young man sighs internally and thinks to himself that it is this tired and predictable cliché all over again. The arrogant noble who treats everyone beneath his rank as less than human, and every starfield apparently has one. Milton's voice drops to a frigid whisper. He warns Lu Sheng never to appear before him again. He adds that if he discovers Lu Sheng has met with Kiao Kiao one more time, whether by design or by accident, the consequences will be absolute. Milton leans in and delivers his final threat. He declares that the officer backing Lu Sheng and his pitiful mother planet, and Lu Sheng himself, will all vanish completely from this universe. The words leave his mouth with the casual certainty of a man who believes he has the power to make it happen. Lu Sheng's expression goes dark. His jaw tightens and a cold fury settles behind his eyes. It is the kind that does not burn hot but freezes everything it touches. He thinks to himself that Milton should wait and see what comes next. A store guard approaches Lu Sheng and delivers a practiced apology and explains that since he has caused their important customers discomfort, he is no longer welcome on the premises. The guard asks him to leave immediately. Lu Sheng is escorted out of the Dark Crossing spaceship specialty store with all the false courtesy of a man being thrown out in slow motion. The door closes behind him and the night air hits his face. He stands outside the store and reflects that he expected the gardener to be rude and harsh, but not this utterly unreasonable. Milton went far beyond protective and straight into tyrannical. He stands outside the store and reflects that he expected the gardener to be rude and harsh, but not this utterly unreasonable. Milton went far beyond protective and straight into tyrannical. The guy chuckles quietly and notes that Milton even threatened him at the end. He wonders aloud how long it has been since anyone dared to threaten him. The answer he knows is a very long time. He exhales and tells himself to let it go. Qiao Qiao has probably encountered too many people with bad intentions, so it makes sense that her brother would go to extremes to shield her. The protectiveness, however misguided, comes from a real place. Lu Sheng reminds himself that as a newcomer to the inferior starfield, picking a fight with a count's son would be reckless. He admits that just as Milton warned any conflict could drag Fail and everyone on Azure Planet into danger alongside him, he tries to reason with his own anger. All he endured was a few insults, and he now carries the weight of countless lives on his shoulders. Surely a man responsible for an entire civilization can weather a few harsh words from an overprivileged brat. Lu Sheng tells himself it is better to remain indifferent to the opinions of others. He resolves to smile and brush it off and move on with his life. The mature decision, the responsible one. The composure snaps. Lu Sheng's eyes go pitch black with fury, and he snarls that he is done pretending. He is not going to just tolerate this. A wave of dark and suffocating intent rolls off his body as every ounce of restraint he built up in the last 30 seconds disintegrates. Lu Sheng wheels around and storms back toward the spaceship specialty store. His foot connects with the entrance, and the door explodes inward, and golden light cracks across the frame as the sound of impact echoes through the building. A crackle of blue lightning splits the air above as Milton strides through a grand corridor with his long golden hair swaying with each confident step. Qiao turns to her brother with concern in her eyes and asks whether anyone has mentioned anything about Bobby. Milton assures her that they did not, and Qiao softens at once. She murmurs that perhaps she judged them too harshly after all. She admits she should have known better and notes that genuine consideration for others is a rare thing. Qiao tilts her head and asks about Lu Sheng and wonders why he did not come up with Milton. Milton replies casually that Lu Sheng happens to have something urgent to attend to and has already left. Qiao's expression darkens in an instant. She lets out a sharp huff, and her brows knit together with barely contained irritation. Her eyes narrow into slits as she snaps that this happens every single time, and Milton should not think for a second that she does not notice. Milton attempts to ease the tension and suggests that perhaps next time she runs into her friend, he could arrange a proper treat for them both. Qiao ignores him entirely and is already spinning on her heel. Milton calls after her and asks where she is going. She fires back without turning around that she is going home. Qiao storms down the hallway and seethes aloud that she is absolutely furious. Milton watches her retreating figure with a measured and unbothered look. Milton turns to a muscular subordinate and instructs him to send someone to escort Qiao home safely. The subordinate snaps to attention and confirms the order at once. Outside, the gleaming cityscape stretches beneath a pale sky as a sleek vehicle idles near the entrance of the building. Milton gazes through the window and his reflection ghosts across the glass. He muses to himself that someday Qiao will understand that everything he has done is for her sake. He shifts his attention and asks his attendant whether he knows when Lan Che plans to reach out. The attendant responds that Lan Che should be arriving at Rock Cole around tomorrow afternoon. Milton nods and instructs the attendant to get there early to welcome Lan Che and adds that Qiao must come along as well. The attendant hesitates and points out that the young miss is not in the best mood right now and questions whether she will go willingly. Milton waves off the concern and states that their father has given the order and they cannot keep indulging her every whim. An image of Qiao lingers in Milton's mind with her vibrant crimson hair framed by drifting blossoms. He reflects that the daughter of a count's family raised in a star field should never have grown up this carefree and sheltered. Milton's gaze hardens. It is precisely because Qiao has had so little exposure to truly exceptional men that she clings this obsessively to a lowly creature. Every starfield apparently has one. Milton's fist slams against the surface with a sharp crack and knuckles blanch white under the force. Fury bleeds through every syllable as Milton snarls that the bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere tried to worm his way into the Gith family by cozying up to Qiao. He seethes that not everyone is as naive and gullible as his little sister. The attendant stands perfectly still beside Milton and offers nothing but silence. Without warning, a tremendous force tears through the room. Something crashes inward with devastating speed and scatters debris and furniture in every direction. Milton stumbles backward with his eyes blowing wide and blurts out a demand to know what is happening. A blazing pillar of golden fire erupts from the point of impact, and the sheer heat warps the air into rippling distortions. The explosion swallows the room in a torrent of flame and crackling energy and sears everything it touches. Through the deafening roar of fire, a frantic voice cries out for the young master. Flames surge around the muscular subordinate and his body crumples under the devastating blast as the inferno engulfs the corridor. The subordinate groans through the wreckage with his words broken and garbled and barely clinging to consciousness as fire consumes the space around him. A desperate voice cuts through the inferno and shrieks Milton's name at the top of its lungs. Lu Sheng stands amid the settling dust with his dark coat untouched by a single ember. He announces in an ice-cold tone that Milton tortured his precious pet pig and cruelly killed her today. He vows to take revenge for his beloved companion and slice Milton to pieces. Milton recoils and shock twists his face, and he sputters in disbelief and wants to know what on earth this lunatic is raving about. A wave of deep violet energy erupts between the two of them, and the pressure splinters the floor beneath their feet and sends cracks racing across the walls. Milton roars through the energy storm and calls Lu Sheng a fool and challenges whether he has any idea who he is attacking right now. The violet energy intensifies and presses down on everything in its radius with a suffocating and bone-crushing weight. Our boy lets out a sharp laugh. He remarks with open amusement that a peak level 11 expert just falls from a single strike as if swatting an insect. He strides forward without a shred of hesitation, and Milton staggers backward with raw terror flooding his features. Milton stammers that he never expected this kind of strength and begs Lu Sheng not to come any closer. Panic consumes every inch of Milton's face. His jaw trembles and cold sweat rolls down his temples as Lu Sheng closes the gap between them. Lu Sheng seizes Milton by the collar and snarls that when Milton slaughtered his pig, he should have expected exactly this. He presses Milton on whether he even understands how many years that pig followed him faithfully. A surge of pale blue energy flares around Lu Sheng as he rages about his beloved pig. He bellows that she was already a mother pig who served him for over 150 years, and he cannot fathom why Milton would be cruel enough to end her life so callously. Bystanders gather in a loose ring around the wreckage and exchange uneasy glances and murmur among themselves about what just happened. The young man's eyes flash with a cold violet gleam. An invisible pulse ripples outward as he activates his hypnosis and floods the minds of every bystander in range. Milton blinks once and then twice, and confusion clouds his gaze as the atmosphere around him shifts into something he cannot quite name. The crowd's expressions twist with sudden and irrational venom. Voices rise in outrage, and one person spits that Milton does not even have proof of innocence. Others hiss that the first young master of the Gith family has always been a disgusting and perverted creature. Someone calls him a dog disguised as a human and utterly cold-blooded to the core. Another murmurs that he is nothing but a predatory menace who has disgraced this entire planet. Milton clutches his throat and gasps that he cannot speak freely and something is strangling him from the inside. His words come out garbled and frantic as he chokes out broken fragments about a mother pig he has never even touched. The crowd presses closer and their glazed eyes brim with manufactured conviction and righteous fury. A dark silhouette cloaked in swirling violet aura looms over the chaos and radiates a killing intent so thick it chills the air to ice. Lu Sheng closes his eyes for a quiet moment and whispers that Pisao may rest in peace now. He vows to avenge her by ending this beast right here and now. Lu Sheng's eyes snap open as he proclaims that everything is over. He addresses Milton as Milton Nicholas and orders him to repent for his crimes in eternal pain and death. Milton's composure shatters entirely. He wails that he has something to say and pleads desperately for his life. The guy raises his hand and spiraling purple flames coil around each finger. He responds that nothing Milton says will change a thing and commands the flames to burn. His little universe ignites and a vortex of violet fire surges toward Milton with annihilating force. Milton's scream tears through the violet storm. He shrieks that wait, and his name is not what Lu Sheng thinks. Desperation cracks his voice wide open as Milton howls that he is Milton Gith and from the Gith family and he is absolutely not Nicholas. The energy around him crackles and warps as the words rip from his lungs. Lu Sheng pauses mid-strike. He tilts his head with exaggerated surprise and asks Milton to repeat his name one more time. Milton is drenched in sweat and trembling from head to toe and gasps that he is Milton Gith. Lu Sheng cups a hand to his ear and insists he cannot hear a single word and tells Milton to speak much louder. Milton screams at the absolute top of his lungs that he is Milton Gith and the son of Count Gith. He repeats his full name over and over and each time louder and more desperate than the last. Lu Sheng narrows his eyes and asks whether Milton is truly certain about that. He insists on seeing proof of identification before he believes a word. Milton's identification cards confirm his identity within moments. At the same time, the local authorities are already on their way. Lu Sheng scratches the back of his head with a sheepish grin and admits this was his mistake. He explains he has the wrong person entirely and is actually looking for a Milton Nicholas. He promises casually to treat Milton Gith to a meal someday to make up for the mix-up. Milton's face contorts with disbelief and boiling rage. He screams that even if the misunderstanding is resolved, his subordinate's bones lie shattered across the floor. He calls Lu Sheng a cold-blooded monster and questions how anyone could simply walk away after this level of destruction. Lu Sheng glances over his shoulder with an unbothered smile and offers a breezy apology. A voice rings out from the swelling crowd. Someone has pulled up Milton Gith's profile and identified him as the son of Count Gith. The recognition ripples outward through the gathered bystanders. Outrage erupts among the onlookers. One man shouts that the son of Count Gith actually committed such a shameless act and calls it utterly unbelievable. Another chimes in and remarks that they have long heard rumors about Milton Gith's terrible conduct and his habit of sheltering criminals. They conclude that those rumors were clearly true all along. Milton whips around and desperation fractures his voice as he insists they have it all wrong. He is not Milton Nicholas and never tortured anything. A voice in the crowd fires back at once and warns him not to push his crimes onto their hero, who bravely confronted him face to face. They spit that Milton has no right to blame his own victim. The crowd surges forward in unison. Someone bellows that everyone present has heard Milton confess with their very own ears. Another challenges him and asks how he dares deny it now after everything that just happened. Milton crumbles to his knees and tears stream freely down his face. He wails that he did not do any of it and that none of this was his fault. His cries dissolve into the deafening roar of the crowd, closing in around him, and not a single soul believes a word he says. A group of people gathers on an open road under a bright sky. One of them asks if the others have heard the news. Another chimes in and mentions that something is definitely going on over there. Two bystanders continue the conversation and whisper among themselves about the recent events that have everyone on edge. Lu Sheng stretches his arms wide and his whole body is loose and relaxed as tension drains from his shoulders. He lets out a long breath and declares that his mind is finally clear. Lu Sheng reflects to himself that after all, the man is Guai Coach's brother. It is not easy for him to deal with that situation, but trying his best for a bit is enough. Lu Sheng scrolls through his device and mutters that news spreads twice as fast here compared to back on Earth. He reads further and notes that rumors have already appeared and people are scrambling to cleanse the man's name. Online comments flood in with all sorts of opinions, and each wilder than the last. A wide view of the bustling Starfield city stretches out with towering buildings and hovering transports filling the skyline under a pinkish twilight glow. A few days later, Lu Sheng and Fail set off together toward the Celestial Institute. The Celestial Institute stands as the #1 learning institution in every starfield. It only accepts the best and most elite and boasts rich talent and vast resources and countless experts. It is said to house the finest educators and researchers and training conditions in the entire starfield. Fail explains that every single fellow student there is born higher than feudal nobility. It is the home of the elite and the chosen, and the lowest rank among them sits at level 11. They all reach that level before even attending. Lu Sheng and Fail walk side by side and their silhouettes glow under a veil of shimmering blue light. Lu Sheng asks Fail whether he ever attended the Celestial Institute himself. Fail's expression softens with a trace of nostalgia as he looks away. He admits it would have made sense for him to enroll, but the current environment has changed so drastically that he never entered. He adds that for someone only 5,000 years old, Lu Sheng is truly remarkable. Fail goes on and says that with Lu Sheng's talent, he will not lose any reputation upon entering. In fact, with that extraordinary physique, he could even net the exclusive attention of the dean himself. He could stand among the elite of the main starfield of the inferior realm. Fail gestures ahead and describes how the main starfield is where the true starfield monopolies converge. Counts and marquises and higher nobles are not uncommon there. A mere landing knight might not even qualify to step foot inside. A faint smirk crosses Fail's lips as he shares one last detail. He points out that counts and marquis gather from every corner and landing knights barely count as small fry. It is in a word frantic. Our boy groans and complains that Fail is really so small that he cannot even afford a spaceship to travel within the starfield. Fail explains that the Celestial Institute usually enrolls students once every few thousand years. The most recent intake happens 300 years prior, so normally one would have to wait another 700 years. Fail's eyes light up as he reveals that they are lucky. They happen to run into a big shot with the right attitude. By using his authority and the right connections combined with Lu Sheng's extraordinary qualities, an exception can be made so he can enroll. Lu Sheng raises an eyebrow and asks which big shot is generous enough to cut 700 years of waiting. Fail reveals that it is the son of Starfield Marquis Lan Wuxi and a man named Lan Che. His family is known as a level 13 powerhouse and one of the most powerful among the 10 Starfields. Fail clarifies that he himself is not originally from a major clan in their inferior starfield, nor from the main inferior starfield. His sect is one of the smaller ones in their territory. His ancestors from generations ago lag 1,000 years behind, and neither Lan Wuxi nor others of that caliber consider them significant. He continues and explains that Lan Che is always devoted to the inferior starfield. He finds his way into the Celestial Institute after his extraordinary physique is discovered. They then realize his bloodline is even stronger and pushing him to the borderline war level. Lu Sheng tilts his head and asks whether the levels of extraordinary physique are something a person can still break through. Fail's gaze turns serious and contemplative. He admits it is extremely possible, though not unreasonable to think of it in terms of class. Factions already possess such levels as a foundation. Even with the same physique, going beyond requires extraordinary inherited modification. Fail adds that it is not just half the picture. An extraordinary physique intersects with the universe's deepest blueprint. Every single part of such a physique is an extremely precious blueprint in itself. Fail grins and predicts that once the test is over, all those aristocratic families will rush to marry their daughters to Lu Sheng. He will become such a popular option that even the most noble clans will fight to have him as a son-in-law. The young man chuckles and teases Fail and says that if he has a daughter, then considering their relationship, he can still think about it. Fail's face lights up with genuine excitement, and he blurts out that he actually does have many descendants. Lu Sheng waves his hand and tells Fail he is just joking. He already has a wife. Fail's jaw loosens with disbelief and his brow furrows in confusion. He asks how at Lu Sheng's level a single partner could possibly be enough. Fail insists that the strong should have an entourage or whatever they want. Lu Sheng can simply leave once he plants his seed, and doing that would be a blessing for them. A woman appears faintly in his thoughts as he speaks, as if the idea is the most natural thing in the world. Fail shifts the topic and asks Lu Sheng if he has met a certain person. Fail holds up a notice with the word "wanted" stamped across the front and displays the face and details of a fugitive being sought across the starfield. Lu Sheng studies it carefully. Lu Sheng shakes his head and says he has not seen this person. He asks Fail why he is bringing it up. Fail explains that the man has been causing trouble and certain powerful parties want him found. Fail mentions that the Gith family has listed that person as wanted and has been searching for him everywhere. More importantly, the man seems to have some connection to someone of high status. Fail's eyes narrow with quiet irritation as he admits that the man deserves it. He adds that if he were not acquainted with the man's sister, he would have beaten him on the spot. The man will see what is coming. Fail waves his hand and tells Lu Sheng not to hold a grudge over someone of that sort. He adds with a laugh that with Lu Sheng's extraordinary physique, the Gith family would probably want him to marry their daughter instead. Fail looks up ahead and announces that they have arrived. He tells Lu Sheng to look at that starfield gate. Lu Sheng's breath catches and he murmurs that it is spectacular. A massive gate of swirling energy towers before them and pulses with deep blue and violet light. The inferior starfield has fallen into another family's domain, and that family still holds on tightly. Lu Sheng looks upward and asks what that gigantic aurora form is above the gate. Fail explains that it is the arteries used to test a person's bloodline and physique level. A vast cosmic display spirals above them, and ribbons of light weave through deep space. The eternal bloodline from the leading starfield is said to cause the light of the starfield to expand outward, and should it ever be fully released, a true marvel will occur. Lu Sheng raises an eyebrow and asks how that would happen. Fail shares that no one knows for certain, and not since the birth of the inferior starfield. They have never let it go completely, and not even for the strongest masters. After the two disembark their spaceship, they walk toward the front of the gigantic stargate. Two small figures move along a dark and wide path leading toward the Stargate and are dwarfed by the sheer scale of the structure ahead of them. Lu Sheng and Fail stride forward side by side with their backs to the viewer, and the glow of the Stargate casts long shadows behind them. This is Dean Mo Yoon and the peak of the inferior Starfield Celestial Institute. He is one of the strongest experts in the entire Starfield. Dean Mo Yoon's eyes glow with quiet intensity and a faint shimmer of energy flickers around him. He enjoys the same rank as a Starfield Marquis. To be precise, he holds a true peak of Starfield Marquis level. He is the one in charge of strengthening the test. Dean Mo Yoon senses their approach and murmurs that they are here. A surge of azure energy crackles across the ground as figures emerge through the shimmering light of the gate, and their silhouettes are outlined by the pulsing glow. A colossal structure of blue crystalline energy rises before them, and its light is so intense it paints everything in deep cyan. Two silhouettes walk through the blinding radiance, and their features are swallowed by the overwhelming glow. A golden-haired man stands with his chest bare under a dark and flowing cape, and his muscular frame exudes raw confidence. Another figure lingers behind him. He gives off an arrogant and overbearing vibe, and his strength in essence equals the Celestial Institute's dean. For him to have reached such a level, the main heritage of a Starfield Marquis has clearly served him well. The golden-haired man steps forward and addresses Dean Mo Yoon directly, and says that his father has asked him to greet the dean in his stead. The golden-haired man's lips curl into a confident half-smile, and his golden eyes gleam with self-assurance. He explains that he has come bearing his father's regards, and that the dean should know who sent him. The weight of a Starfield Marquis stands behind every word he speaks. Dean Mo Yoon responds calmly and says he has to thank Marquis Lan Huo for his concern. He adds and speaks plainly that the opening of this star chart cannot solely be for him alone. The golden-haired man tilts his head with curiosity and asks whether there is a martial artist in the field whom the dean has been hoping for. A smirk settles across the golden-haired man's face, and it is relaxed and unbothered. He lets out a short laugh and suggests they just start first. A blinding pillar of light erupts from the center of the testing grounds and shoots straight into the heavens. Dean Mo Yoon announces that everyone has arrived at a great time. The Star Chart talent test, held once every 1,000 years, shall officially begin. He calls for everyone to hurry and move forward. Dean Mo Yoon looks out across the gathered crowd with his weathered hand resting at his side. He admits that it really makes him wonder what kind of surprise the talent chief enforcement officer will bring them. The guy stands tall in dark formal attire, and his blue eyes catch the light with quiet intensity. The weight of what lies ahead settles over him, but not a trace of doubt crosses his face. The test begins. A bald and muscular man covered in tattoos steps forward without hesitation and declares that he will go first. An older nobleman in robes tells the bald man to perform well and not to be nervous. The bald man addresses him as Baron and promises he will not let him down. The Baron's expression softens with a thin smile, though his eyes remain calculating. He tells the bald man that as long as he does well, he will grant him freedom and even let him become a real Starfield noble. The bald man snaps to attention and shouts that he understands. Lu Sheng watches from the side and notes that the man carries tattoos all over his body. He has been a slave. Due to the old hierarchy after level 11, many Starfield nobles inherit their titles. Each of them searches for new martial talent through unofficial channels and takes advantage of those with power but no status. Fail's tone carries a quiet weight as he explains that the most common example in the Starfield is martial arts slavery. It happens more often than people think. After all, not everyone is able to control their own fate. In the name of preserving their titles, those people will stop at nothing to control a capable martial arts expert. Lu Sheng asks why they do not just search within their own territories. Fail replies that there is no point. If someone is hoping a top-quality talent will appear on their own turf, they might as well hope to win the top prize of the Starfield lottery. Lu Sheng grins wide and amusement lights up his face. He points out that they just picked up Fail in the White Mist Starfield and brought him back. He laughs and asks whether that means they have won the top prize of the Starfield lottery. The massive star chart towers above the testing grounds with its rings of cosmic orbs spinning slowly in deep space. The bald man stands alone beneath it and is dwarfed by its sheer scale as a beam of blue-white light shoots down from its center. A hand reaches upward with golden energy flickering at the fingertips as it makes contact with the star chart's pull. Golden flames erupt across the bald man's skin as he strains with everything he has, and his muscles bulge under the pressure. His whole body trembles under the force of the star chart bearing down on him. Several figures watch from below as the star chart pulses with faint light above the straining man. The cosmic rings shift ever so slightly. The bald man blinks in confusion and asks if it is over already. The Baron's face twists with fury as he screams at the bald man to push. He roars at him to push the star chart with all his strength and as hard as he possibly can. The bald man nods and mutters that now he understands how it works. The bald man plants his feet and presses forward with every ounce of strength and strains to push the star chart. He groans for it to move, but the chart does not budge in the slightest. The star chart hovers overhead and is unmoved. A single beam of light connects it to the ground and pulses faintly against the dark cosmic backdrop. The bald man throws his head back and screams with everything left in him, and his voice tears through the air in raw desperation. Blue-white energy crackles around the bald man's body as he pushes past his limit. Even though he is only level 9 and spanning 20 to 7,000 meters of power, even someone at level 10 with a single stamina reserve would struggle here. He definitely has decent talent. Lan Shay watches from the sideline with his golden eyes cool and unimpressed. He remarks that this much talent will not make a single person here bat an eyelid. A faint glow pulses across one of the star chart's orbiting spheres, and it is the first flicker of light since the test began. A chubby man nearby lets out a gasp and yells that it lit up, and points at the star chart with wide eyes. A brilliant pillar of blue energy surges through the star chart's core and lights up the rings of cosmic orbs. The entire structure hums with resonance as the bald man's power finally registers. The star chart settles back to stillness with its orbs faintly glowing from the residual energy. The test result hangs in the air. Our boy observes the whole process and finds it interesting that the star chart is actually able to exhaust the energy of a level 9 martial artist. This extraordinary grade shows something worth noting. The announcement comes swift and cold. The lights glow white with 2 stars and place him at extraordinary physique grade and 2 stars. He does not meet the enrollment requirements. The Baron explodes with rage and curses the slave trader who promises this man is a genius over level 5. He snarls that the man turns out to be nothing but trash. The bald man drops to his knees and tears stream down his face. His dream of freedom shatters in an instant. After that, the remaining candidates step up to take the test one after another. Lu Sheng's eyes stay locked on the star chart and his mind works through every detail. There is no rush to take the test right now. By observing and analyzing each phase, he already has a clear picture of how the star chart works. The moment blood drops onto it, the grade of his extraordinary physique is already decided. Fail explains the grading system. A white glow means extraordinary grade, blue means morning star grade, yellow means radiant moon, and red is scorching sun and the highest grade of all. Currently, the highest grade out of everyone who has taken the test is only Morning Star. The majority of candidates fall far too short of the requirements. The rare few who manage to reach Morning Star grade only earn passing glances from the crowd. Dean Mo Yun stands still as stone and his weathered face betrays nothing. However, out of all the candidates so far, not a single one draws even a murmur of the word pass from his lips. A lone figure strides toward the star chart. A young man with blue-teal hair plants his hands against the star chart and roars for it to move. Raw energy surges from his body in a violent burst. A massive explosion of blue energy tears outward from the star chart, and the force of it sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The ground trembles under the pressure as the candidate pushes deeper. The aftershock of energy crackles across the test site, and blue light scatters in every direction. The star chart spins to life, and its orbs blaze with brilliant blue light. The cosmic rings rotate faster and faster and respond to the raw power flooding through them. Dean Mo Yun lets out a quiet laugh and admits he cannot help but say it. Dean Mo Yun's eyes carry a rare spark of approval as he speaks. Morning Star grade, he announces. Extraordinary physique and a Morning Star with group stars. This candidate has passed the enrollment requirements. The successful candidate and a young man called Fei Lun stands before the star chart, with blue energy still flickering around him, and his chin is lifted high. An older nobleman rushes forward with his face beaming with pride. He calls out that Fei Lun has done well, and just as he expected. He declares that in the future no one will stop Fei Lun from being together with Lilith. The Viscount continues and promises to arrange the marriage the moment they return home. He turns and tells Lilith to go to her husband right now. A young woman with reddish-brown hair steps forward hesitantly. She calls out to Lun and brings up what lies between them, and her voice trails off. Fei Lun walks right past her without a glance and mutters for her to ignore it and keep moving. Fei Lun stops and states flatly that he does not need her anymore. He addresses the Viscount directly and says the two of them are not suitable for each other. The Viscount's face drains of all color and his jaw hangs open in shock. He stammers Fei Lun's name in disbelief. Fei Lun lets out a cold "Himph" and keeps walking. Lilith stands frozen and her lips tremble. She whispers and asks why. Lilith spins on the old man and tears stream down her cheeks. She screams that it is all his fault and that none of this is happening without his meddling. The Viscount can only stammer as she breaks down sobbing. Fail chuckles at the spectacle and his expression is amused but knowing. He calls it a classic plotline. In the past they looked down on someone. Now that person is out of their league entirely. Fail turns more serious and explains that this is the risk of forcing someone from your own territory. The talent you spend blood and sweat and tears to nurture turns on you the moment they get a better opportunity. He warns that sometimes when you invest in someone you should not just care about talent, you also have to consider their character. The young man replies that he can tell the old man treats his daughter as a transaction at a glance. In the end, the Viscount wastes both his investment and his daughter. He adds that this is considered quite normal and then asks Fail what he thinks of his own character. Fail's lips curve into a warm and genuine smile. He tells Lu Sheng that as someone who takes time to chat with an ordinary family 500 light-years away, his character cannot be that terrible. Lu Sheng lets out a quiet "Himph," though the faintest trace of satisfaction crosses his face. Someone in the crowd points ahead and announces that Lan Che is up. It is finally his turn, and his test is the true goal of this entire event. Lan Che steps forward with his dark cape trailing behind him as he walks toward the star chart. The crowd parts in silence. Dean Mo Yun's gaze sharpens with quiet anticipation as he addresses Lan Che. He tells him to start and give it his best effort. Lan Che nods once and simply says he shall. Lan Che closes his eyes. A deep calm settles over his face as he draws inward and gathers his strength. Golden energy erupts from Lan Che's body in a violent surge and spirals upward. The air around him shimmers and distorts under the sheer pressure. Crimson energy tears through the testing grounds as Lan Che's power reaches its peak with his muscles taut and glowing. Every single person stares at him. Everyone at the test site holds their breath and waits to see what kind of physique the one who carries the bloodline of Marquis Lan Huo and a level 13 expert truly possesses. Silence falls over the entire crowd. Not a single voice breaks the tension. The star chart blazes to life with blinding golden light and every single orb ignites at once. The cosmic rings spin with a force that shakes the ground beneath them. Someone in the crowd screams in excitement and their voice cracks with disbelief. They shout that it is Radiant Moon and the Radiant Moon grade. The entire test site erupts. Dean Mo Yun watches from above and confirms that Lan Che is extraordinary and just as expected. Lan Che stands at the center of a storm of golden and crimson flames, and his body radiates pure power. The energy around him roars outward and bends light itself as it spirals higher and higher into the sky. Dean Mo Yun's eyes widen, and the calm composure he has held all day finally cracks. Whatever Lan Che is doing goes far beyond what even he anticipated. The wave of energy keeps building, and golden flames lick across the testing grounds as Lan Che continues to push the star chart beyond its limits. The star chart buckles under the assault of red-gold energy, and its cosmic rings strain as the measuring beam tilts under the overwhelming force. Fail's eyes fly wide open, and genuine shock is written across every line of his face. He gasps that Lan Che's Dharma is actually over 5,000 meters tall. The crowd buzzes with excitement as Lan Che's power continues to climb. One onlooker marvels that he is still growing and insists that Lan Che's power is going to surpass anything they have ever seen among all martial standards. A level 11 martial artist in the crowd shakes his head in disbelief. He mutters that Lan Che is only level 10, and yet he himself at level 11 may not even be able to do what Lan Che is doing right now. The crowd roars in unison and their voices ring across the testing grounds. They chant that Lan Che is mighty and their admiration is raw and unrestrained. Someone remarks that Lan Che has improved by leaps and bounds. He is definitely going to break through to the Scorching Sun grade this time. Fail stands in silence and his expression is unreadable as he watches Lan Che's display from afar. Fail's eyes sharpen with quiet recognition. He tells Lu Sheng that he can tell Marquis Lan Huo personally adjusts Lan Che's gene sequence. Lan Che's genes have reached entirely new heights. Lu Sheng asks whether extraordinary physiques can actually be controlled in that way. Fail pauses for a moment and then murmurs something about a martial artist with that kind of connection needing to ask for quite a lot in return. Lu Sheng catches the strange tone and asks what he means. File lets out a low chuckle and his guard slides back into place. He waves it off with a grin and says it is nothing. Someone in the crowd points and exclaims that Lan Che is gathering all his strength into one spot. He is trying to condense every ounce of power to push the arteries of the star chart. Golden energy erupts around Lan Che in a violent storm as he presses both hands against the star chart. The sheer force of his power bends the light around him and distorts the air itself. Lan Che grits his teeth and his whole body trembles with exertion as wave after wave of golden flames roll off his skin. The golden fire intensifies into a blinding inferno that engulfs Lan Che completely. His silhouette burns at the center of the testing grounds. Lan Che channels the full force of his extraordinary physique into the star chart. He is truly using the power of all 9 stars and holding nothing back. A deafening shockwave tears through the cosmic display above as Lan Che's energy slams into the star chart. The orbs flare and shift and pulse with a light that has not appeared for any previous candidate. Someone in the crowd screams that it already shows 7 stars. The sheer disbelief in their voice echoes across the grounds. Energy continues to spiral upward from Lan Che, and crimson and gold ribbons of light twist around the star chart's rings. Lan Che stands at the eye of the tempest with golden flames and purple energy swirling around him as the star chart strains under his relentless push. The crowd erupts. Someone shouts that it is 9 stars and radiant moon. He is a 9-star radiant moon. The words tear through the silence. Dean Mo Yun claps once and calls out that this is good and wonderful. Dean Mo Yun's weathered face breaks into a rare and wide smile. He declares that not only does Lan Che's bloodline reach Radiant Moon, it also hits 9 stars. He laughs and says it has already been thousands of years since he has seen anything of this caliber. Fail observes that reaching 9 stars is essentially reaching the absolute limit of an extraordinary physique. Lan Che stands in the distance and is still radiating power. Fail explains that the difference between a bloodline radiant moon and a scorching sun is the same as the difference between elephants and ants. They cannot even fight. The gap between the two is beyond what most people can imagine. Lan Che's jaw clenches tight and veins bulge across his neck. He growls through gritted teeth that this is not enough. This is still not enough. Lan Che squeezes his eyes shut and every muscle in his body is locked as he pushes beyond his limit. He roars for the star chart to open up. The cosmic orbs on the star chart begin to shift position, and their colors deepen as an entirely new wavelength of energy courses through them. A pillar of blinding golden light erupts from the star chart's core and tears upward through the cosmic rings with a force that shakes the entire testing grounds. The explosion of golden energy expands outward in every direction and swallows the star chart in a storm of light so intense that the crowd shields their eyes. Dean Mo Yun staggers back half a step and his composure shatters for the first time. He gasps that it is Scorching Sun, a Scorching Sun-grade extraordinary physique. Lan Che's body glows with a fading crimson aura as the dust settles around him. He has broken through the star chart entirely and reached 1-star Scorching Sun. Lan Che's bare chest heaves as sweat drips from every inch of his body. The toll of the breakthrough is written across every exhausted muscle. Lanshay hunches forward and gasps for air. He manages only 2 ragged breaths between his words. An attendant sprints toward Lanshay with eyes wide with awe. He calls out to the young master and tells him he has worked hard. He insists that the master will certainly be satisfied when he finds out. Lanshay steadies himself and manages a weak smile. He breathes that he has finally succeeded. Only by breaking through can the next phase of his life truly begin. To stand as a true scorching-level martial artist and carry the weight of his family name, the foundation of power he needs, is unimaginable to anyone outside his bloodline. The enormity of what just takes place sinks in across the testing grounds. Not only does Lanshay reach the limit of his bloodline, he also breaks through to scorching sun on the spot. The gap between a radiant moon and what he achieves now is the distance between heaven and earth. Our boy watches in silence, and a quiet thought crosses his mind. He wonders if he can only look up at those with strong family backgrounds for his entire life. Dean Mo Yoon nods approvingly and congratulates Lanshay. He tells him well done and says his father's wish has finally been fulfilled. The news of a scorching sun grade spreads throughout the inferior star field in the blink of an eye. Countless people are taken aback. The shock ripples all the way to the inferior starfield associated chamber of deputies. An official slams his hand on the desk and demands to know if he hears correctly. He repeats in disbelief that it is scorching sun grade. The chamber building stands tall under the starfield sky, with its banners marking it as the seat of governance for the entire inferior starfield. Inside the chamber, a report reaches the senior officials. An aide announces that the results of the talent evaluation for the Marquis's son Lanshay come in at 1-star scorching sun grade. A tall official in ornate robes clicks his tongue in admiration, and his expression carries a mix of envy and regret. He mutters that if only Lanshay were from their starfield. He orders the staff to prepare a celebratory banquet for the Marquis's son and reminds them not to forget the bloodline promotion. But then someone interrupts and asks him to wait a moment. The official pauses and raises an eyebrow. The aide hesitates and is clearly unsure how to phrase what comes next. He says they do not know for sure yet. A woman with blonde hair and formal attire steps in and explains that she has prepared a briefing. She mentions that the next candidate in line is a person called Lu Sheng. The woman clarifies that Lu Sheng is specially recruited from the White Mist Starfield by a marshal and is already a citizen of their starfield now. His eyes narrow with quiet intensity as the details settle in. The official scoffs and asks how good a genius from the White Mist Starfield can possibly be. The woman responds that she is not certain of the exact level, but Lu Sheng should not be any worse than the current candidates. He should definitely reach at least scorching sun grade or above. The official's face flushes red with a mix of fury and disbelief. He demands to know if she is saying some marshal's recruit surpasses the Marquis's own genius. He barks that she better not be lying and orders everyone to head to the testing grounds immediately. A subordinate with dark hair snaps to attention and confirms the order. He says he will get Lu Sheng to go right away. Nearby, someone approaches Lu Sheng and tells him it is his turn now. Lu Sheng nods quietly and says okay. The young man walks forward toward the star chart with his steps steady and unhurried. The energy of the testing grounds hums faintly around him. A figure watches Lu Sheng approach and reflects that every candidate today pushes boldly through their limits. Even considering Lu Sheng possesses at least a scorching sun-level extraordinary physique, the fact that he is only 5,000 years old makes the coming result all the more significant. Another voice questions why Lu Sheng is being treated as anything special. It has not even been 1,000 years since he completes his foundation, and yet here he is and comfortably at the peak. The speaker wonders why anyone would look to him as a hero. Fail's gaze follows Lu Sheng with a warmth he rarely shows. He remarks that perhaps no one can truly compare to that young man. He pauses and then quietly adds for Lu Sheng not to let him down. Lu Sheng reaches the base of the star chart. The massive cosmic structure looms above him with its rings of dark orbs spinning in slow and silent circles. Lu Sheng reaches out with his psychic power and probes the star chart for any weakness or pattern. But the attempt fails. His psychic power is unable to get past it. A layer of mysterious force firmly blocks every attempt to peek inside. Lu Sheng's expression shifts from concentration to quiet resolve. He pulls his hand back and energy crackles at his fingertips. There is nothing much he needs to figure out. The guy thrusts his hand forward and violet and blue energy surges from his palm in a brilliant flash. He declares that he just has to go for it.